he gets it just in time. No time remaining. It is Impact Northern. Top 8 minimum for this powerhouse team from the APL region. It's a banger of a grand final. Needs to deal with Reed. They must shut him down. Match and series pride for Rainbow Gaming. We'll be heading to the grand final. No! Easily the best in this region throughout this year. They are the best that this region has got to offer.
We return for another week of APL Kickoff. It is APAC North, and we're getting towards the busy end of the section, guys. The major is on the horizon, and for APAC North, only the one slot. And certainly remains to be seen who's going to claim that one slot. It's been up for grabs in this region. I think what we've seen so far is there's probably not a true dominant team that we can look at. In Asia, you got Weibo, and OC, you got Enterprise.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the case. That being said, though, Jake, I think we might walk away from today with an answer, potentially. A lot of that does hinge, though, on how CAG played today, if they can assert themselves as the top team.
Yeah, I think CAG probably the team that's maybe in the soft position, but they're not a hard lock by any means. Of course, last night we had some EML action and certainly some big results that went down there as well, Gus.
Yeah, a couple of back-to-back best of threes played by several teams in that last play day at G2, marching forward to their spot at the Salt Lake City Major, taking down Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. Surprisingly, I think for me that stands out as being a little bit of a shock result, a clean 2-0 for them, and it seemingly feels like the new look G2 is better than ever.
Means for Secret, Falcons win and you're in, lose and you're out. The new look Falcons, of course, with Doom losing to Virtus Pro 2-0. I caught the tail end of that series before I went to bed, and yeah, Virtus Pro, they're looking pretty strong, but obviously G2 getting the better of them. Shifters, Twisted Minds will battle it out for that last spot, which would be really good for Twisted Minds to see them representing the MENA portion of EML getting back onto the main stage.
Yeah, it would be really cool to see them have that run of form. And well, I honestly, I'm looking at that other game, right? I'm hoping that Falcons can make it through. Doom, I think, has a lot to prove at an even higher level. And so, yeah, EML shaping up quite interestingly.
And of course, the Salt Lake City Major probably not too far away at this point. It feels like it's creeping up on us day by day, especially as we get towards the end of the kickoff. And with that, it means that these teams that miss out now around this week and next week have a bit of time off before stage one. Like, they'll have a bit of that break and look to rejig, and it's the best time probably for those teams to have a break, guys, because you're not going to have those roster shuffle mania moments that you saw after SI. So that'll be the time for the teams to sort of recalibrate, go back to the drawing board, prepare for stage one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we often see teams develop over this kind of period pretty rapidly, and so heading into obviously the major, but then beyond that with stage one, we could see things continue to shift around. A lot of the other regions, especially outside of the APL sub-regions, are very, very competitive towards the very top.
Let's go to our APAC North bracket that we've got for today and where we stand heading into this week's action of week 4. Kenotrope CAG in the upper final. That will be played today to determine who will book their place in the grand final. Of course, only the one spot. You got to win that grand final. Firstly, you got to get in there. Dplus help us LFO in the quarterfinal. We will get that too. And that's a big match for a Dplus KIA roster that certainly has aspirations to make the major. Scars will await the winner of that. So we're set for some really big games today, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that Kenotrope CAG match sandwiched in the middle, the upper final on offer today. I'm looking at that as an opportunity potentially for CAG to really concrete themselves and solidify themselves as top team in the region. Best shot to take the major slot. But I tell you what, there's still a very strong chance for Kenotrope to be very, very competitive in that matchup. If it flips the other way, then this bracket is going to be in an absolute shambles, and that one and only slot will be so competitive.
Of course, for those unfamiliar, help us LFO, the remnants of the ex-PSG Talon roster. So, you know, the teams that we have left, I think, in APAC North by this point are the teams we expected to be here at this point, guys. I don't think there's really been any surprise packets. Maybe Kenotrope being in that upper bracket final, considering they actually took down Helpus, being ex-PSG talent, and then took down Scars. Both of those 2-1s, though. So it says to me there's not a big gulf, there's not a big gap when it comes to Kenotrope and maybe the others, whereas CAG, their opponents later today, 2-0 and then 2-0 against Dplus, and on top of that it was a 7-1 7-2. As we've said, I think CAG certainly leading the pack right now, but as we know with CAG, they're not always the team that you want to rely on, let's be honest. We'll go to our matchup for today, though. That begins, it is Dplus KIA and Helpus LFO. For Dplus KIA, though, look, made a slight change. They bring Musi in, Bullet leaves the team, but the same core four beyond that just haven't really hit the same strides as that we saw from them from last year.
Yeah, not yet. I still think there's a world in which they can make a strong run through the lower bracket. They started off particularly well, 2-0 victory over Can You Be My Enemy. That was an expected result. I think they'll obviously be quite disappointed in that CAG matchup. Not only did they fail to take a map, but they were struggling to win rounds over the course of both Lair and Border. They only accumulated a total of 3 rounds, and we casted this game, and they just, nothing went their way. It was one of those instances where CAG were playing very, very well and shutting down a lot of the playmaking potential from Dplus. There was also just an element of it just wasn't their day, and that can sometimes happen even in a best of 3. It's very difficult to recover when it slips out of your grasp as quickly as it did in this series, and so I walked away from that a little disappointed on Dplus's behalf, but I wasn't too concerned. I still think that their potential was obviously way higher than what we saw displayed on the server. I'm hoping that that was kind of just a one-off in isolation, and they could lock back in this lower bracket, and then I guess potentially go on to maybe rematch them for a spot at the major. That would be a really cool storyline if Dplus are able to make that run back and then take down CAG in response. But yeah, they definitely need to step up their polish compared to their last outing, because it was far below their standard.
Their opponents for today, Helpus LFO, they lost their opening match against Kenotrope in a 2-1, where they got pretty smashed actually on their 2 map losses, 7-3, 7-2, and the one win they got was Fortress in an 8-7, so they haven't really shown a lot in that. But they did take down the new look VRX 7-4, 7-5 in a win in that lower bracket to kickstart their gauntlet run, so they can take some form into this. But it's been, well, a hot minute since we've seen them. In fact, it's been 2 weeks, Guz, since we've seen this roster. Since their win against VRX, they've had 2 weeks off to sort of recalibrate a little bit. It's almost like a mini boot camp within the kickoff itself. It'll be their last opportunity to have such an extended break, win or lose today. Well, I mean, technically, if they lose, they'll have a very extended break. But if they win, if they win, it's going to be all systems go. And certainly for today, because the winner of this will have to play the 2 best of 3s today alone. Is that a benefit then for them, that they've had 2 weeks off, to being able to look at the good and the bad and be mentally sharp and ready to go for what could be a long day if they are to beat Dplus?
It's so tricky to say. Given their team dynamic, I think I would probably actually lean into more, maybe more of a hinder. I feel like they're definitely the kind of team where if they're in form, they just want to play their games, get out there and not go cold. But if they have taken a more strategic angle, then obviously being able to sit back and watch, I'm sure will aid in their preparations for today. You look at their numbers across the board, and again, limited data set pool, but their attacking win rate's actually been relatively strong at a 58%. That's second in the league. And in terms of defense, again, they're up there at 3rd. So I don't know if they're really good enough to take that next step to make it to the Salt Lake Major, the Salt Lake City Major, but they're not that far behind. And so maybe over the last couple of weeks, they've been able to tweak enough to find that edge.
Well, we've got a special pre-match interview with someone who's done it all, quite literally, in Siege. PJ H, welcome on in. You've been a caster, you've been a coach, you've been an analyst, you've retired, you've come back. You quite literally have done it all. Welcome in. It's good to have you here. How are you traveling these days?
Hello, Genex and Gauze. Thank you for being me here. And yeah, I mean, the last year working with the Brazilian guys was amazing, and I'm also happy to be a commentator and streamers as a Korean Seas, right? So yeah, I'm happy these days.
Cool. That's good to hear, mate. It's good to hear that you're happy, and happy to have you in here. What I wanted to ask you first up was sort of the Korean scene in general. It's been a talking point, certainly across APL, but even from those outside that, you know, predominantly watch NAL, EML, SAL, etc. And when we get to the international events, I think the Korean teams that we've been able to see internationally haven't been able to stack up. The region itself seems like it's lacking players. How do you view the region at the moment and where it sits?
As you said, right before, like the lack of the player pool is the biggest problem in Korean Siege. So, and plus, like most of the Korean grown men have to go to the military service. So they think about the future of their own life. Like, what if we lost some like international matches? I have to go to the military service before I made up the like great career of the opportunity to get a new team. So they always have a lot of think about their lives. I think that's the matter of the like lack of the experience, or like they getting a great making a Korean Siege. So like in real life, problem affects the gaming career, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. PJH, thank you for joining us. I'd love to get your insights on, obviously, Dplus KIA. What was your experience like coaching them, and maybe what were some of the challenges that you faced in having a Brazilian team integrate into APL?
Like first, I was an analyst, not a coach. So basically, Mitty has a lot of things throughout the last year. Like he was the IGL, he was a playing coach. He made some like great strategy. He watched all the replays. So like first, like I want to say he's a great mentor. I had a lot of things from him, not only in games, but also out of the games, such as like mindset, motivation. Yes, and working with the boys was amazing. Like when I talk about small detailed ideas, they immediately accept it and just played right away, right throughout the screen. So it was fun to watch and fun to work with them.
I do want to ask, obviously, you'll always have an eye on the Korean teams in terms of the Korean players. When it comes to Help Us LFO, being the ex-PSG Talon roster, they're the last Korean team left that has a chance to make the major. How do you view that roster and where they're at the moment on their journey?
Like first, like the finding organization is the biggest problem for them, right? So I think they can find organization easily. So they are potential players, like fully experienced, like Demi, Harper, Eunsan, Ryder, Soldier. They are the Korean superstars. So I mean, finding organization for the win, for the salary, you know. So I think they can manage it. Also, Dongguk is a great staff.
Obviously, one of these two teams is going to go on and play Scars later today. How do you view that matchup? Do you think Scars are the favorite, or can one of these two teams take them down?
First, I want to say about the previous DK versus CAG match. Like the reason why DK lost was like CAG sniped their strategy so well. So in the terms of the high competitive matches, such as like the international matches or like the greatest team strongest team matches, you have to prep well about their opponent's strategy. So DK repeat their same strategy as a SI. So like every attack strategy was like made by me and Mitty. So the CAG already knew the attacking positions, movement, strategy, operator pool, everything. So in terms of that, like when you have to prepare this Scars match, you have to watch all the replays of the Scars previous matches, everything, drone work, drone position, like operator combination, everything. So you need to prep well and then play well. That's it.
Well, PJ, it's been fantastic to have you on and kind of get your insights into the region, into the teams. Is there anything that you want to say, I guess, while we have you here and before we let you go?
I mean, I want to say like, the Korean players have struggling their own lives throughout the like in game, out game. So everyone is really doing hard work. Like not only for the players as also staff. So I want you guys to know they're really hardworking in these days. So yeah, that's it.
Well, we appreciate that, PJ. Thank you so much for coming on, having a chat with us, and indeed the Korean region, always hard-working. Moving on, of course, the match not too far away from starting. Korea's last hope. Thank you again to PJ. It's the Korean roster versus the Korean organization, really. You got the players versus an org that has Brazilians. One of them will play Scars later today. The other, well, their time is done.
Yeah, it's a big moment for the region. It's such a brutal position to now find themselves in with only one major slot on the line. I think that I tend to agree with the sentiment that provided the preparation has been good enough, either of these two teams can then go on and beat Scars. I think there's weakness to be exploited there. And so for one of these two teams, it's going to be a big day potentially.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And I will say, I think whoever wins this is certainly a chance against Scars. I mean, Scars themselves as a roster haven't really been that notable in kind of smashing their opponents. They're always a little bit gettable. They can have lapses themselves. We saw that in the loss against Kenotrope, where they won the first map and then just kind of went to sleep and just allowed Kenotrope to run all over them in the next two maps. And so they're not really exactly coming into this with hot form either. They sit and they wait and they're not sure. And what we've seen so far is you can have teams that win this series that then just get that motivation. And we saw it as well. I think it was in OS where the team won and then won again. Obviously, there's been a lot of instances of that actually in the Six Invitational, for instance, over the last couple of years where teams have had to play multiple best of threes in a given day. And we had, what was it, the warm-up or fatigue? And a lot of the times the warm-up does actually end up working out. I think when we spoke to Machine, he even kind of attributed that and said, yeah, well, we just kind of felt like warmed up and took the momentum into the next series.
Yeah, again, I think as provided you've done the correct groundwork and respected your opponents enough, and if you have gone that step further, like PJ was kind of alluding to, and really detailing out a lot of the strategy and being ready, maybe that actually is the more favored approach. I know there's kind of been a more self-centered approach from a lot of teams in recent years where they mainly focus on themselves and then play reactivity, but I don't mind the idea of also throwing in some good solid prep work, and it just aids you and propels you forward and probably gives you a bit more confidence that you have a stronger read on your opponent, and then you can worry about adjusting later. So yeah, in terms of the discussion as to hindering or favoring, if you have to play the back-to-back series or not, the caveat probably being the length of the first series, right? Like if it ends up being a massive, grueling 3-map and you're really having to expend a lot of energy and using your brain, well, I can't help but feel that probably does hinder you, especially if the second series is prolonged. But I don't know, both of these teams will probably want to rush to this first one quickly. Unfortunately, though, I don't really see that happening. I think it's going to be a bit of a grind as both teams get a feel for one another.
Let's go to the vetoes for this series and see which maps will be played out in a do or die elimination game. The first map will be Lair, followed that is Chalet, if required, Bank the Decider. Early thoughts on this one, Gus?
Yeah, having a look at in terms of like preferences over the last couple of months for both of these two teams. Up first, the selection of Help Us LFO is actually quite intriguing, given that there's not much history on this specific roster. If you tap into PSG, I'm sure there's some playtime on there. But on the flip side, actually, Dplus, strong record but low preference, so they don't typically want to go to this map all too often, but they've had some strong wins here and a 5-1 record overall. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how they're able to translate that into the server today. Chalet, the selection of Dplus up next. Very strong preference map for them. Not a ton of playtime. And in fact, they haven't touched it recently. Their last play was against Weibo 2 months ago. They lost a couple of days or a week prior to that at Six Invitational. They actually did take down Shopify Rebellion 7-1. So that one's a little bit more up in the air for me, but should still be very strong for Dplus. And then if required, Bank the Decider. Number one preference for Dplus. Again, we put a caveat on the formula for preferences because sometimes it's a little wonky. Teams frequently ban it against them. And so Help Us LFO have left it through, who again have had it banned against them once. Very limited in terms of the data pool for this team in this new edition. So I think it sets us up for a pretty exciting series. Large maps, particularly Lair and Bank. And so that prep work and the depth of that may be brought into the spotlight for this matchup.
It does also mean this will be the third series straight for Dplus KIA where Lair is the opening map, but this time it's been picked by their opponent. And I guess that's kind of where it does kind of strike me as a confusing selection by Helpus LFO. Maybe they're looking at it in a short-sightedness approach where CAG just completely demolished them 7-1. And as we spoke to PJ, you know, he's kind of talking about the fact that CAG were able to put the time in and see what Dplus like to do on Lair and used their strategies against them. For Helpus LFO having 2 weeks off, and they I'm assuming, hoping, put the work in to see how Dplus KIA like to play on these sort of maps. Well, maybe Lair is something they'll feel comfortable to try and take them to again. But Dplus did win this 7-2 back on the opening play day. We go to it regardless. For Dplus KIA, it's familiar territory. It's Lair once again to kickstart a series. In both of those maps, it was a 7-2 to 7-1 result. So like demolition job one way or the other for Dplus KIA. Big game, big elimination match. It's the last remaining Korean rostered team versus the last remaining Korea organization.
Yeah, let's jump in. Dplus KIA will start on the comfort of defense, and they'll be looking to establish an early advantage in this one. Yeah, the question will be, have Helpus LFO done their homework? You would only be picking this map if you have picked apart that VOD, surely. They have scraped through that replay file and found absolutely every key piece of information that they need to feel confident. And so then for Dplus KIA themselves to have let it through the veto, especially given how the CAG matchup did play out, could probably make a fair assumption that they've looked to adjust a couple of things in the background as well. As we jump into the ban phase, or the conclusion of it, at least, Monty Grimm banned it Azami.
I mean, early thoughts from me is Dplus probably the team that should be winning this series, but that's not to take away anything from Helpus LFO. What we've seen, I think, in terms of peak gameplay from Helpus LFO, you probably maybe back in the Fabian era, is they do have the capabilities. They do have the quality. It's just all about, can they get it to click on the right day, in the right moments, win the big plays, make the best plays and the smart plays. And at times they can pick one or two of those categories, but then just fall apart in a lot of the other ones. They can make a sick mechanical play and then just do something very silly, or they can make the right strategical play but don't hit the right shots. And that's the beauty of Siege, is that there are so many different elements and so many different layers that go into the game, where the best teams can usually pretty much cover all elements, and the worst teams will usually do none of them, and then it's just all about figuring out in the middle. For Dplus KIA, I think, again, at their best, they can cover a lot of those categories and should be more consistent in that against Helpus LFO. They get to start on the defense as well, which I think is going to set them up nicely. We haven't really seen, probably at least when it comes to Lair, Dplus, well, they got the 5 attacking rounds in the opening, but then we go back to their match against CAG, and they just could not break through CAG's defensive wall. There was a 5-1 half, and I think I'm envisioning Dplus will do something similar here in this half. I think this will be rather defender-sided. I don't know if Helpus LFO have the attacking quality to break down a lot of these defensive rounds.
Yeah, I definitely share that concern. But as I highlighted before, actually, they're, again, limited data, but their attacking win rate so far in Kickoff, it's number 2. So it's definitely not as bad as years gone by, where this roster sometimes teetered at like 40%-ish at times, and it was certainly a big Achilles heel for them. Maybe that's something that they've been able to chip away at, and we'll see that translate into this particular game. Write it down below on the Deimos, 3 Death Monk targets available, and in the meantime, Ops and Demez control for the rest of the attack, but it's momentary. Muzi, long angle, clean headshot. First pick goes the way of Dplus KIA. And no response from Helpus LFO. It's also the Kali off the board, so some of these longer lines of sight difficult to contest, and any ability to clear the util with Lances now also has been taken off the board. It's a big stack lobby at the moment from the attack.
Now losing the Kali at this point, down a player. You haven't got the Mez control that you would like. Only just now Demic can maybe get in there, take that space. Next kill, pretty much critical right now if you Helpus LFO. They've got to find the next pick to open up this side a little bit. You still got 2 Nitrous Cells, 2 Gas Babes. You got the Clash to deal with. Now, everything is set up for Dplus KIA in this round. Now it's all about the execution. They're in the driver's seat. They've got best position. And Helpus LFO need to try and get quite fortunate. Yeah, can they get a clean headshot as they enter? Try and avoid this clash as much as possible. I love this reposition from this. He goes over towards Mask. Now, they can try and flush him out, push him back. That's the best thing. They want to go for that Mask plant later in the round. Gas bait thrown out. Only 30 seconds. Helpers LFO have to start getting into this room, start getting into this site.
Oh, they go for default. The Nitro is going to pretty easily deny. Oh, that's a bit aggressive.
Love it.
Double kill,
Love
though. Very nice conversion. And it should be pretty straightforward from here. May well be a flawless open up for Dplus KIA. A cheap opening kill. And it compounded from there. Big stack from the attack was pretty easily dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the stall out. Once that Dplus got that opening kill, it's a lot more difficult for Helpers LFO to play that flood game. So, you know, Mask and R6 comes down to a few factors. Firstly, can you get Mask opened up, get Mez control, Ops control, is typically what you'll see the most of in terms of how teams will attack into it. And from there, it's like, can you get a nice headshot through a doorway angle peek? And then it's like, okay, well, now we're 5-4 on the attack, and then we can start to flood. We know they're going to throw a lot of utility towards Mask. And it's almost like kind of wait it out and go for that last second hit. But when you lose that opening death, it just becomes so much more difficult. And the Kali as well, which can hold some longer angles. I would like to see attacking teams experiment a little bit more when it comes to that site. It does seem like it's really settled into that meta and that same kind of attacking hit time and time again. And a good example is probably Bank as a comparison in terms of basement, where it's just that server hit. And we see that the best teams will offer different points where they might go vault. They'll go put pressure garage. They'll go and put main stairs pressure. So it's not just a 5-stack in through server for a CC plant. And I think this top floor and lair has turned into a real strong defensive site. The good news for Helpers LFO is that's locked away for the next 2 rounds, and so they've got an opportunity over towards basement and then later the tertiary. These are the rounds on the attack. You've got to find results. Don't worry about top floor that much.
Yeah, top floor is not critical, is probably the easiest way to describe it, but again, it's more so I think the way in which they attacked it and then the struggles that they face, it's not going to be as simple as relying on Helpers LFO to make mistakes. I'm sure that would have been a massive talking point for them, especially after the CAG match. Yes, the counterplay was good from CAG, but the volume of mistakes that Dplus KIA quite clearly made in that series was pretty noticeable, and I'm sure that they'll be looking to correct that here. The attacking win rates for comparison as well over the last couple of weeks globally. Second floor, 43%. Basement is 45.6%. So slightly edging out, but still overall quite a defender-sided map. It's number 4 for defense of the 9-map pool. Do you know what the most defender-sided is?
In this region or globally?
No, this is global since the 1st of April.
I mean, is it? I feel like Fortress might be the easy answer. Otherwise, I'm thinking Nighthaven Labs. Or no, I don't know. Actually, I'm pretty sure.
Neither.
Is it Consulate?
Yeah, it's Consulate at 63%, and then Cafe at 60%.
Midi with the opening kill at the 1 minute mark remaining. It's been a slow burn for Helpers LFO, and as they've finally got some pressure horizontally here towards basement, they've lost Demic, and now again it's similar to that opening round. That's a good pick though from Yun Sang. That's what I'm talking about. Finding these headshot angles through the doorways. Soldier got one onto Musi and leaves us now 3v3 to the close of this second round. Very winnable for both teams. And even more so now with Nias finding that next pick, and the clash still alive as well for Dplus KIA. Throw in the Nitrous Alpha Levy, and it's going to be very difficult for Ryder and Soldier.
20 seconds, still a bit of util to play around, and Soldier does net 1, but time is lacking. With the clash shield up, Levy should be able to play off that. Position known. Bit of util to isolate. They could maybe make this work if Ryder can cover.
It just kind of leaves Falls by himself, but he can just play behind the shield anyway. Ryder trying to get involved. Soldier will go for the plant, but they will be able to collapse on him. He wants to save the KD. Gets off Dplus with a 2-0 start. A bit of a slow round for Helpless LFO. Didn't really do much for the first 2 minutes. And then eventually it just ended up kind of being that horizontal push in that we saw towards the end of the round. And they did have a little bit of first floor pressure. Dplus, another opening kill. It can then bank on that clash when it's like so late in the round, when it's like 30 seconds left. You've still got clash up, you still got Nitrocell. There's no panic. They have to still push into site, go for the plant. You're just in cruise control. So a pretty comfortable round, I think, for Dplus KIA. Yeah, there's that opening pick right at the minute mark, and that's the worst time possible for Helpless LFO. They did a decent job to get back to even numbers, but then you're spending quite a bit of time taking these gunfights and not really progressing in terms of the objective and getting kit down, clearing out the right positions. You're essentially just playing TDM. And so when it all kind of then settles down into this 2v2, guess what? There's 10 seconds left. And it's like, oh, but we're attacking. We got to get the plant down. So you're just kind of behind, and that's why that opening pick is so important for the defensive team, of which Dplus has been able to do now in the opening 2 rounds.
Yeah, one number I'm looking across at now that I actually didn't note prior was the average time at entry, and so the lower that number is, the deeper into the round that is. And yeah, Helpless LFO currently are the slowest team. Their average time at entry is 1:27. For comparison, Can You Be My Enemy are the fastest at 1:41. So that's already about on average about a 10 to 15 second gap of time that is lessened for the rest of the round. And that's been pretty notable in the opening couple of rounds, just how slow that they have been. It's not inherently a negative, but it is then reliant on you having the key piece of utility up for late hits and layering utility and playing off one another as a team. And they haven't traded that efficiently. We're often seeing them going into the late round either a player down or lacking some key utility, and the positioning's not great. So the trade-off hasn't been there at the moment for them. See if they have better luck on the tertiary of dorms. Lineup suggesting that they want to clear up above. It is unlikely to be direct with no sense in play. And they'll likely spearhead with the double shield here and try and flush out these defenders on the vert.
The other thing to note as well, in the Dplus CAG game, it was only the 2 rounds that we got to see Dplus on defense, but the mirror was banned away by CAG. It's been left up this time around, and they've started to really utilize that, throw in the clash, and you can already start to see with the hang on, Falls got very aggressive, and Ryder is quick to react. This is going to help them on this top floor clear. Finally get their first opening kill. The double shields certainly have been helping them be able to push in, take space, but they lose Yun Sang to the Nitrocell of MIDI. Don't have any more Nitrocells left. Dplus Viesi just going nuts towards Mez. Good headshot onto Ryder. Takes the long battle against Soldier, but the shield is up on the Blackbeard. Wants to recollect that kit, which has been lost by Helpless LFO. And really, for the 3rd round straight, it's a disadvantaged position for the attack. Guard break Musi. A wonderful headshot. Well played onto the Blackbeard. Musi has started this very hot. He's got 3 in the round. He's got 6 from the opening 3 rounds. Musi does not want his campaign to end early on his new team. He makes a big statement in the 3rd round, and it's the clean sweep in the opening 3 for Dplus.
Starting to feel like this is going to be a very one-sided opening map, which that makes the map veto very concerning. Fortunately for Helpless LFO, unable to leverage the shields properly in that round. Musi did a really good job after Falls aggressed to just play a safe position in the backline, stalled out the first shield, enabled the Nitro, and then off the back of that, that was his cue to then push forward. And because that pocket of space wasn't filled immediately by the attack, he was able to get freedom, like right here, that kill into Ryder. Bang. And then to play this correctly against so much pressure with the Blackbeard layered and the cross covered by the Glaz, he's done a phenomenal job there. That's a very difficult position to play and quite easy to be overwhelmed on. Well, he's looking red hot here on Lair so far. And there's really not too much to fault Dplus for in that first rotation. Tactical timeout called. Correction, it's a tech pause. I thought that perhaps it would be a attack from Dplus LFO, but that's not the case. A technical pause. And I suppose an opportunity for them to just stew over what has been a pretty difficult first few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, difficult in the sense that they haven't really had, I guess, too many opportunities. First round, flawless, non-factor. Second round, at least got it to a 3v3, but the time was always against them. And then in the previous round, you get the opening kill. Great. You think that's the perfect start, our first pick. Well, guess what? You don't get another kill for the rest of the round, leaving 4 alive for the defense. And Musi so far with already 2 3K rounds, 1 in the first and 1 in the third. So he's 6-1, 1-0 on the entry. You know, really good start from Dplus KIA. They've put the foot down. They've come to play today. And, you know, kind of in the pre-match discussion, we spoke about you can have an off day. Like the loss against CAG is a multitude of factors. Number one maybe being the fact that, yeah, obviously CAG, as we spoke to PJ, did a really good job of counter-stratting and took away a lot of the strength of their opponents in Dplus KIA. Couple that with maybe a bad day, not hitting your right shots, not able to clutch up, not making the best decisions, and just ends up being a bit of a beatdown. But it's about how you respond more than anything. You can have a bad day in a double elimination bracket. As long as it's in the upper bracket, have that bad day. Come down here, switch on, learn, recover, respond. And they've done that so far to begin. 3 rounds in, they look sharp, they look really clean. And this is what we've seen from Dplus in this region. Against the lesser teams, they can really dominate.
Yeah, hopefully we can have this issue resolved pretty promptly. From what I understand, there has been a Moss crash. And so, I mean, Moss can be annoying at the best of times, so hopefully it's a pretty quick resolution. And if you're just joining us, as a very quick reminder, it is 3-0 currently in favor of Dplus KIA. The map selection of their opposition, though, who have struggled on attack so far. Very slow, not gaining a lot of value on the entry, finding it then tricky to translate the control that they do get onto meaningful pressure on the site. Even last round, really unable to get towards the objective at all, not leveraging shields as well as they would have liked. So it's been rough. 2 rounds really is the only benchmark that they do need to hit. The additional bans as we enter round 4, the Ace and the Clash.
The Clash ban is good. I mean, the Clash has been a nuisance for Dplus LFO. If played correctly, the Clash is just so strong. And if it's mispositioned or it doesn't get in the right positions, it can very much be circumnavigated. But so far, it's been played really well. Twice by Nears, once by Falls. That was on basement. That had large impact. He really controlled the site. And I think it's a really solid ban considering they don't have access to the Monty. The shield play that we saw in the previous round when they brought the Blitz and the Blackbeard just wasn't really that effective either. So if you don't really want to play into the shield game, or you're not that strong at it, take away the Clash, and you can just go, 10 guns up in the server, which is what we're going to see in this 4th round. The bad news is you're going back to Master and R6. Very strong site defensively. And with or without the Clash, Dplus will be well set up. And this time, instead of having the Clash defending towards Mask, you just bring the Dachenka. Sit back Master, get the long angle, and the Shamika launcher does the rest.
Yeah, it's pretty textbook selection, but when you've identified that your opponent on attack is quite slow, then it's best to just play that area denial late. And it means that Dplus LFO need to introduce a different element to this attack, whether it be this vert down below from the Bark or some kind of pressure R6 side. Something to alleviate the pressure that's going to come their way towards that default plant position. Otherwise, it can't help but feel the basic attack here is likely to fall apart. And here's pushes forward. That's very aggressive. Tries to catch your timing, but that doesn't quite work out.
I mean, this is the difference, though. As you mentioned, it is the Buck. They didn't bring it in the opening round. They had the Deimos, but the Buck is certainly more effective on first floor, putting the pressure with the actual vert. The Deimos is better in the sense that if someone comes roaming, you can probably win those battles quickly with the Vendetta. You can obviously get the death marks as well for more information as to where people are positioned. But I think the Buck is just overall a stronger operator when it comes to putting pressure on that first floor. Still need to open up this wall. Yinsang will help with that. They did swap out the ace as well for the Habana, giving themselves more opportunities in case the Salmas get dealt with.
Well,
and you got the backup.
The first call, I mean, the caller did not get dealt with on that wall, and he's out of lances. So that's quite unfortunate for the attack, and I can't help but feel that this is going to make things very, very tricky. Unless it's been dealt with from down below now.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Well, you got the Buck as the backup to help with that anyway. 40 seconds remaining in the round. Naturally, this side is always going to come down to the last 20, 30 seconds of a given. And they still haven't really been able to push in because you just don't get the opportunities until Mask is opened up, and then you can go for that plant, but you still got to deal with the gas babes, the Shamika launcher, last gas babe going out, and you still got 2 nitro cells as well. And Yunsang's outside battling in the window because Help Us LFO are more concerned about the fact that they're getting aggressed on through these window positions rather than pushing in towards the site. Big battle over towards display as Falls hits the headshot onto Ryder. Mini has gone down. There's not a lot of time left in this round. Demic still needs to get the kit. He's now on the floor, and they all fall apart as Soldier's the last one. It's 4-0 Dplus KIA.
Wow, that was that's very impressive from the defense. Again, Dplus KIA just adjusting enough that they needed to after the additional bans were layered. Help Us LFO having some issues there with hard breach, which made it tough. And then forced a filter inside. They did split the attack, and so I don't think that the macro there towards the end and the overall plan was really all that bad. But Neutral Larian could have done with a bit of improvement. They were playing into some really strong anchor positions that were clearly very difficult to clear. They didn't win any of their straight up gunfights, which compounded some of the problems that they did face. And so it does start to feel like this match is spiraling out of control a little bit. I'll soften the blow by saying again, it is top floor, so take from that what you will. But these next 2 rounds essentially now are teed up as must-wins or very close to it for Help Us LFO.
No, I think you can definitely coin it as must-win. Hey, when we get maps like Lair, when you got a super strong defensive side, top floor, right, you can almost just kind of chalk up 2 rounds typically for the defense as almost an automatic win. But the other 4 rounds are the gettable ones. Yeah. Where I'm not saying again, you're not going to see a 4-2 attacking half all that often. I'm not saying that they're a given, but they're the ones where you're going to have more of an ability to pinch around. And so you get to this 4-0 position, and you can say, "Wow, they're getting absolutely smashed," and they are. I mean, none of these rounds have really been that close. But you still got 2 opportunities where if you pinch these 2, it's actually it's a normal half. Like, it's fine. Like, there's no issue. So they've just got to lock in, but it's really difficult to then just kind of go from 4 rounds of a beatdown and just suddenly flip that and go 2 straight on the attack. It's hard to envision that happening. Basement here, and then obviously Bunks and briefing the site after that. And I don't think 1's going to be enough either. I think a 5-1 half sets up Dplus KIA very nicely. They had a very, very strong attacking showing on this map back on the opening play day. Surprised they don't bring the Solid Snake in this round. It is available, and what we've seen a lot of teams start to do now, guys, is they go like Dockerby, Deimos, and the Solid Snake in really just making sure they can complete this roam nice and quick and maybe even find a kill or 2.
Oh, I was going to say, it doesn't feel like it's been too slow for them and the clear's being clean, but there is still a lurk presence up above in ops. Yeah.
They've gone completely first floor clear.
Ryder was pretty fortunate to survive that. Midi now aiding over towards front door. So much still to clear. Like the pressure at the moment from this defense, but Levy does fall. And so it's advantage Help Us LFO, a sentence that hasn't really been uttered throughout this half just yet.
Yeah, but look at the health on 3 of their players, right? So like already a bit of damage done from these rumors. Yun Sang now taken to half health. Like there's only 1 player that's healthy right now, which is Soldier. He's basement on the Blackbeard, so he's not really helping with a lot of this first floor roaming pressure that we're seeing right now from Dplus KIA. And it's not his fault, but they've got to make a decision at this point. Do you go in for the direct hit when there's only 2 defenders on site? And do you go for a 5v2 flood, try and kill those guys quickly? Even if it means that for Midi and Nears, they can play first floor retake? Like these are the decisions that are going to be made quickly.
Oh, you got a flank
quickly,
watch.
and,
You've got
and
a
it just
flank
gets.
watch.
Oh, this is horrible for Halper Salafo. They just sit. They don't make the decisions in a timely manner. What is Soldier looking at? This is an absolute brutal beatdown to the end of the round, considering they got the opening kill, then they just sat around, did nothing, and Dplus KIA say thank you very much.
Yeah. I think they got a little bit spooked by the roam there, and so they went for the filtration stack, which, again, I don't think that's really the worst idea, but when you have to commit someone to the flank watch, they had a soft flank watch up above, but that was only really going to be effective with a little bit of luck if Dplus overplayed their hand, like over towards that weapon maintenance position. But the actual most direct flank opportunity there, especially considering top floor as well was never cleared either, was, yes, not being hard watched. And so it was a pretty straightforward flank from MIDI. Just gifted on a silver platter. Really good work. And I mean,
again,
this series is just shaping up to be so one-sided. I mean, I feel like this might end up being the most one-sided match that we've covered all kickoff, and we've had some pretty, I feel like we've had some pretty brutal beatdowns so far. At the moment, Dplus are just absolutely demolishing them.
It's all about the decision making there at the end, though, for Helpers LFO. They just looked like they didn't know what to do. And as you said, then you have fundamental breakdowns when you don't have the flank watch. So you know there's roamers, but you're not flank watching. You know there's roamers, so there's less on site, but you're not pushing site. You're in decisiveness. Indecisiveness has cost you that round. The filtration stack is fine. And I think pushing into site and trying to take the fight forced the issue. 30 seconds left as well. It's not like there was a minute and a half left. If there was more time on the clock, you play that very differently. Oh, this is a good opportunity for Levy, and Ryder is not even watching. 3 opening kills. Dplus are in the search for a flawless half. And there has been a lot of beatdowns, because you're right. But I think in a lot of those one-sided matches, we kind of, or at least I try and frame it as maybe the scoreboard not truly reflective. You know, a lot of, maybe in a 7-1, there's 2 or 3 rounds that were clutchable, but it just all went one way. And a good example is probably Dplus and CAG. Like, as much as Dplus got absolutely torn to shreds last week, they probably still had some winnable rounds and some clutch moments that they just couldn't capitalize upon. But there's been nothing of the sort in this half. Helpers LFO living up to their name. They need some help.
Harper does respond though here in round 6, and there's an opportunity for Helpers LFO to at least hit the scoreboard on one occasion on the tertiary site and give themselves an opportunity to Hail Mary the map, but at the moment it looks highly unlikely. Midpoint of the round, decent information in towards site. They do have the Ying Sense combo to layer and go for the direct green hit if they so choose, and so they're positioned accordingly for that. Fenrir may give some insight, though, that this is the play for the defense. Demi can work some additional hard breach to expose in towards that pillar position. Of course, Vert's still in play, but with the util set here on the side of the attack, they don't have to be as concerned about this. They just got to find that window of opportunity, that pocket of space to actually exploit. Oh, Yunzong in a good position for the catch.
Yeah, it doesn't need to push forward. I like the fact that he did push back, lost the battle to Falls. He got tagged up, wanted to try and draw Falls out to a bit more of an aggressive position so that Soldier could help. But up green stairs, he just lost his life as well. Demic at the exact same moment too. Goes down, double for Falls. Harper now by himself. And the flawless half now is looking all but a surety. 30 seconds for Harper in the 1v3 and doesn't have the kit. Tagged up by the Razor Bloom shell, only a little bit. But as he makes his way through the hallway, you would imagine it's only death that awaits him. Dplus KIA with a 6-0 demolition job on Lair. The game is not done, but the half certainly is.
So cold and deceiving, filled with flies and disguises and cheating. I got just the right sugar to sweeten. turn it all to the Garden of Eden. I can make the gray turn gold, I can make the sun come out. I can make the bland turn gold, show you what it's all about. I can make all your edges smooth. I can make your visions come true. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make you brand new. Just like a filter. All of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bang it true. I can give you a rhyme and a reason. You just have to give in to the feeling. Don't you know that believing is seeing? Let me paint you a world you can dream in. I can make it colorful, I can make the sharpness blur. I can make it possible, I can make the surface pure. I can let you into paradise. I can make it all just seem alright. Just like a filter. Whenever you want me, I'm here for you. I make you brand new. Just all of them flaws, baby, what's the use? Let's bang it true. Just like a filter. Let me take you for a ride. I can fix it up, I can change your.
Well, typically we have a halftime break. I think we may as well have just skipped to the full-blown map break. We're 6-0 up here for Dplus KIA. Help us LFO. Just look, I think we always try and find positives or angles and spins and things like that. They got taught a lesson in that half. Nothing worked for them. There wasn't a lot that went right. I think they made a lot of fundamental mistakes themselves. But if you're going to make fundamental mistakes, you certainly cannot be doing that against a top level team like Dplus KIA. They will absolutely punish you. And we saw that in that fifth round, the basement, the stack filtration. You know, in that moment, you put better decision making in place. You maybe could walk away with a round win, and you can maybe make that argument for a couple of rounds. By and large, though, Dplus KIA were just far, far better in the half. Didn't make any mistakes themselves. Just clinical in all facets of the game. They got the majority of the opening kills. They got multiple multi-kill rounds. So in the half, 6 rounds played, 4 rounds, they had a player that got a 3K or more. So they always had at least someone that could pop off. Musi with 9 in 6 rounds. Like, this is pretty one-sided. And so for Help Us LFO, picking this map, they're going to be kicking themselves, I think, for going here.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does then get marked as a very intriguing map veto selection for them, and one that has ultimately proved very, very, very costly. Again, for Dplus, this map is not particularly bad for them. You look back all the way back to October 2025 to now. Again, they've got a 5-1 record. They've got a very respectable record on this map, and maybe Help Us LFO were lured in a little bit by the CAG result and maybe saw something there that they could try and continue with and exploit, but we haven't even gotten to that point where there's counterplay on offer because there's been a lot of just fundamental breakdowns from them on attack. And so yeah, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit with how that has played out. Yeah, they go top floor to defend for round number 7. It's very, very just stock standard comp lineup in terms of the double plant denial. They've got the additions of the mirror with that double nitro alongside the warden. I think Dplus KIA are probably going to go for a pretty consolidated ops across, maybe then split the push bathroom side as well. And that's kind of the structure that you can see deployed at the moment. Damos as well can lurk lobby. That's just very, very basic stuff here from both teams as Dplus try and get the job done.
Derek does get the first pick. And there is a chance that they can avoid the 7-0, courtesy of the defensive nature of this top floor. Helps as well when you get rid of the ace early on. Just the one tin can opener now from the Capitao of Falls, who's 8-1. It's a shame, though, for Help Us LFO, because on the defensive layer, they probably could have strung together a decent amount of rounds, built up confidence, I think starting on the attack did not help them at all. This would have been a very different game had they, I think, begun on defense. Certainly judging by the start here, they're bringing the right lineup composition. They get the early pick. They can be a little bit more settled. Flash has pushed Harper back temporarily to the R6 room. 60 seconds left. Dplus KIA have started to get Mez control. They find a pick onto Yunsei and Nears as well. Headshot onto Demic. Musi does his job on the Deimos. And suddenly now Dplus KIA, they got the numbers and they can start to push in. Ryder got the trade, but still the numbers remain with Dplus KIA.
Yeah, getting overwhelmed at the moment. Musi takes a ton of damage, but survives, falls for plant. Ryder for a sharp swing, and now Ryder all alone 1v2.
I like the drop down there from Musi, just making sure he's safe on the rotate back up main stairs. The swing against Falls, knowing he's still close by. And that's all done. 7-0, just like that from Dplus KIA. They make quick work. For half a second, I didn't even realize that technically the match is over. But it certainly is. Dplus KIA in a speedrun performance. Brutal beatdown. Helpus LFO are going to need all the help they can get on Chalet.
埼玉県住です。そうですね、自分が PS4 の頃に初めてレインボーシックスシージと出会って、それがきっかけですね。自分がシージを始めたきっかけは、お兄ちゃんがすごいゲームが大好きで、それが影響されてゲームが大好きになりましたね。お兄ちゃんと一緒にやってたゲームは COD の VO2 というゲームがきっかけで、そこから FPS にハマって、本当に一日中一緒にやったりとか、それがきっかけです。そうですね、すごいなんか今と違って純粋にゲームを楽しんでるっていうのがあって、すごい楽しかったなって思い出ありますね。そうですね、シージと出会った頃は自分がまだめちゃめちゃ若い頃ですね。そうですね、自分が e スポーツ選手になったきっかけは、自分は昔から人と競い合うのがすごい好きで、それで言うと中学高校も部活でずっと一本でやってて、それで結構諦めちゃったっていうのが大きくて、諦めた先にあったのがゲームで、それでずっとゲームをしていたら、やっぱ楽しいなっていうよりかはやっぱ勝ちたいっていう気持ちがすごい強くなって、でそれでだんだんやってったら、気づいたらプロになってたっていうか、気づいたら選手になってましたね。そうですね、やっていた部活っていうのは卓球で、中学から始めて、でそのまま結果を少し残せて推薦みたいな感じで高校に行った感じです。そうですね、反射神経だけは多分そこであって、それが多分すごい活かせてるんだなと思います。昔から始めた人っていうか、小さい頃から始めた人がすごい得意な有利なスポーツで、その状況で自分は中学スタートっていう状態で、団体戦っていうのがあったんですけど、それで県3位になって関東大会に出れたのが一番思い出かなと思います。始めたきっかけはそうですね、自分の行った中学がたまたますごい卓球が強いチーム、学校で、しかもみんな中学校から始めて、その幼い頃から始めた人に勝つっていう目標を持ってるチームで、すごい面白そうだなっていうので始めてみましたね。
Origin has got to offer.
Well, a brutal showing from Dplus KIA has seen them run away with a 7-0 result on the opening map of Lair. Their third time on the map, guys, 2-1 over the 3 series played on that map. Disappointing from Helpus LFO. You can't help but say, of course, Dplus played incredibly well, made a lot of really good decisions, made pretty much no mistakes, sharp in the gunplay. Musi was sensational. Falls had a big game as well. Ultimately, it's a case of a team that was switched on versus a team that, well, didn't really come to the table.
Yeah, had them covered in so many facets of the game. Outside of, I guess you could say, opening kills, there were 3 occasions where Helpus LFO were able to find that opening duel and then still went on to lose the round. And unlike maybe some of the other very one-sided on paper results that we've seen throughout Kickoff, whether it be here in APN or elsewhere, this one doesn't have the saving grace for the losing team of maybe having closely contested rounds or overall having the vibe that maybe they got a little unlucky. No, you look at the survival rate across the vast majority of these rounds and they were super dominant. You also look at the opening time of these engagements happening early and happening first in the round, and those were typically quite deep as well, which leans into the storyline that in the first half on attack, Helpus LFO were very slow. And slow's okay when you're able to set yourself up for the execute. Unfortunately, they did look a little lost on most of those pushes, unfortunately, and then Dplus KIA, a team that's really switched on, able to exploit weakness, kicked into gear, closed out these rounds, and the match was honestly over before it really even got going.
Yeah, interesting. In the end, it was a 4-3 split in terms of the opening kill. So it's not like Helpus LFO didn't have opportunities when they had the 5-on-4 advantages. They just couldn't capitalize. And in one of those rounds, that was the only kill they got, was the opening kill. And another one, they only got the 2 kills in that round. So they weren't able to string together rounds where they got a good early start and then were able to compound on that, get a couple more kills, and then have the numbers up in the gunfights. It was always Dplus KIA that even if they got the opening death, the response was swift and pretty quick. And on the flip side, when they got the opening kill, the round was basically done from there. At no point was Helpus LFO able to get back into that given round. It was a very dominant round finish. Ultimately, whenever you have a 7-0, you cannot really find a lot of positives to the team that lost. You didn't get a single round. You didn't get a single plant down. You didn't get a single clutch. You didn't get any multi-kills. So, you got beaten up pretty badly. You make the case again where Dplus played incredibly well, and sometimes you got to tip your hat to your opponent, but you can lose games where your opponent played incredibly well, but you still got at least 2 to 3 rounds and held a bit more of your own composure. But I just don't think they had any composure in the map. This was very brutal, and it's a big wake-up call for Helpus LFO going into the next map of Chalet, which is a map they've actually played. So again, when we went back to that map, Veto, you've picked a map that your opponent has already played twice and dominated at least one team on. Then, funnily enough, the team in which picked against you, Chalet, well, you've played Chalet and they haven't. Now, Kenotrope beat Helpus LFO 7-3 back on the opening play day of Chalet. Helpus only got 1 defensive round in that first half, and that set it up. Then they go and beat VRX on it 7-5. They got 4 attacking rounds in the first half. That set them up. Again, defense was a little bit shaky, gave up a 3-3 half, but still won the map. But VRX, as we saw with the new look lineup, weren't really too strong. And so now against Dplus going over to Chalet, I'm very worried for Helpus LFO.
Yeah, I'm super concerned as well. Man on screen now, though, Musi, he was absolutely popping off on that first map. Finished 11-12, 86% cost. He was just all across the board, just amazing. Had a phenomenal start, round 1, opening kill, back that up with a what was at least a triple, and here's his little replay package of that particular map. It just felt like wherever you put him, he was able to have impact. Round 3, a really good example, again under pressure from the Shield Glass lineup from Helpus LFO. I was able to just pick them apart, and so did a phenomenal job. Feels like the vibes for the Dplus are much more positive, which I mean goes without saying. They just 7-0'd their opponents, so they're going to be pretty pleased with themselves. But if they can carry even a semblance of this form onto map number 2, we haven't had a 14-0 yet, at least not that we've casted, but maybe this will be the one.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that when you bring someone into a lineup such as Musi, they've got to have impact, and he's certainly had impact. And I'll use the CAG game as a reference point where they got absolutely torn to shreds. 7-1 loss on Lair, which is quite their lair games have been wild. They had a 7-2 win, then a 7-1 loss, and now a 7-0 win. Like, none of the lairs that Dplus have been involved in have been close. Then they had the 7-2 loss on Border. But Musi actually performed really well in that series. He was the only one that didn't go negative. He went 14-14. He went 1-0 on entry, and he had a 71% cost. He actually went positive EPS-wise in that series loss, when they only got 3 round wins. Like, that's actually quite staggering that you can have a performance such as that when your team has just been obliterated. And then we see now on the opposite side of that with a 7-0 win, he doesn't just kind of then fall back. No, he's leading from the front. So he gets even more that goes his way. He's been a really big pickup, really big addition for Dplus KIA. No surprise there. And he's a big reason why I think this team can still go all the way and make the major. They're a really solid team. They've just got to get it all to click in to gear. And I'm sure they would have learned a lot from that CAG loss, and they'd love to get a rematch in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. We did have word a few minutes ago that there has been a rehost, and as you can quite clearly see in the background, a couple of the Dplus players are restarting their clients at the moment. And we are currently waiting on them to join the lobby, which is ready to go. So should only be a couple of moments away from map number 2. Chalet, of course, in this best of 3, if required, although that feels a long way away at the moment. Bank will be the decider in this best of 3. The numbers on Chalet look a little bit more favorable for Dplus than probably Happas LFO would like, but that's probably subsequent due to the kind of depth that Dplus does have to offer in this kind of series, and so it was always going to be very tricky to sort of navigate this particular veto. There's not a ton of data for Dplus KIA, especially given the sheer amount we do have for them, at least here on Chalet. So I don't know what Happas LFO have seen here to allow it through, but let's find out.
Well, Dplus are going to start on the defense once again, and they'll be very difficult to break down for Happas LFO. They've got to find a win here on Chalet, or their time in kickoff comes to an end at the hands of Dplus KIA. Must-win territory for them now, here and then on Bank to follow if required, if they can get back into this. 7-0s aren't great mentally, and I think that's the biggest thing now moving forward for Happas LFO is cast your minds away from what happened on that opening map. Back yourselves in and don't shy away from aggression and trying to make things happen and being scared of making mistakes coming into Chalet. You've got to go into that do or die mode and hope that that does enough to get you this result. And the good news about when you lose 7-0 is it's irrelevant going into the second map. It's the same as if you lost 8-7. There's no difference. Map is done. Move onto the second one. The bands Monty and Grim band away from Happas LFO, and they'll take off the board the Azami and the Mirror.
Alrighty. So top floor for the first site of choice. The Rayora is an intriguing addition. I do anticipate we see some interesting Rayora stats brought into play, especially in her buffed state. The range of her launcher is now actually pretty significant. You can do some pretty crazy lineups these days now. So unfortunately, we're not going to see it actually locked in for round number 1, but certainly something to note going forward. The sense, though, is introduced into the lineup, so suggesting that we'll see some kind of play centered around that later in the round. As for the defense, very Denari heavy here, so a lot of trap util has been deployed on the solar side push. An intriguing addition. You bring the Aruni as well with, of course, the strength of the DMR and then the ability to introduce more trap util as well, even the cast as well to soak up some of the explosives. So it's a little experimental from both teams at the moment. Early positioning from the position of the attack, though, suggesting we actually see a bit of activity on this solar side of the map and playing into this setup.
Well, the opening map of Lair started with a flawless. Started in that first half as a flawless half as well. Happas LFO will be eager to get around on the board just for the confidence boost. But they can't think about getting it all back in one round. Just play the fundamentals. Treat each round as if it's 0-0. In this case, it is. Bring the Blackbeard up for a soldier. And a pretty heavy stack over towards Bathroom right now for Dplus KIA with Musi and Nias double stacking together, which does lock down this position when you've got Levy over towards Piano as well. So that kind of balcony area for Helpless LFO isn't really going to be all that strong for them if they stay tucked in. Dplus offer them nothing that's going to force them at Library side and Solar side, which is what Dplus want. Where this site really gets opened up is if the attack can clear out positions like Bathroom and Piano and then start to put pressure around the site. Midi putting his own sense of pressure right now from top Library. And Yusang will fall. Here's gets the pick over towards Bathroom. A Soldier is in towards Solar. You can just see how open it is. The Blackbeard is very strong in this area. But the headshot as Soldier was trying to find the pick. And I love this strategy set up, though, by Dplus KIA. Open up the footholes, force them into Solar. Once they get into Solar, it's like walking into a trap. They're just completely opened up. They got no cover themselves and very difficult to hit the shots onto the Bathroom holders.
Yeah, there's a lot of different layers to that defense, and going for the old school direct Solar there is so high risk. I really don't think that's the most optimal way to approach that. You need a little bit more pressure down below, more util clearance, more explosives. Unfortunately, the spearhead there is very low percentage, and well, ultimately, help us LFO get the result that was probably expected in that round. Maybe even more, a little more lopsided against them, of course, a flawless opener.
What they needed, though, I think, is pressure Library. Bring more bodies on the Library side, and then once you've gotten control, get a couple to rotate off and go for a pinch. Instead, they just go for a stack push, and it just falls right into the trap.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And flawless again to start the second map, as we did on the first map too. So, I mean, when you lose the first map 7-0, started with the flawless, going to the second map, and it's flawless again, and it's an 8-0 start to the series in favor of Dplus KIA. That's where, yeah, mentally, it's like very difficult, even for the best of players and the most utmost professionals, to kind of keep your head in the right frame of mind that you can still win, because there's got to be, naturally, I think it's only human, the thoughts in the back of your mind thinking, yeah, we're probably not going to win this. And as soon as that happens, you're definitely not going to win it. I like Ryder going under the snake. We haven't really seen that from Helpless LFO. Change it up a little bit. But is Bar Games the site in which you need to bring it? Maybe against Midi on the Solar, so if you can go hunt him down. But then if that's the role, and that's the goal, why not just bring the Deimos?
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm really just honing in on the time management here of this attack. It was a big sore point over on Lair. And something that will need to be addressed here on Chalet. A map that naturally should open itself up a little bit more once you're able to grind in that initial map control. Or at least some presence on the map. But we've got that on display now. Over towards Solar, they can spearhead this. Bit of range hard bridge to expose Levy. Double peek with Musi. Soldier's under pressure, but Harper has his back. Good cross, and we'll spot the second. Run out below, well played from Midi. 4-4, and probably a net win for the defense, however, given that the active Twitch is off the board and Levy's already placed his util.
Yeah, 100%. And Ryder's not hunting Midi, so Midi's under no pressure right now. It's a full Solar side sweep across for Helpless LFO, which is going to limit the impact of the Solid Snake in this round. The Soldier's going to go place his air jabs. Yunseng's going to play around with the Roteros. So it kind of leaves Demic and Ryder as the remaining two to hold some angles, see if they can push, drone out. And it's going to slow this round down massively. And you've still got to clear out these library players. Funnily enough, the site itself is completely vacant. But such is the nature of Bar Games. If you don't clear library, where are you going to really get this plant down? There's just too many angles that you can cover from above. And then Midi's still down below watching anyway. And he actually gets the kill onto Ryder, so he beats out the Solid Snake. Does get traded, though, by Demic over towards Office. And a lovely headshot from Soldier, and gives Helpless LFO a big lead. They're just winning the gunfights in this round. Dplus KIA, instead of opting to fall back, play safe positions like bar stock, they wanted to keep taking the gunfights. Leaves Falls in a 1v3 and help us LFO. That streak finally comes to an end. They're on the board for the first time in the series. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression from Dplus KIA gave them the pathway and they took advantage.
Well, it seems like the 14-0 dream is now dead and buried. Some semblance of confidence now for Help Us LFO, who have actually been able to win a round with primarily gunfights there. A lot of it taking place over towards the top floor. The opening trade wasn't super favorable for them, losing the Twitch for the Goyo. Didn't put them in the best position. They then had to play sort of like a two-man front line, but they were able to back themselves in those fights, a couple of which look pretty awkward, but able to get the job done. And so now they have a little bit of a base to play off. Over to Dining for round 3, the selection Dplus KIA. And Help Us LFO will just be looking to, I think, slowly build on that round. Try to take, again, a little bit of confidence from that. Try to continue to chip away at their tempo and their timings, which wasn't too bad in that last round. Try and set that as the expectation now going forward, that they need to be the ones initiating plays and getting in the face of this defense a little earlier.
And curious to see if Help Us can kick on from that as a result and use that as a boon of confidence. Provide them with a little bit more vigor and spark and desire to push in, take the gunfights. Look what we can do. We can hit the shots. We can hold these angles. We can beat these guys. And so if that can fill the coffers of confidence, well, they'll find a way to get themselves back into this series. We know, again, they're a talented group of players. They can hit some good shots. Mechanically, they're sound. And at the very best of what we've ever seen from these guys, it's major level qualifications. They should never be in the territory of 7-0, 7-1, destroyed by Dplus out of kickoff. That's not their pass mark at all. If you're going to lose to Dplus, at least make it competitive. Musi, I like him now going onto the Mozzie just to keep that pressure up and doubling down alongside the Solidus, where they maybe get the sense that, okay, Help Us LFO are going to start to try and be more aggressive. Let's match that. Nitrocell almost gets rid of Soldier. But even though it doesn't kill him, it still now hinders his ability to push into Solar and be aggressive.
Oh yeah, Foles is over towards Dining with impacts. I think the call will go out that Soldier may be low after that Nitro. And Foles will be ready and waiting to catch Soldier, who's now in a very compromised position. Top floor still heavily contested. Help Us LFO have invested quite a big chunk of utility and haven't gained a lot from it. Dplus KIA is still given the freedom to be pretty active here on the second floor. Nears gets caught though. Good catch from Demic. Minute on the clock. Now time starts to slowly become a concern.
And Musi knows though he's now getting pinch pressure. Hasn't had to deal with it. So he wanted to swing Ryder and take the 1v1. Lost that. Good job from Ryder, but he got taken low. And a lot of other fights haven't gone their way either. Leaves us in this awkward predicament. There's still 40 seconds, so they can try and salvage this if you Help Us LFO, but they're very low on health. Yeah, Falls had the extra health advantage, took a bit of damage, got the immediate kill onto Ryder. He was low.
Impact.
Getting pressured though by Soldier. He's still very low, and he knows he needs to try and keep the shield up at all times, especially with Midi and Falls pushing together, and Dplus respond. At least, though, what we're getting on Chalet is more competitiveness.
Certainly. It feels a little more competitive. I think Help Us LFO and their structure here on a map like Chalet that's a little more compact and a little easier to establish crosses is making their life a bit more comfortable. They can play some more static positions and don't feel as much pressure, whereas on Lair they had to be a little bit more mobile, and that's where they were getting caught out. To be fair, through the mid portion of that round, Dplus KIA started to look pretty unsettled and were playing very ultra aggressive into those positions as opposed to maybe sitting back and draining more utility. So perhaps an element of impatience there from the defense. Although it wasn't, terribly played, they were ultimately able to capture a good advantage there towards the end, won some key fights. They're doing a lot of utility as well from the attack, and with that, their health as well. Right here, And some Muzi over-aggressing a little bit, but then, yeah, some big picks went their way elsewhere. And Soldier, who was so low for the entirety of that round, there wasn't a whole lot that he could do in terms of playmaking. So, yeah, good work there from Dplus KIA. Certainly more competitive than Lair. But a long way to go for Help Us LFO to have a half that's actually competitive.
10 seconds remaining.
One thing that they've been able to do, though, is just not allow Muzi to kind of do what he wants. Back on Lair, he was just kind of running around and having a bit of a free time, got a lot of kills, and now he's 0-2. He's having to work a bit more for it. And you saw that in the previous round with the pinch pressure from Bathroom and then Piano Window. So they're making Dplus work for it a little bit more, which is the good news and good signs for help us LFO. They're in the game. You know, it's 2-1. Obviously, the wider picture of it is that they lost the first map so convincingly, but that's irrelevant now. And they should feel like they're a good chance here on Chalet off of what we've seen in the opening 3 rounds. But just because you're in the game and you're competitive doesn't mean it's suddenly going to mean you're going to just get wins for free. Dplus will step their own game up. And so that's going to be the bigger issue. And I like already the aggression, yeah, this kind of library extension with the Mez hole, just making sure that Help Us LFO know they're not going to get free entry. And they're really relying on this Blackbeard, and they'll use it for the remainder of this half. I don't know why they banned away the Solid Snake. I would have just taken the Blackbeard off the board, forced them maybe into Blitz, which is then a bit more hyper-aggression compared to the safer Blackbeard. And so, credit to Help Us LFO, they're making full advantage of that.
Ooh. Okay, they're laying pretty decent pressure at the moment. Soldier playing the front line on the Blackbeard, but Midi elsewhere drops Demic trying to support this shield. Dplus KIA, they're not particularly eager to peel. I like this aggression. They're not backing down. They're forcing these clears, but with that comes the risk of the clear, and Near's the victim of that. Midi still has not peeled back. Okay, finally forced out. I mean, some good siege on offer for both teams in this round. Certainly the most competitive round we've had so far, and a good catch down below onto Midi from Yunsang. This is better from Help Us.
Again, really much better. And there wasn't really much for Nears to do. That's just a wonderful shot from Levy. You know, Nears was like, well, he got frag grenaded, but then he's going to be forced out into the open and probably dead. So just one of those kind of predicaments. And then Yunsang catches the timing on Midi pushing down library stairs. It's because they're just more active and involved so far on Chalet, which is why we're seeing these rounds look far more competitive. 3v3, under a minute left. Winnable for both teams. And these are going to be the moments now where your life in Kickoff is determined. You drop these sort of rounds, Help Us LFO, then you're 3-1 down, and then, yeah, again, the doubt starts to creep back in. They've got to find a way to convert here.
Diffuser in the hands of Soldier. Harper in support. Essentially a 1v3 if this plant attempt is to go down. And you can see he's in an awkward spot, trying to progress, trying to find a pick. Util dump deep will allow the plant to go down, but Soldier and Harper both so low on HP.
They're just going to allow them to get the plant, knowing that Harper's going to be covering. Falls then pushes up with extra numbers. Soldier got a kill. They cannot give him the 1v1s here, especially in the Blackbeard, trying to find a way to corral him in the corner. And as he went to pop up, the numbers prevail for Dplus because Soldier hit his shots. It will be 3-1. Again, more competitiveness and better from Help Us LFO, but it's not netting them the round wins in the last 2 rounds. But this is where you can look at the scoreboard and say, well, it's 3-1 to Dplus, but probably could have been 3-1 to Help Us LFO, and you couldn't say that on the opening map.
No, yeah, decently competitive round. I think, again, probably in that transition period towards plant, they may have played it a little differently where they routed the diffuser. It carried a pretty high risk taking that early engagement as opposed to forcing plant and then maybe playing for retake straight off the bat. I liked what we saw, though, on the library clear, though. Again, Dplus KIA are... I don't want to frame it as... It's not disrespectful, but they are playing maybe a little more aggressive against this attack than they would against... a stronger opponent in the sense that they're not peeling with a lot of conviction. They're willing to kind of hold their ground until the very last minute when they are, 99% confident they absolutely must move. But up until that point, they're like, okay, I'm playing here and I'm not giving up this position at all costs. And that has obviously worked well for them generally over the course of the series, but it carries a bit of risk. And Help Us LFO were able to eventually break that down, but in the late round, unfortunately letting them down back in round number 4.
5 seconds left before
And so into the 5th, it feels like once more only 2 more opportunities now for Dplus KIA to find that second round and to remain competitive here in Chalet and the series as a whole.
Yeah, my concern is, though, you go back to that Kenotrope game and Dplus KIA only got the 1 defensive round themselves. So they were very susceptible on the defense. Now, again, it's a different series, a different day. It might be different today, but it's still a reference point to make note of. And even against Fear X, they gave up 3 attacking rounds. So where we already now sit with this 3-1 scoreline suggests to me that Dplus will be very difficult to beat in the second half, and they'll get attacking rounds. A big opening kill from Harper. But again, they've had a lot of opening kills in the series as a whole. They had the 3 back on Lair. This will be now their 3rd on Chalet. They just don't have the ways to convert. Lovely double kill, though, again for Dplus. It just keeps happening. It's just time and time again. They get the opening pick, Dplus KIA, and they don't have any ways then to compound on that advantage.
Yeah, and the rest of the attack struggling to follow up from that early pressure. And in the meantime, Levy, who did a really phenomenal job staying alive earlier and backing in towards Closet, opening up that opportunity for Muzi, while both of those players now have been able to escape, essentially unharmed. There'll now be an opportunity for the defense to anchor on the side. They have Nitro to play off, potentially some Goya util, midi can feed info. Not immediately, of course. I'll hold 2 above for now and look to exploit this man advantage that they afforded themselves with that really nice extension over towards Solar. And for Dplus KIA now, minute on the clock. Again, their problem solving is going to be under the microscope.
Oh, that's a good hold from Demic to just be patient. And Levy provides the opportunity. But then every time something goes right for Dplus KIA, they just lose someone else. And I like the patience here for Dplus. There was time on the clock. There still is. They had a chance to just play it slow, see if someone presents. They got that with Levy. But then losing Yun Sang means that they don't go into this 3v3. Had they been able to do so, you can flood this site. You can split off Midi, who's not in sight. Double bar stock hold. You got Capitao, you got Smokes. They had the flash, but in a 2v3, it's a lot more difficult to do that. Now they've completely run out of time. They get surrounded. They had to worry about the Solus coming in from dining. They knew that if they pushed in, they're going to get pinched. They can't really get and clear out bar stock for free. They didn't have a lot of options. And it's 4-1 in favor of Dplus KIA, 3 rounds away from knocking out Dplus KIA.
Yeah, so close yet so far in a couple of rounds here on Chalet. Tactical timeout has been called, presumably by Dplus KIA. That'd be the most logical prediction. Yeah. They just continue to find themselves in okay positions. I wouldn't say they've, at least in that last round, were particularly strong. The map clear was a little inefficient, and then they were playing from a player down, but they showed some good patience. It's a pretty good resolve through the mid-round, and then, unfortunately, as they then transition in towards execute, where they had the smokes to play off, they had some flashes, they had several options available to them. They could have tried to split backstories you were kind of alluding to, but being a player down meant that they didn't kind of have that extra body to throw. And with the kind of composure and structure that Dplus KIA have been playing with today, it's been very difficult to unsettle them. And so, yeah, playing at a disadvantage makes it really tough late round when those strong positions are being held to force a mistake and force their hands. So, look, full credit to Dplus KIA. They're doing what they need to. And as we enclose towards the role swap, they're in such a good position once again.
Final round of the half. as I've already kind of pointed out, I mean, there's even getting this second attacking round, it still doesn't bode well. Unless suddenly today help us become a defensive juggernaut on Chalet, which I just struggled to see that happening. Chalet is a good map for attacking teams. You get plenty of opportunities on pretty much all the sites. Like, again, defense will usually statistically be more likely, but the opportunity is there, and I think Dplus KIA are the kind of team that will be able to take the most of those opportunities. Go back to kitchen and dining for the final time this half. No basement. Basement is a site that you're probably seeing a little bit less and less of. It's, I would consider it like a flex site. Some teams like it and set up well on it. Other teams prefer to avoid it.
Yeah, it's only been played 6 times globally in the last couple of weeks, compared to high 50s to 60s for most of the other sites. So,
compared to where it probably used to sit, I think in the meta for Chalet.
It's also been won 5 out of the 6 times by attack, so it's pretty poor to defend at the moment. Just the one target available for Yunsang.
Yeah, Ryder's going to lurk up library stairs, and they're going to try and see if they can pinch someone, but there's no one really there. And credit to Dplus in the way that they've kind of set up in this round. They're not going to provide a lot of opportunities, and Endemic is just dead immediately.
Take notes. That's how you make a hole.
Again, they're just so proactive and so aggressive on the front line here. Dplus KIA not shying away from these fights, and they're not wanting to forfeit the ground all too easily. We'll see if that does change a little bit here, given the early advantage. And they can play a safe backline position over towards Solar. As you can see, currently it is a 3-2 split from the defense. And they do need to be cautious of the Blackbeard, especially in this round. Olivia in office, half-wall position, and his exit is covered. Well played. 45 seconds though on the clock, and so immediately the discussion quickly pivots towards the clock once again. And can help us LFO from a position that looks decent actually convert a round?
25 seconds left, 4v3, been in this position before. Help us LFO haven't had the capabilities of winning rounds such as this. Legs shot out of Soldier, Nears will fall back. And they can very much now just play the site itself, because Help us LFO, if you keep one above, you're going to have the 2 inside. You're just completely outnumbered. Soldier goes down, that's Kid on the floor. Well, the half is coming to an end. At least it's not 6-0, but 5-1 isn't a whole lot better for Help us LFOs. Dplus KIA 2 rounds away from knocking them out.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down, you never broke down. My back used to be up against walls, it's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask, hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could've split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself, I don't wanna spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peep the drive, see how I stayed in my lane when they shifted. I knew that time could not erase what my destiny's written. Right there next to these writtens. In my skin and my DNA like the one that was risen. I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up. Changed all my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I claimed it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. You thinking of it make me wrong. Damn, has it been too long? Yeah, still I got my eyes on the prize, and else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were at one time, that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really matter, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it will. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed all my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know
I'm not too sure there's much longer to go in this one. Dplus KIA 5-1 up on the second map and making pretty quick work of their opponents. Dplus LFO have looked more competitive. I think you can confidently say that, guys. Again, they split the opening kills 3-3 in the half. They got the plant down once. They had a multi-kill round. But for all it's worth, it's still 4 rounds straight to Dplus, 5-1 in the half. Certainly a couple of those rounds, I think Dplus LFO had far more of an opportunity to get some wins on the board. And if everything had have gone absolutely right for them, maybe a 3-3 half could have been on the cards and we would have been talking about the second half very differently. But yeah, fair to say this one is looking pretty much done.
Yeah, I can't help but shake the same feeling. It feels like this is a formality from this point onwards. Dplus KIA will be looking onwards to that next match of the day for the winner of these two in the form of Scars. And I think if Dplus KIA can play this level of aggression and confidence against Scars, it's not necessarily going to translate to as dominant of a result, but I certainly think it's going to be a tough game for Scars, actually. And then, yeah, excited for that one later in the day. Of course, we are, speaking on the assumption that Dplus KIA do go on to win this match, but I think it would be a pretty bold prediction to think otherwise, based on what we have seen so far, where Dplus LFO have just not quite been able to click inside of the server so far today. They now have defense. We'll see if they can do something special here and bring this one back. It's Office as the first site of choice, and the bans for the second half: Mirror, Denari, Grim, and Dien.
Everyone good? Alright, let's get cracking. Loading new magazine.
Yeah, looking at the two maps in combined 18 and 2 of falls. 2 deaths.
Wow.
Musie's obviously not been as impactful on Chalet as he was on Lair, where he had 11 and 2 on the map of Lair, but Falls has been sensational across both of the maps. There's not a lot of positivity when you kind of look at the numbers for the Dplus LFO players. Their best has been Soldier, 8-11, 0-0 entry, but still only a 38% cost. As they go defense, can they string a couple of rounds together to start the second half and see if they can fight to the end. Everything, though, statistically, across previous maps and what we've seen in this series, does suggest that they're very unlikely to come back and win this map. Good clear from Yun Sang. Music continues to struggle here on Chalet. 2-5 now for what was the standout back on Lair and the standout in their loss against CAG. This has been his worst map for a while, maybe even his worst map since joining this team. Luckily, he's got very competent teammates, though, to carry the load. Nears is in towards Library on the Monty.
Yeah, and Dplus now will begin their peel back. It's not as contesting maybe as heavily as we've seen from Dplus KIA, who have typically been really forced out of position, whereas this time Dplus LFO, again with the main advantage, that's understandably so, will peel back a little more cautiously. In the meantime, Levy's been able to pivot below 3 targets available for him on the Deimos. It's like a bit of a wild card in this round. So he's down below on the Tuba route with Nitro in pocket. Maybe in anticipation for a late solar pivot or catch something over towards Trophy. But in the meantime, Nears does tease plant. Forced off though, last gas babe from Soldier used, and Nears has been able to find a pocket of space to maybe get the kit down. No contest. Oh, actually denied by the Ella. Denied by the Ella.
Big from Harper, but still your Nitrosol's not anywhere close to this, so it's still going to go off anyway. At least they got the kill onto Falls, and Levy goes down to Yun Sang because he came up from basement. I think he's completely caught Levy off guard. And so it's a 2v5 post-plant retake, but everyone's low on health for Dplus LFO, except for Demic, and Demic's the one that dies. This might be the most winnable 2v5 retake attempt that I've ever seen for the attacking team. Because you can't just throw your bodies here blindly in a rush. But they do get the kill on to Nears. Midi, does he have an angle? One up close. Harper's on for the kit, and they've just got enough bodies to throw. Oh, that was still close for Helper Salafo, but they do get their second round.
Yeah, a little dicey. I think they composed themselves really, really nicely. Good plant denial, I think, and good stall out. The first was exercised by the smoke. That was good. A good job from him with the gas babe, and then the follow-up Alla as well just brought an additional bit of time and maybe unsettled the attack a little bit. And they didn't just sit there and stall out the defense. They then got proactive, found a couple of picks, and yeah, sure, the plant went down, but they had then a strong man count to be able to flood, overwhelm, and retake down below. Shout out as well to Yun Sang playing that awkward position below. He was able to hit a good flank and have impact in the round as well. And so, yeah, overall, the playmaking there from Helpos LFO was, again, some of the better we have seen throughout this series. And so there might be a bit of life in this second half as they continue their march on defense.
Yeah, and immediately Harper just goes onto the clash. They know the Dplus are going to want to play into the Monty.
5 seconds remaining.
And to bar games for the 8th round. Interesting lineup. They've got the catch utility with the ADSs from Ryder. Yun Sang will play Pulse in basement. It does mean, though, that when you bring a lineup such as this, it's not that full anchor heavy sort of lineup. Not a lot of real trap utility. In fact, there's not really any kind of trap utility in contrast to what we saw from Dplus KIA on the same site. Yeah, they brought the Goya, they brought the Alla, they brought the Legion, brought a lot more of that trap utility. They could be a little susceptible here if they catch a good timing. They get an early pick. Yun Sang stuck in basement. And Demic will need to be very cautious with how he uses a lot of this gas babe utility. He's sitting bar stock. This needs to be saved late round. Can't use it early. And Ryder trying to contest, drops down immediately, gets nothing at big window. So when you kind of look at library, it's already completely vulnerable. Soldier's playing Mez. And so it's like, well, can you deal with the clash? And if you get, oh, there you go, perfect. I mean, almost got the kill opportunity onto Harper. His back was showing. Now he can sit tucked in. It's a small little win for Helper Salafocus. He probably should have been dead there, and that would have just given the round over.
Yeah, we'll see if they can dump the utility required to clear the clash. Actually,
already
Harper will
dropped.
drop in the meantime, so probably not wanting to take that risk. Fair enough, I suppose.
Shields out and ready.
Can fortify a position now in towards the objective with that shield, or even rotate it elsewhere. Maybe just respecting the util clearance ability of Dplus KIA and wanting to prioritize that for the late round.
There's one gas babe left though, guys. No nitro cells, no utility. So they're a little susceptible to big window. Especially with the repositioning.
Oh, the Thatcher onto the clash, and say Harper's position now is pretty compromised top library.
Still a minute too, so good amount of time. Looking to clear out Mez from a different angle of approach. Demic though gets the kill on the fall. Soldier can't win his battle. Wonderful pistol from Niz. He's just in a 2v3 after the exchanging gunfights. The Clash and Monty both dealt with, but the numbers are with Helper Salafo. And Yun Sang's actually in piano. He can get a good backwards flank here. I don't think Dplus are aware of this at all. And he does indeed get the headshot onto Musi. And that should be the round. That's going to make it 2 straight for Helper Salafo. Unless Levy pulls off the 1v3. He's got 30 seconds to do so.
Should be a pretty simple cleanup here for the defense. And there we go. Helper Salafo able to get the job done over towards Bar. Yeah, well played round. Harper especially, I think it was a little risky for him to pivot as early as he did from the library tuck position. But he was able to then re-establish control over towards top library stairs. And then despite being hard countered by the Thatcher and his shield actually having limited impact in that regard, he was still able to value it to the point where he finds that multi and ultimately, yeah, sure, traded out, but he afforded his team the advantage, made that clear really awkward for Dplus KIA as we catch the tail end of that little double from him. And it was critical because the Monty was on a bit of a rampage that round, but yeah, he did a really, really good job. Enabled that flank potential as well if it was needed, ultimately not the case with good anchor work on the objective.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
So it's back-to-back for Helper Salafo. Tertiary site, though, given the context of the scoreboard, is a necessity. So let's see if this is a serious comeback or if it's going to wane here on round number 9.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've started really well in this second half, and that's all you can really ask of them. Posed the questions regarding their defensive capabilities just based on their previous matches of Chalet against Kenotrope and VRX, and so they've already kind of improved upon those games. At least it's a good showing, it's a good sign. But they've also had the early advantages in both of these 2 rounds. So what happens if someone gets picked early, and then what happens if it becomes a 5v3? They're very susceptible. So you've got to stay locked in. You don't have margin for error because you gave up the 5 rounds in the first half. You're still 2 rounds behind Dplus. Dplus still going to need 1 more round to at least just book in overtime. So they're still in a pretty comfortable position where they can just go for a fast hit, try and overwhelm, help us LFO.
That's what they're going for. Straight through West, man.
And that's what they're going to do here. Pinch as well with the blitz, straight into kitchen for Nears. He's done really well to survive for this long, and he's getting the benefit of that now because his teammates are helping and getting kills. Mini then gets rid of Harper. Nears can go for the plant inside of kitchen. The fast hit early on in this 9th round seems like it'll pay off for Dplus KIA. Help us LFO weren't ready for it. They wanted to play their game. They wanted to play the delay game and hope that Dplus would play into it, and Dplus just gone through the front door.
Yeah. Love that approach, leveraging the blitz. 2v5 post plant position. It is looking almost impossible, and it should be flawless. Yunsang has been pretty decent here on Chalet, but this is absolutely beyond his limit. Dplus KIA, 1 step closer to winning the series. I love the shot call here on the tertiary site. And help us LFO, their slow start in the first half is coming back to bite them.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good round from Dplus KIA, and as you said, it's just a call. It's a set play. We're going to do this. We're going to execute it. And they've done it really well. That was a really solid round from Dplus KIA because then they got kind of forced into playing and doing something like that where they had to go into the strat book and say, all right, let's try this, because the first 2 rounds just weren't working, playing the more conventional default kind of style, playing into what Help Us LFO were doing. Help Us LFO were matching them and coming out better in the first 2 rounds. So they kind of try to dictate the round themselves because they were losing based on what the defense was providing. So this time they're like, all right, we're going to do what we want to do. If it works, great. If it doesn't, well, it is what it is, but we're going to try to be the ones to change the course of the round. Solace in the line bands, Master Bedroom and Office coming up for what could be the final round of this series. 6-3 lead for Dplus. They get 3 series points to knock out Help Us LFO. And kind of came out of nowhere too, because we haven't seen Blitz play in the series except for a single round back on Lair, which was from Help Us LFO. So it wasn't even from Dplus KIA. They haven't played Blitz at all. So I think that catches Help Us LFO off guard. Dplus have lent more into the Monty game, a little bit more of that slower pace. They themselves either been all that aggressive and fast paced and going for a set play like that. So when you don't do it at all, and you finally bring it out and you execute it so quickly into the round, there's no time for Help Us LFO to really figure out what's going on and how do we counter this. And then add in what was, a really good play as well from Nears on the blitz that just survived the amount of contact coming his way, the guard breaks, the shots. That solidified the round, and well-deserved lead for Dplus KIA.
Well, can they get the job done here? Round 10. It certainly feels like an inevitability at this point. Also a case of when, not if, Dplus KIA can book that ticket against Scars in the lower bracket semi-final for what should be a very competitive match. Maybe not if Soldier can have something to say about it. Finds the opener. Harper as well will get in on the action, and Nears is low on HP on the side of Dplus KIA. Does still find the kill on the Yunsang, and the Soldier is low on HP. Nears has the protection of his shield as well, which keeps this round a little interesting. Susceptible to the smoke, of course. And so Nears has to be patient.
Yeah, again, it's the one takeaway for Help Us on this map. They've been really good in the opening kills. Dplus have been a bit careless with their entries on the attack, and they were a little susceptible on the defense too, giving up 3 opening kills to the opposition. So if there's something to take away from this map, win or lose for Dplus KIA, it's certainly going to be their entries. There's a lot of time remaining in this round, though, so they can slow the pace down, try and keep Nias up on the Monty, allow him to push forward later in the round. That's a lovely swing from Musi. He stays alive as well, 1 HP. It's quite literally retreats back in towards Library. He and Nias very low on health. Headshot, though, from Musi is exquisite. He started 2-5. He's now 6-6. He's come alive late in the piece here on Chalet. But Nias will fall, so no more Monty. Falls, who's been the MVP of the series, though, still alive and full health, but Musi has come back to life right up by himself to keep Helpus LFO in kickoff. He's only got the 2 kills to his name so far on Chalet, but he needs to double it up with 40 seconds left. He'll push, he'll get aggressive, catches Musi prone, up close, so Falls will not miss his shots. Helpus LFO are out of kickoff as Dplus KIA will book their date against Scars later this evening in the quest of running the lower bracket.
Well, that's the Dplus KIA that we've come to know and love here in the APL. A much better return to form from them, and I think, again, tying in with the storyline that their earlier performance against CAG, not a reflection of where this team is really at. And I think they've now set themselves up with a really strong platform to go on through this lower bracket, make a run, and that matchup against Scars later today, I'm sure, is going to be a really, really competitive one.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I can't wait for that. Of course, we'll have the upper bracket final before it, but for Dplus KIA, I think they'll be very happy with the series as a whole. They were incredibly dominant on Lair, 7-0, 0 mistakes, gave Helpus LFO very little look-ins. Chalet, okay, a little bit more of a contest, but that was more towards the end of the map. They started with that 5-1 lead, exquisite defense in that first half, and again, a little shaky when it came to maybe their entries, and that was the pathway, I think, for Helpus LFO to be competitive in the rounds, was getting those early picks and then playing off the numbers advantage. But yeah, I think a 7-3 scoreline is still most the fairest result in favor of Dplus. They were far and away the better team in the series, deserved to win it out pretty comfortably. And for Helpus LFO, well, an extended break once again, heading into stage 1, they've got some work to do.
Yeah, unfortunately, it now means that, sure, we still have a South Korean organization in the bracket, but in terms of players inside of the server, with TheoX eliminated even before Helpus LFO, that's now, unfortunately, South Korea's run done here in the bracket, which was a big storyline heading into this matchup and a reflection on where that part of the world is at right now when it comes to Rainbow Six. It's been a really rough run for them over the last few months, and it seems like that pain is going to continue for a little while longer. So hopefully they can bounce back, and stage 1 could be a little bit of a different storyline for those guys.
And for Dplus now, looking ahead, they've got the matchup against Scars later this afternoon. Of course, they've not played so far in kickoff, but Scars themselves, again, I don't think they've been CAG level, if that makes sense, right? So I think that they've got every opportunity to go into that as maybe even the favorites, to be honest. We've got Dplus KIA's coach Hel coming in for a quick chat after their result win against Helpus LFO. Hel, welcome on in. Congratulations on the win. Very dominant on Lair. Were you surprised that they picked that map into you guys after what you've shown on it so far, CAG results aside?
Yeah, we were first hello, and yeah, we're surprised that they picked the map. Like it's not our worst map, and even after we lost to KAG, like it's not our bad map, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, cool. I want to look ahead at the Scars matchup that you guys have later today. How much have you looked into their play style? Do you guys feel like you're well equipped to take down Scars?
Yeah, we're studying like Scars really good, and the guys here already play against them, so they know how to play. They know their play style too, so I think it will be a good game.
I did want to dive a little into that CAG match, Hull, especially from a coach's perspective. When you lose the way that you guys did, now I felt like a lot of the rounds were still competitive and the scorelines maybe weren't quite indicative as to how the series really played out. We spoke to PJH in an interview earlier today, and his view on it was kind of the counter-stratting from CAG. Is that how you viewed it?
Yeah, 100%. They do a lot of counters, but it happens, and it's not our day at this day, so that helped them. So we're gonna have our rematch soon.
Well, you very well might. I'll give you the floor here. Anything that you want to say before we let you go?
Just say thanks to the fans, the people who support us, and you can expect a better team for us every match.
Well, we'll see if we can have another chat later this afternoon. Hopefully, we can chat again. Hal, thanks for coming on.
Thank you guys.
So Dplus KIA will have a little break, guys, a couple of hours. I would imagine Kenotrope CAG will be up next, and then Scars will now play Dplus KIA later tonight.
Yeah, we've got our big headline match up next in terms of the two big teams from Japan. I feel like I've framed a couple of matches over the course of Kickoff as maybe being the game of the day and then being flat out wrong, so I want to be very careful giving that label, but I really am hoping that it's going to be a competitive match. It will surely be more competitive than our first game of the day.
APL is a tricky beast to try and predict. We've all been there before. All right, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, it's the upper bracket final. Kenotrope versus CAG.
プロが、戦国ゲーミングっていうすごいチームで、やっぱ昔から有名で、その時自分が行ったのはレイチルだったりとか、その昔の有名な選手、昔って言ったらですけど選手がいた中で、自分がデビューするってなった時、すごいプレッシャーもありましたし、自分が戦えるのかなとも思いましたけど、やっぱ頑張ろうって思う思いでやったんですけど、結果はちょっとひどい結果ではあったんですけど、すごい人間面でもいろいろ学べられさせられるチームではありましたね。そうですね、やっぱゼプトの頃はアマチュアだったのもあって、お遊びって言ったらあれですけど、楽しんで普通に大会出るみたいな感じだったんですけど、RJC っていう大会をきっかけに、自分ってこんな戦えるんだっていうか、プロにもなれるんだなっていうのがすごい自分に感動したっていうか、こうやってプロになるんだなっていう刺激をもらいました。もともと自分 RJC の時は自分仕事してて、もともとそのプロになるつもりもなかったっていうか、普通に仕事して終わるのかなって思ってたんですけど、その RJC がきっかけで、当時強かったガッツゲーミングにも勝って、CAG 相手にも競ることができて、本当に自分って普通に人生終わるって言ったらあれですけど、このまま生きていくのかなって思ってたんですけど、本当にその結果がきっかけに本当にプロになれるのかなって思って、親にもその時当時話してたんですけど、反対っていうか、バカにされるって言ったらあれですけど、何言ってんのみたいな感じのスタンスで言われてたんですけど、で本当そういう結果を残したのも親が見てくれてて、で本当になるんじゃないみたいな、笑われた感じで言ってたんですけど、本当それがきっかけに本当にプロになって、で気づいたら世界ベスト8になってっていう、本当多分RJC がなかったら自分プロになってなかったなっていう、本当それはめちゃくちゃ大きいオフラインの刺激ですね。そうですね、やっぱ1回目の世界大会と比べて、やっぱ2回目もうそれ以降はプレッシャーってわけじゃないですけど、勝たなきゃいけないなっていう気持ちがすごい強くて、本当にアトランタだったりブラジルメジャーだったり、イギリスメジャー、もうそこに対して全部勝つのが当たり前みたいな雰囲気になってた。1回目がベスト8のせいで、そのせいでもプレッシャーだったり、本当に楽しむシージっていうのを本当見失って、どうやって大会あんな笑いながらやってたっけなっていう気持ちがすごいありますね。 そうですね、プレッシャーもそうですね、やっぱファンの人からの期待だったり、まあ、自分自身のパフォーマンスがすごい良かったんで、それのプレッシャーだったりとか、やっぱ日本シーズンやっぱ盛り上げたいっていうのがすごい大きかったんで、それに対してのプレッシャーで、まあ、楽しみ方が分からなくなっちゃって、まあ、そこからすごい迷走しちゃいましたね。そうですね、自分たちが RJL っていうリーグの小学戦で負けて、まあ、そこで結構本当に信じられないぐらい落ち込んだんですけど、やっぱなんだろう、その RJC がきっかけでまだ戦いたいっていう気持ちと、まあ、プロで世界に行ってみたいっていう気持ちがすごい高くなって、本当になんだろう、そういう気持ちでいっぱいで、もう仕事なんかもうすぐ辞めようってすごい当時すごく思って、 RJC 終わった後で、いざ本当に戦国に行けるってなった時はすごいなんだろう、嬉しい気持ちもあったし、なんだろう、ワクワクする気持ちっていうか、また本当その気持ちが強くありましたね。やっぱりなんだろう、違うなって思ったのはチームの質もそうですし、やっぱコミュニケーション面だったりチーム力が明らかに自分たちがあるなっていうのがあって、やっぱなんだろう、自分たちは思ってることを言い合える仲なんで、やっぱそれに比べてやっぱ他のプロチーム入ってみたりとかいろいろ思ったのが、やっぱなんだろう、内に秘めてるものがやっぱみんなあって、なんかこういう時こうした方がいいんじゃないみたいのを口論になるのが嫌であんま言わなかったりと。でも自分たちはすごいそれを口論になってずっと夜まで反省会するくらい言い合える仲だったんで、そこのやっぱチーム力で差が出たのかなと思いました。そうですね、戦国ゲーミングには当時仲良かった白猫選手っていうのがいて、まあそれに声かけてもらったのプラス、自分からレイチル選手にまあ連絡して入れてもらえないかっていうのを連絡しました。そうですね、ゼプト時代はなんだろう、まあなんていうのかな、もう本当になんだろう、家族って言ったらあれですけど、本当になんだろう、なんて難しいな、なんて本当に家族みたいな感じっていうのがゼプトで、戦国はなんだろう、本当友達と楽しくゲームやってるって言ったらあれですけど、本当に楽しく一緒にやってたみたいな感じですね、友達とみたいな。そうですね、やっぱ前と変わらずなんだろう、言いたいことも言える中で、そんななんだろう、隠したりっていうか、まあ、言い合いになるの嫌だから言うのやめようっていうのもないし、本当に今のスカーズも家族みたいな感じですごいやりやすく、言いたいことも言える中なんで、改善点を見つけたらすぐ話し合いしたりみたいな感じですね。
this region has got to offer.
From the lower bracket, we return to the upper bracket. It's time for the upper bracket final. Kenotrope taking on CAG for a spot in the grand final and the best position to try and get yourself to a major. It's not an automatic qualification. You've still got to win the grand final, but better to do so today, booking your place in that very spot, than having to go to the lower bracket and potentially play Dplus early the way they're going. Or Scars.
Yeah, again, this bracket, it doesn't feel near as certain as the other sub-regions. Of course, CAG probably still stand tall as the favorite, but I feel like Dplus KIA have really been able to close the gap today with what they've shown, and I don't think that that matchup would be super straightforward. And again, I'm not discounting Kenotrope. I still very much feel as if they have a strong dark horse potential here. If they have a really good pop-off day and CAG are off the mark, then maybe they could find themselves in the grand final immediately.
Let's go to Kenotrope first up, guys. I know for you and I, we haven't really got to see them up close and personal. This will actually be our first time casting them so far in this split for Kickoff. But we know, of course, these guys have been around a long, long time, and they've always kind of felt very competitive within the region. Absolutely stacked, really good gunners. They've just never really had that edge, I think, on the strategic level to beat out the likes of CAG and Dplus, the old VRX roster. But this might be their time with a shake-up within the region, Dplus in the lower bracket. You never know what you're going to get from CAG on a given day. This is a really good opportunity, maybe the best opportunity they've had in a long while.
Yeah, they certainly feel pretty rejuvenated so far over the course of Kickoff in comparison to, 2025, for instance, where it felt like they really had begun to derail and, change was needed, in terms of roster structure, etc. So, yeah, I'm excited for them. In terms of their run up to this point, it's been clean. It hasn't been the most decisive, right? They've had the 2-1 help us LFO, and then of course beating out Scars again 2-1. So it's been solid. Certainly not as convincing though as CAG. So that's kind of the storyline heading into this one. Can they take that next step? Do they have another gear that they can find? Because the kind of performances they've put in, again, respectable, they're not going to be enough in this matchup. We're going to have to see another level and another dimension from these guys this afternoon.
So their opponents in CAG. I mean, what a team within this region. So historic, maybe the most historic team up to date where we currently sit in 2026. And there's obviously been a lot of talk about DD's inclusion in the roster, whether they would try and get a new fifth in after he stepped in. And, well, he's been holding his own, and they feel like they get a lot of value from him. And they've got enough firepower from the likes of Sharif and Jibitsu that they can continue with this core five that has seen success over the last 12 months, especially for, I think, when it comes to CAG, they're the kind of team where when you doubt them, they rise. And when you have the expectations, they fall. It's just time and time again, this ever-evolving cycle, and you can never know which version of CAG is going to show up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the storyline heading into the Dplus matchup, right? It was very much a case of CAG having expectation on them. Not super duper firm favorites. We anticipated that to be a lot more close than it was in the end. But CAG, I think the big takeaway for me was in that matchup, they put themselves in strong positions and then they were able to convert. There was not a single point over the course of that particular series where they went back to old habits of choking and throwing and creeping, mistake creeping and allowing a match to become unnecessarily close. No, they were decisive. They got the job done. 7-1, 7-2. They didn't mess around. They got out of the server quickly. Didn't show as much as probably other teams would have liked in terms of prepping going forward in the bracket. And so they go into this match in a strong position. But again, it's just about meeting that expectation. Do we see maybe those mistakes and those cracks begin to form today, or can they continue this really good run of form?
We had the benefit of speaking to PJH. We had the even greater benefit of speaking to Hell and getting the information up close. Of course, their result against Dplus KIA last week was so dominant, 7-1, 7-2. And it was counter-stratting that those two kind of spoke about was the big strength for CAG. And they've now had the ability to look at a Kenotrope roster that's performed well, beating Scars, beating Helpus LFO. Both of those series, 2-1. So there's a bit of strength and a little bit of weakness that certainly CAG will have looked at and said, well, can we exploit them here? They struggled in this department. They were really strong in this area. Can we take that away from them? There's no better team within the region when it comes to counter-strategy than CAG. They'll be prepped. They'll be ready to go. And it will be something that for Kenotrope, they've got to be mindful of. Do Kenotrope have extra tricks up their sleeve that they can bring out today that maybe CAG won't be prepared for? I think that's where, for me, a difference could be had.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, one of the key takeaways from that, looking back at the 2 last series played by Kenotrope, they played Labs, Border, Bank, Chalet, Fortress, Club. So they played 6 unique maps over the course of those 2 series. And if CAG's prep work is to be as feared as seemingly is the case, and as we saw displayed by Dplus and mentioned by the likes of PJH in the pre-day interview, there's a wealth of information out there for Kenotrope. And so hopefully for Kenotrope's sake, they've made some adjustments, because if CAG have done their due diligence once again and have really nitpicked that prep work and are really well prepared and ready to go and know the fine details, maybe there's a world in which we see another result that's very dominant from them.
Well, we've got a special little graphic before this match that we'll go to. It's about Gatorada and Gator and the way that they've been, I guess, together for such a long time, or not together, sorry, they've been playing for such a long time. 2 players that when they came into the region, they were the young gunners, guys. They were the new hope for the APAC North region at the time when they kind of made their way in. And now they're in the mid-20s. Is this their peak? Are they going to start to fall off a cliff? Where do things go for these 2, which are no longer now the young gunners within the region, but the older heads?
No, and both of these teams, of course, under the CAG banner in years gone by. And yeah, I think they'll be pretty comfortable in this position. Probably more so Gator as opposed to Gatorada, who's been on a bit of a hiatus. But it's good to see him back. He's been firing. Like, it doesn't feel like he's missed too much of a beat, at least from what we've seen so far. So yeah, excited to see these guys inside of the server. And again, this is a big tester for them today. I think that Gator especially is going to have the spotlight on him today to probably be the one to be a big playmaker for Kenotrope. He's the kind of player you want in your corner, clutching up rounds. That's the sort of potential that he brings to the roster. And if he taps into that, then they can start to apply pressure back onto CAG.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the strength of Kenotrope if they are to find success. You know, can they get the fragging power out of those 2? And almost, you're probably not going to beat CAG in the mental and strategical side of things, but can you beat them in the server, guns up, and who can frag out better and play into that kind of strength, which kind of then makes you think, well, what are the maps that are probably going to help you with that? I'm thinking, you know, the likes of Border, for instance, might be the go-to for something like a Kenotrope. They played it against Scars. They won that 7-5. The other maps, though, that they've played, and again, showing really deep map pool, as you kind of touched on before, like, they can play the more conventional clubhouses, fortresses as well, in terms of that more structure. As we do go to the map vetoes, we'll get a bit of an eye on it.
Yeah, well, the maps that have come through, Bank, Lair, Consort. So it's structure and scale and choke points, especially when you look towards Consort on the tail end. So these maps are really, really going to test attacking prowess. Bank can lend itself into being a little more open, and I'm sure CAG will try to exploit that, maybe try and find pockets of space, up the tempo, try and find more Route 1 approaches. Don't see that being necessarily as viable, though, on the likes of especially Lair and to an extent Consort, but not so much. So I think this video is going to be a real good test for these 2 teams, straying away from the more compact options, you know, like your Chalets and your Borders, for example, which I personally probably actually did expect to see in this series, but they've gone a different route entirely.
Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to let the tension simmer here for this upper bracket final in a big game here for APAC North. We will take a short break while we get the game ready. When we return, though, these 2 will go head-to-head for a spot in the grand final.
Hi, my name is Arkuli, and I'm a player for CAG Osaka for APL.
CAG 大阪のリリです。よろしくお願いします。
Reload for us was a surreal experience because it was our first time ever in a main stage on an international event. So yeah, it was amazing. It definitely motivated us to play better, and just a confidence boost, really. Yeah.
まあ素直に嬉しかったですけど、優勝したかったですね。いや、みんな素直で、なんか言ったことも聞いてくれて、 めっちゃやりやすくコーチできてました。
In stage 1 we were a bit chaotic, and so bringing in DD we feel more structured, and it feels way better to play because like we were just like playing like we're ranked players. We could get away with it in Japan League probably, but when it comes to like Asia OCE, it's gonna be a little bit harder.
いやまあ自信もあったけど、まあ、一応練習はしようかなと思って結構コーチの時よりはランク回したりとか練習は増やしましたね。まああんま個人的には変わんないなと思ってるんですけど、まあなんか自分が悪いプレーした時とかなんかチームメイトにバカにされることは増えましたね。
At Munich, there wasn't really a specific thing that went wrong. For us, it just like everything went. Can I curse? Everything went to shit. A big part of that was we couldn't scrim for like a week. Out of practice was definitely very. It really impacted us. Like we didn't know what we were doing at first, and by the time we knew it, like we were already out. I mean, if in the 6th round, if I won the 1v1 against Alemao on him in Monty, then yeah, it could have been a 6-0. We could have just won easily. But yeah, it is what it is.
コーチ兼選手やったから、まあ個人的に忙しいのもあったけど、まあなんかシンプル実力不足が出たって感じですかね。まだ連動不足とか。
Here at the regional finals, they're just waiting for us to get farmed, so we're just confident that we're the best APAC team.
まああんまり変わんないんですけど、まだコーチが決まってなくて、あんまり変わんないけど、まあ前よりはマシになりました。
It's just gonna be another Australia massacre. At SI, main stage is probably the minimum, and winning is, you know, the maximum.
いやまあ全部倒して全チーム敗退させて優勝するんで、まあ応援してください。
まあ多分自分がつけたわけじゃないんですけど、まあ多分当時ゼプト時代の頃はゼプト時代についたんですけど、自分はその時多分あんまシージ IQ っていうかそれがあんま高くなくて、多分もう言われた敵を倒すだけみたいな、もう気づいたら敵を倒しててみたいな感じで片付けるって意味で、多分まあブルドーザーって名前がついたんだと思います。まあなんか正直なんだろう、気づかないうちになんかそう呼ばれてたんで、まあ別に好きでも嫌いでも別に気に入ってるわけでもないんですけど、まあそんなまあ多少愛着湧いてますね。そうですね、まあ正直、まあ、自分がもともと仕事をしてたのがもう本当に建築系、まあ、ブルドーザーを使うわけじゃないですけど、まあ、そういう系の仕事を使ってたんで、まあ仕事してる身からすると別にそんなかっこいいとは思わないんで、ブルドーザー自体をまあ別になんかそんな嫌でもないしいいわけでもないみたいな感じですよね。そうですね、多分今の方が全然ブルドーザーっぽく動けるかなっていうので、まあ理由としてはまあなんだろう、多分結構自分の中でも CGIQ が高くなって敵の嫌なとこを一気に片付けるっていう意味で、多分今ブルドーザーっていう名前の方がふさわしいのかなと思います。今は頭のいいブルドーザーみたいな、頭脳型ブルドーザーみたいな感じがします。
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, there's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. He goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dark. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact. He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Nesk, stick it!
this is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ela. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
まあ世界経験したのもありますし、やっぱりいろんなメタが変わったりしていく中で、自分たちがやっぱ新しくメタを築いていったりみたいなのもあるんで、進化っていうと難しいんですけど、やっぱ海外に行ってみて思うのが、やっぱ本当コミュニケーションの部分さえ練習すればみたいな感じではあったんで、多分ゼプトからスカーズに変わったのは本当コミュニケーションのミスがないと、あと本当些細なミスですね、なくしていったのは。そうですね、やっぱ初めてのメジャーの時はやっぱ画面でしか見てなかった選手といざ戦えるってなると本当にすごいなっていうか実感できなくて、本当にずっと好きだった選手とかだったり、本当ずっと好きだったチームがいざ目の前にいて戦ってる姿を見たり戦ってみたりってなると本当に実感が湧かないっていうか、本当現実だと思えないぐらい。そうですね、本当ここ 2,3 年はそういう世界に決める大会は本当負けなしみたいな状況で、ふさわしいって言われたらふさわしいとは思うんですけど、正直もっとどんどん日本のチームのレベルが上がっていって、自分たちが本当考えなきゃ勝てないみたいな、本当いつも通り行っても勝てないなっていう相手が出た方が自分たちのレベルも上がるし、世界でもっと戦えると思うんで、日本代表ではいるんですけど、本当不甲斐ない結果しか残せてないんで、もっと自分たちを苦しめるような相手に出会えて勝ってこそ、ふさわしいのかなと思います。そうですね、やっぱ日本チームというかAPAC チーム自体が、結構舐められてると言ったらあれですけど、結果が出ないチームで結構下に見られてることがあると思うんですけど、正直やっぱ悔しいというか、しょうがないなっていう結果ではあるんですけど、今年はちゃんと結果残して APAC 強いんだなって思わせれるような成績を残したいと思います。そうですね、やっぱ多分、誰しも負けることはあるし学ぶことはあると思うんですけど、そこで諦めずにちゃんと負けた範囲を改善して次に挑めるような気持ちがやっぱ一番大事。やっぱメンタルがやっぱ世界大会行っても日本大会でも、負けちゃうことだって誰にでもあるんで、そこで折れないようなメンタルが一番大事なのかなと思います。もありますし、やっぱりいろんなメタが変わったり。
時の景色 You and me 悪いじゃない You know やればできる誰でも言い訳ない Cause it feels alright You gotta yeah you just my type 型破り本物よ乗せてあげるキャディラック in the back Tick tock tick tock 戻らない This feels amazing Tick tock tick tock 振り向かないゆっくり行こう何かが missing 何か教えて聞かせて listen 別に気にしない手が首おいでどうりか見つかない全力で来てみな Kick Fix Down Feel check in the morning Assume nothing's ignoring you ちゃんと決めろ Do it right 自分のため Live in the moment Say hi はいらない退屈もよりは Bye bye I never hear the ring when I work Cause I turn my phone off Oh no You call it You call it I'll get down Call it You call it You call it I'll get down Call it You call it You call it I'll get down Call it You call it You call it
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ Yeah 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile 笑い合えたら宝物だね 溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね Let's go! ネオンの絡む肌踊る影揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go! 寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
Never let him get you down. Gonna make it stay just fine. 이대로 모자라지도 넘치지도.
All right, well, apologies for the delay, everyone. We had some server outage issues, which fortunately have now been resolved, which means we can get underway with the upper bracket final. Again, thanks for sticking with us, and we can get the show back on the road, guys.
Now let's jump in to this best of three. It's Bank, Lair, then Consulate if required. Expectations, or at least the hope that this will be a competitive matchup. CAG, though, still the firm favorites as we finally jump into this match. Again, apologies, as you said, for the delay, but it seems like all has been resolved. CAG to start out on attack, and the bans as follows. It's the Mira and Monty in the first wave, and so we may well see double shield bans here from Kenotrope here on the defense. In fact, no, it's the Echo and the Ying.
We kind of got to build this one back up a little bit, but for Kenotrope, this is a really good opportunity that for this roster probably haven't had a lot of opportunities to, make a major and make a name for themselves and get over the tops of your CAGs, your Dpluses in recent times, your Fear X's over the course of the last few years. An upper bracket final, a spot in the grand final where anything can happen on that given day. Then it's just one series. You get a little break. Everyone has to then fight to even just get there to challenge you. I think CAG come into this as favorites, but I don't look at it as overwhelming favorites. And as spoken about before in the pre-match discussion, which was a while ago now, but CAG is the kind of team that on a given day CAG could win this 7-1, 7-1, and they can lose it 7-1, 7-1, and it can go to 3 maps. It's a complete unknown territory in a series like this, which makes it fascinating and exciting because we're not sure what we're going to get.
Nope, I totally agree with that sentiment. I'm not going to be shocked if CAG run away with this match. Equally not going to be shocked if we see them take a little while to find their footing. As for the opening round, I like the belt of utility that they have on offer here. The Monty banned out, but of course the Blitz has made it through. They then have the Glaz, who can lay a pressure, and then they go pretty old school with the Habana and the Thatcher combination to deal with the hatches on this particular site. Defensively, it's very much an anchor and a bunker down on the objective. The only real caveat to that being that a Claire over towards Blue Stairs on the Denari. The rest of the team, they will bunker down with Catch. They have the Maestro as well for plant denial late. And then some of the old school tools of the smoke and the mute as well. So, yeah, shaping up to be a bit more of an old school bank here, as CAG quite quickly work their way through map control.
Ooh,
wow, that's
lovely
nice.
Clear from Zaka.
That is
headshot
so
onto
nice.
Eclair. Well, quickly taking control is definitely the goal, and they've been able to achieve that. That's already Blue Stairs under their belt. Here, Gator does get a trade onto DD, man, so the Thatcher goes down. I do have a Gator playing tucked in close CCTV, and typically in terms of the denial, you'll have the Goyo didn't bring it. Obviously, Echo banned out. So it's the 3 gas babes of Ayukayu and Kowal's Maestro cams. That's pretty much what they've got in terms of denial. Minute 30 on the clock. So CAG's in a really solid position, even though they did lose DD man, and it's a 4v4.
A lot of this comes down to the util layering here for the attack. Ensuring those smokes are in good positions to cover the likes of Red, and then Sharip can be given the license to peek through that. They still have a total of 4 available, then plus the Capital. So CAG will just need to be disciplined here. Sharip likely to actually drop or go for the back pinch, but in the meantime, Anderson does fall. That does complicate things a little bit. Sharip may consider actually a fake here and then reconnect with the rest of the push, and that seems to be the case. Cully goes for the first plant attempt, but probably forced off. They've been able to draw out the utility though. So it's awkward for CAG being a player down, but they're not in the worst position. Isolation, the name of the game for Sharif, but he loses that duel. Cully immediately to go for the plant, and the cover does not land. Somehow he gets the plant down, but 1v4 will quickly be dismissed. Good work from Kenotrope. And CAG, a couple of mistakes early in that initial round.
Yeah, I mean, considering they got the opening pick, got the blue stairs under their control nice and early, I expected a little bit more from CAG. And credit, though, has to go to Kenotrope. They don't panic. They don't overinvest. Obviously, got that big kill onto DD, man, so they're not going to get flooded in terms of the uneven numbers. They brought it back to 4v4. They lacked a little bit of that denial, but they made up with it with a little bit more of that forward aggression. So, you know, typically basement bank, you'll see the defensive team just kind of go through the util game as their main source of defense. And yeah, Kenotrope kind of just got on the front foot. I mean, a lovely clear from Zaka. And unfortunately, Sharif just couldn't find the right angle in the glass. And I think at that moment, then the round probably went away from CAG. Basement bank is difficult to attack into at the best of times. And then they just lost too many bodies. You know, credit has to go to Kenotrope, though. They just got active. They didn't just kind of sit back and wait for CAG to make the most of the advantage. Unfortunately, we've just lost a Claire, so we're going to get a technical pause, which because the game just started. We now turn this into a rehost.
Yeah, such is the case. Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed that's more so isolated to one player and isn't a sign that the servers have degraded again. But yeah, I like the fight back that we saw in that first initial round there from Kenotrope. Again, the blue clear was really nice from the attack. We saw the Thatcher leverage to deal with any utility that then forced the anchor back down the stairs and clean shot followed. But unfortunately, then CAG had to prepare themselves properly for that final push. They had a lot of smoke utility. They had a total of 6 smokes that they could play into and then try to leverage the Glaz. And I think the ultimate plan was for Glaz to drop over towards Elevator and provide that pinch pressure and make it very difficult for the backline to deny the default plant. But then Habana died, I believe, Anaton in that round, if I'm not mistaken. And then we saw that initiate a bit of a pivot from CAG, and they're in an unoptimal position. They were unable to really leverage the that belt of utility correctly. So only a couple of minor errors, but that's generally the case on basement. It doesn't take too many things to go against you on the side of attack, and it starts to look a little bit messy. So hopefully for their sake, that's just a bit of a one-off. It'll be limited to that site, and then they can look to reset going forward into what is expected to be top floor up next.
Well, just to cross all the I's and make sure things don't delay too long. Unfortunately for this rehost with the other ongoing issues, we will take a very short break, but hopefully it is indeed very short. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's just one of those days where it seems like we're going to be running into maybe an issue here or there, but fortunately, in this case, it has been resolved. We can get back underway, and hopefully, guys, this could be the last one. But you never know with these things.
It's
clearly.
never the last one.
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's always one more.
I think when it's one of those days, there's usually one more, and if it's not just a one-off thing. But yeah, hopefully it can now get underway, because it's we've only played the one round, which was a good round from Kenotrope, of course, for CAG. They got the opening pick, they got the good clear over towards Blue Stairs, but Kenotrope switched on defense and have got themselves off to a good start.
Yeah, just before we jumped into the rehost, the tracker that we have access to was actually showing Archives as the site of choice, and I just thought at the time that was a case of it was selected before the rehost and it wasn't actually going to be committed to, but it seems like Kenotrope are going to be sending us to Teller's Archives here for round number 2. And if these numbers are to be exact, this site has only been played one time globally in April 2026. So that's interesting. It was won by the Attack. I don't have the exact details as to where or when that did take place, but this is very much a niche selection from the defense.
Yeah, it's not one that you see as often. I mean, it's. I'm trying to think of outside of April how often it really does kind of get played. And again, it's like probably kind of like Basement Chalet in that niche selection. You got some teams that are more than happy to play it. It'll feature very much on that top floor. Deny the vert to the Attack. And this is actually where I think I mentioned it sort of pre-show when it comes to Kenotrope against CAG. You're going to have tricks up your sleeve. Well, here's one of them, right? Like, these are the little battles that I think are going to determine this upper bracket final. Have they got the capabilities of showing things to CAG that CAG aren't going to be ready for?
On the last year, played 50 times. Basement, for reference, is the most played at 800. So, been played a fraction of the percent as much as those more popular in this particular site. And over the course of those 51 attempts, it's essentially a 50-50 site, 49% in favor of the Attack, making it the second most attacker-sided, the second most defender-sided objective on the map. But again, it's just, the frequency is so low. We'll see how Kenotrope look to contest up above. A-Gate is looking rather aggressive currently over towards second floor. It's a 3-2 split from the defense. A-Gator with a really, really positive read here. The double swing from the defense onto Sharif, but he's clued in. Plays it pretty conservatively and he'll survive. Oh, and in fact, nets the kill. So he aggresses at the right moment, finds a good opportunity. DD as well elsewhere. Taps in for CAG, who now go for the plant.
Obviously got the plant down in the opening round as well, but weren't able to follow it up in the post plant. This should be a different story altogether. And maybe a good reason why this is a site that doesn't really see a whole lot of play in contrast to the other sites on this map. And the thing is, you don't need to play Archives on Bang. I think really, when you kind of think about the sites that do get played, I don't know really what you're thinking is that you're replacing is going to make this better. So yeah, look, they went for something, and you know what? I'll stand by it. I think it's good that they've tried something and want to bring that sort of ace up the sleeve mentality. But boy, has it not worked in this round. Yeah, much better from CAG. More on the side of things that they capitalized. Yeah, they got the opening pick in the first round as well, and then credit to Kenotrope. But yeah, CAG could have done a lot more. This time, they followed through.
Yeah, good composure on the Canto Repel from Sharif. He was able to buy his moment to find that opening kill, kickstart things, and that pressure onto that top floor position somewhat detracted from the rest of the defense. It allowed the slip in and over towards the objective. The plant was pretty simple to go down. Kenotrope weren't able to leverage a lot of that top floor control in the end anyway. And so I don't think we are going to see that objective played again in this matchup. We go over to open area for round number 3. This being the more traditional tertiary sites selection. And well, based on the composition and the early positions here in the setup from Kenotrope, there should be a bit of an emphasis here on the top floor. They don't have the mirror necessarily to supplement the Jan hold, but I think they'll still try and find a way to contest against that vert.
remaining.
It's also a series that has had only 2 rounds played. There's been a lot of disruption pre-series and then also really between the rounds as well. So there's been zero opportunity for either of these two teams to really get their feet set, build momentum. That's a lovely kill from A Gator. Shuts down Sharif, who's been arguably the best for CAG. I say arguably. Jibitsu has been rated higher, but you just get the feeling Sharif is the lifeline of this roster. Sharif's at NS. I don't think it's more a case of nice shot. It's more of a case of nice positioning.
Yeah, I tend to agree. So advantage for Kenotrope now, and we'll see how they look to actually convert this position. They should have a wealth of information available with the Maestro up and maybe the pests as well from Gatorada net info. Then have the freedom of the Vigil to lurk around and roam around. Still a top floor presence here from the defense. CAG looking to contest through square. Gatorada under the pump. Still has Nitro. Won't want to die with that in pocket.
It's a Gator again. Oh, he's putting the Vigil to good use so far in this 3rd round. The Boss G has been impactful and it's taken down the 2 big heavy hitters for CAG. Well, if there was a statistic of CAG's win percentage, with Jibitsu and Sharif being the first 2 dead in the 3v5 from here, I can't imagine it would be all that high. And so far, to begin through the 3 rounds, a little bit back and forth. Both teams have had good moments. A Gator can just drop. Big kill from Zaka though on to Gatorada. Of course, Zaka is our Cully. But I like the name Zaka. And he does go down though to Kowal. 2-player advantage for Kenotrope. Hansen getting pressure from behind. Play over towards Archives. As DD tries to follow in and play with this shield. There's just too many bodies. Kenotrope have been very, very active on the defensive bank.
It's not over just yet. And it's a good pack a punch on the Blitz, but he is pretty limited on HP. Should be a pretty straightforward shutdown. There's Maestro info up as well in towards the site. So even a 2v2 is going to be a challenge for CAG.
Caillou gets the kill onto DD Man, leaves it all down to Anaton. He hits the headshot though onto Eclair. Caillou gets flashed and Anaton goes nuts. Winds back the clock as Anaton could usually do. And just have that moment where he flexes both outside the server and inside the server.
Wow. Well, he's known as being one of the best in the world on the Blitz, and that's another really good example of just how strong he can be. It was well and truly Kenotrope's round to lose in a strong position late. Man advantage, Maestro info up, and even at the end, it was still a 2 versus 1, but he just put himself in a position where he was able to isolate those players and back himself with really, really clean mechanical skill. They were still tricky opportunities to convert, but he was able to do so. And so for Kenotrope, it's about doing a better job going forward in just dealing with that. All right, here 3v2, Kowal caught out. 2 versus 2 looked rough with information, but then Eclair also presented an opportunity, and then you can't really fault the Caillou there. Gets caught up close, not a ton that he could do. And it's a big moment for CAG that will inject a bit of energy into this matchup again, given its disrupted nature. They're the first team really to find some comfort inside of the server. And with that first rotation now done, we return to the top floor. It's Kaid and Capital to be benched.
I mean, Kenotrope were disappointed. They probably should have been able to go on and win that round. It's 2v4. And again, found the early kills onto Sharif and Jibitsu, courtesy of Gator, and did a good job on that Vigil. But 4 kills in the round from Anaton and wins the 1v2 clutch. Those are the differences, and that's usually what the best teams have in the arsenal, is certain individual players that can win rounds off just sheer ability. Whereas if you play that round out and bring in many other teams, if they don't have that kind of player, they probably lose that round. And Anderton is just that player in this region. Sharif can do that. Jibitsu can do that. That's the strength of this CAG roster. The weakness is they can find themselves in those positions that they need to plant those big plays. This is, of course, Kenotrope's map pick so far. CAG lead.
Kali in play for round 4. Countering the castle, and down below Kali doing quite a bit of damage and disrupting those on site. Allows Chibisu to find the catch, and that's some good work early here from CAG to layer some really nice pressure uncontested. There's no one really in a position from Kenotrope to go down below and take on the buck. So that now leaves them in quite a vulnerable position where they're a player down and no one's really able to make a response or produce a response. In the meantime, Akayu also falls, and it feels like CAG are really beginning to lock in here on Bank. And again, we know at their best and at their most dangerous, they are probably the best in the region. So Kenotrope will need to try and find a response. It's unlikely in this round, but at least going forward. Because at the moment, CAG have a really good read.
It's going to come from anyone down this round for Kenotrope. It's Gator, especially after what we saw in the previous round on the Vigil. Now on the Arun, he's got the DMI. He can certainly hit some pretty good shots from front desk position. When the entry for CAG is made late in the round, you know, time starting to dwindle. Gatorada's closed up this open area position, so they have a pretty good sense, you would imagine, for the trio, how CAG are going to play this. It comes down to Ayageta. Can he catch a timing? But Sharif, this is smart. Yeah, wonderful. And even with 30 seconds on the clock, it's a 5v3. They know they still have the time and the numbers to clear out a deadly position such as Ayageta. Love that from CAG. Gatorada does find a Nacho from down below in Archives as Eclair is getting pressured up above. He's low on health, needs the help from Gatorada. They do get the kill onto Jibitsu. Plant will go down. As we know on this side, can be difficult to retake, but it's not at the window position. So into the post plant, Anderton will be able to bring that shield up on the Blackbeard. Eclair has to hit the headshot long range here with the UMP, and he does onto Sharif. 30 seconds, Eclair will make his vault in. Gatorada needs to follow suit. Can they get the pinch? Didi able to win his battle up close and leaves Gatorada by himself now. Little time remaining. They've got the pinch over towards long desk. A CAG will now make it a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, not a bad little fight back there in terms of the retake attempts. The duo doing a good job isolating over towards top square, and a couple of neat shots here to try and get back in towards the side. But when you're retaking into the Blackbeard, it's always going to be a pretty stiff challenge. And Anderton again showing good discipline in his shield play so far. And yeah, at a 3-1 scoreline, it's especially on the side of attack, it's starting to feel like CAG have a bit of ascendancy here on map 1 of this series. Replay package of that last round. Really love the element of the Kali in this particular attack as well. Did good work onto the castle early, put a lot of pressure on site, and then had that lurk factor late. And there's the tail end of the package where Anderton was able to that kill. Basement a good test of that. Honestly, this round feels critically important. CAG win this particular site, it makes the path forward for Kenotrope very, very volatile. The expectation will be that defense takes this, but if it does go astray, I think alarm bells are beginning to ring a little bit here for Kenotrope.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I was looking at some of the numbers for APAC North in Kickoff so far, and the entry department, Ayageta is the best for Kenotrope, but only a +2. He's gone 8 and 6 in a lot of his entry battles. They probably need a little bit more out of Gatorada in that. He's only won 1. He's only had 2 entry engagements so far this stage. We might get one here. The death mark, though, will dissuade him and force him back down main stairs. Come on, Kali. In terms of the highest rated player, actually, this kickoff stage, it's Jibitsu at a 136 EPS. Following him is Anderton and Sharif, closely tied together. Kenotrope, it's only Kawau that's the highest as Akali gets the kill onto Ayagator. That's then Kawau falling to Chibitsu. 2 quick kills for CAG at the 2-minute mark, sees them in a similar position to the previous round.
Yeah,
getting these early advantages.
Kenotrope were panicking for a bit of info there just before those 2 kills. 2 or 3 members flicking cams. They didn't have a very good read as to what CAG were doing. The attack was patient. This could be a potential catch over towards Garage, and it is converted, so it's okay. But CAG is still in a commanding position. Again, they'll have the benefit of information, but with Anderton still on shield, you have the Dplus death marks, you have a ton of Grim and Sense utility. The util here from CAG will be able to certainly counterbalance that.
Well, it feels like a pivotal round in the map. Cannot be affording the loss on Locker's CCTV. Kenotrope winning it in the first round. Even though the plant did successfully get put down by Akali, aka Zaka. Down to Nitrocell with Gatorada, but he's over towards Janitor and will collect the kill onto Chipitsu. They should have been aware of the fact that he was still top floor. They had the information from the Deimos. It does get the trade, and it means no Nitrocell for the plant denial. There is an impact available for Caillou. Maestro Cams as well, and he will be able to deny the tin can opener. That is a big success here for the duo of Kenotrope, and may just force CAG through the doorway. They do have the ROUs up from the Sens.
Anderton,
plant will go down.
Flood deep. And you're right, plant down. Anderton gets crunched though, and DD's very low on HP. It's winnable.
We're just going to play this forward. At the bottom chassis though, there was a prime player. DD and Akayu both very low on health. Impact does nothing. DD Man stood back, and DD Man stands up to win the clutch for CAG. It's a 4-1 lead.
Wow. And again, I really didn't expect it to happen in terms of CAG being able to attack successfully on basement, but that now really poses a difficult task for Kenotrope, losing the primary side in that fashion. Sure, it was close, but it still is penciled in as a loss, puts them in a tricky spot now. We get back to open area, another side in which they've been unsuccessful. 3-3 here with 50 seconds on the clock. Gatorada, though, he gets caught. A little over-aggressive there on the drop. Anderton able to lay some pressure through red. That was actually quite well dealt with by Kenotrope. But then Akayu fails to pre-fire around the corner, loses that duel. That's a
DD Man's been the
margin.
MVP.
Yeah,
he has been the best player so far for CAG. Like, the #1 rated player inside of the server, but most importantly for his team, it's not even just the numbers. Think about that round in particular. You know, he gets shot in the back. Gatorada drops down hatch in towards admin, and then he's able to then quickly turn around, pistol kill him. Then he gets plant down, and then in the post plant gets a kill. Then wins the 1v1 at the end. Like he's done quite a lot in just one round to get CAG into the best position possible. And prior to that, he's gotten plant down twice. So he's gotten plant down 3 times in 5 rounds, which means he's staying alive. He's getting into the best positions to, you know, keep that kit in a good spot. With the highest survival rate in the server. And goes 6-2. So he's fragging out. Well, he's 6-2. I think there was... we lost a bit of the numbers after the first round.
So Gator on the vigil here, round 6, and an interesting fact regarding him. Kenotrope have a 90% round win rate when he gets 2 or more kills, which makes sense, but critically, 32% if he gets 0. So Gator needs to continually have impact here to help his team on these roams. Especially on the vigil where he's shown prowess so far, and being able to do that, it's about trying to strike some consistency now. During that, of course, top floor control is being chipped away at by CAG, spearheaded by Blackbeard. Gator, though, will resume his roam. But on that note, we'll actually drop down. So top 4 now vacated.
Claire on the move, pushing over towards square, but thinks better of it. Kali so far with 2 opening kills in the half is leading in that department against everyone else, and it's been 4-1 in favor of CAG as a whole. Of course, didn't capitalize in the opening round, which is so far the only round that they've lost. And Sharif goes hunting down below. Needs to be careful because he might be getting hunted from behind. As Agator slipped down bot main stairs, it might just be a timing if he wants to push it, but judging by the way he's holding this angle, I imagine it's more to deny the push up towards Beepers rather than to go chasing below. But 35 seconds left in the round means for CAG, they really need to start hitting the site. And Sharif has actually doubled back and will take this fight against Agator. So Cully gets the opening kill. They got the pinch on him. They've cleared out main stairs. They can come through Beepers. Gatorada's blown himself up. And this is another 5v3 advantage for CAG. Nitrocell is from Printer, from Okayu. It doesn't connect, and DD Man will get the plant down for the 4th time in the half as CAG are going to bookend a 5-1 attacking half to kickstart the upper bracket final. There's been delays, but it's all swift inside of the server for CAG. Alrighty, back from the break as CAG 5-1 up here on the opening map, which is Kenotrope's map as well, guys. That's the concern. And CAG go defense. The wider concern for me is the series as a whole, not even the map. For me, Bank is a must-win. After what we saw CAG do on Lair last week against Dplus KIA, where they absolutely routed them 7-1. It's a very strong map pick for them, and spells trouble now for Kenotrope in the series as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've had a couple of series that we've covered across APL in Kickoff where maybe one team wins the opposition's map pick and then we see the reversal. Again, it could happen here, but it feels highly unlikely. I think that they looked absolutely almost unstoppable on Lair. And sure, maybe Kenotrope of being able to review that VOD and take, have some takeaways, whatever. I still think the gap on that map could be pretty substantial. So to be walking away from the first half of Bank and that too being dominant, it makes it feel like this could be wrapped up pretty quickly, pretty swiftly by CAG, which is exactly the kind of result that these guys would have been gunning for. Being able to convert that inside of the server has to be a pretty positive feeling so far. Of course, it's not done just yet, but it does feel like a bit of a formality at this point. Well, we're dominant in that first half, just across the board, able to activate their key players, playing some really good siege. Got 4 and 6 opening kills over the course of that half as well. And really outside of the first basement side, again, an objective where you're not expected to produce consistency. They were pretty good, so... Certainly a challenge for Kenotrope to bring this one back.
I mean, if you see CAG, you're just very happy with this half overall. Even the first round that you lost probably could have been played out a little bit better after getting that opening kill. Locus and CCTV is not always that easy, and that's really only been the site they've had issue with. And obviously, DD was able to clutch up, get them the win on that site. The only other one was the staff open area where Yagator got the, if you recall, the 2 kills onto Chibitsu and Sharif, and that opened up that particular round, and then Anderton just went nuts. All the other rounds, pretty one-sided. A little reminder again, we did lose the data from the opening round inside of the server due to the rehost. Wow, it's actually like 4-5, for instance. And DD's actually 6-2, and well, everyone for CAG add 1 death to their overalls, etc. As the Solid Snake of Gator is going to look to push through Archives, walks past the Grismont mine. 2 more in pocket for Sharif. No, never mind. He's got no more. As Gator rips his head off, he'll get the opening kill. He's looked the most lively for Kenotrope in the early portion of rounds.
So midpoint of the round, and DD will elect to hold blue stairs instead of retreating to site. Zakali will drop elevator, and so with that, all 4 members basement with the asterisks of DD ban. You will play life blue, and I presume Kenotrope will eventually try and shape up to clear him. Then default, they have secondary hard breach as well for server. There is a world in which they can back hit. They have the util layer for that potentially as well. But I mean, at the moment, all signs pointing towards a server drop. Anaton trying to support DD, but he gets caught.
Yeah, timing.
Gets babe in hand. That was some bad timing on his part.
Yeah, I think he was sensing the pressure on the square hatch drop, so he wanted to time it where he'd blow the gas babe and then push up blue stairs and hopefully get in their face, and they wouldn't expect it, but they swung early. You can see the cogs turning for DD, man, but it just didn't work out as Chibitsu at least shuts down Solid Snake in Ayagata. Oh, well, this is a big moment here over towards Vault. If Kali can land this Nitrocell and kill the Gutterata drop, then you've got Vault locked down, and it's just server side that you got to worry about. Kwau's pushing towards bot main stairs. Jibitsu wants to get in his face. Nice. Oh, hits the headshot. Well, don't worry about the shield. Gutterata still has to drop here, and credit to Kali on the patience. Never mind, gives up on it with 7 seconds remaining in the round. Gutterata now has the freedom to drop and shoot him from behind. That is some unfortunate timing. Jibitsu, can he deny the plant? Akayu got off it. Gutterata ends up winning the round. Kali would be kicking himself. With ball beat in that situation in any FPS game where you just watch, you wait, you're sitting there for 30, 40 seconds, nothing humming your way. You're thinking, all right, I'm going to get off it. And then immediate drop down, and you're dead on the timing.
I'd love to see Arkali's cam reaction when he gets shot in the back through gold. He would have been
massive eye roll.
Yeah. He waited so long. It was the perfect read. It just, the Kenotrope attack took so long that it actually favored them.
And the thing is, right, from the perspective, and this is where it's really good to kind of get this across, is if he keeps holding that and nothing ends up coming that way, and then his teammates are dying on the more direct fights, it's probably like, well, what are you doing? You know, you're just sitting back doing nothing. So it's like you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't on the timing nature of it. As you said, had the right read. A scrappy round, but credit to Kenotrope. They come into the second half after getting beaten down 5-1 in the first half, and they take Locker CCTV to kickstart an attacking half. Look, comebacks can happen. That's certainly one way to do it. If you're going to start it off, you take that basement side on bank as the attacking team.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, it was always going to be an uphill battle, but evidently off to a decent start, Kenotrope. And so the question will now be, are they able to make that count? Can they start mounting any kind of pressure onto CAG again, given their historical troubles in closing out close games? I'm sure that's certainly something Kenotrope will be trying to explore and potentially exploit in this matchup, but they're still a long way away from getting to that point. They'll need to grind out a couple more wins here on this initial rotation. As for this round, top floor, IQ lurk below. There you go, looking for these devices on site. There's a bit of catch on offer to protect Jan. Malusi anti-lurk. The Bandit, of course, that's rather predictable. And even the Solace as well could be an interesting interaction. Seems like there's good read and good information as well with drones on site here for Kenotrope. So the early round is, I guess, somewhat gone in their favor. I think they'd be pretty pleased with their position at the moment.
Pretty default setup for CAG, which might lean into the lineup that Kenotrope brought into this round. They don't have to worry about the mirror. They ban that away. KIA can then put pressure with the bolts over towards Janitor. Try and see if Gatorada can find a pick towards front desk here on the rappel. It's going to be a patient kind of round for Kenotrope. I know there's only 1 minute and 10 seconds left, but it's all about the patience here. Can you find a pick? See if someone from CAG makes a misstep. And there you go, it's Aikada. He's been given the time and space towards top square. And it's him again. He's gotten all 3 of the opening kills for Kenotrope here on this map of Bank. And now you can start to see the layering of the utility from Kenotrope. And it's what's that going to try and do is force CAG in a response, put them into, again, bad positions where they've got everyone on the attack in a good angle to deal with it. But credit to CAG, they haven't overinvested here in the response. They've still got both their nitro cells. They still got long desk control and can deny any kind of push in over the wall. Oh, that's a lovely upside down rappel though from Kawau. And that should be the round. In fact, this is very clinical right now from Kenotrope and bodes well for this half in a comeback attempt. So far, haven't put a foot wrong. It's flawless. And I just wonder if that might force a timeout from CAG. Haven't come out of the half at all.
No, they haven't. I would anticipate that they wait one more round, at least play out the first rotation, and they can think things forward from there. But yeah, it has been rather dominant. More so that round as opposed to basement, but that's kind of the natural progression of the site. They've done a really good job there to put their playmakers in a position to apply pressure early onto CAG, and then they've split the attack in such a way that it's difficult then for them to fight back positionally into the round. So yeah, credit to Kenotrope. They've put their best foot forward. But the question will then be, what's CAG's resilience like? And are they able to quickly switch on here? Next site will be, again, essentially another must-win for Kenotrope. I think they need to put themselves in the best position before we see the re-attempts of these sites where CAG should be able to probably correct or adjust based on what they've seen so far.
Well, the sign of a good side is that they don't panic. And the benefit of having someone like DD who's been in that sort of coaching role before and can even just talk the team through things a little bit. Into the 9th round we go. Well, the tails are up though for Kenotrope. They've got the momentum. It may only be 2 rounds, but it's the way in which they've won the rounds. They got the opening kills. Gatorada's starting to get involved now. 3 kills in that previous round. Flawless as well on the top floor. And it will be repeat. So they don't take the timeout, but they will repeat lockers and CCTV. And this is when I do have the concern though, guys, because if you lose this, it's 5-4. You've lost basement twice. Then you take the timeout, but what's the discussion going to be then? Do you go lockers and CCTV again? Like, how do you frame it? If they had taken the timeout and off the back of that gone basement, and they've lost Sharif again. That's his 3rd opening death so far here on Bank, and Jipitsu's very, very low. Well, they're misplaying this massively. for Lockers and CCTV, if you've lost one this early on and Jipisu's this low, huge advantage for Kenotrope. Absolutely massive start here in the ninth, and Anaton's dead as well. What is going on?
Man, they seem eager to take a lot of these aggressive fights on the fringe of the map, and well, Kenotrope are meeting fire with fire at the moment, and they're a mechanically gifted team, really capitalizing upon those opportunities. So Chibisu low, it's 5 versus sort of 2.5 here for CAG. And it's going to take some pretty big clutch work here, otherwise they're going to find themselves overwhelmed pretty quickly here down below. Chibisu's eager to make a play. Such high risk, but doesn't have too many options at this point. Hatch open above. Chibisu will need to retreat. Now they're boxed in, this defense.
And you can't do much but wait. That's the concern. You kind of have to let them get set up for the execution. The Capitao bolts, the Candelas from the Ying, flash dumps as well available. There's so much utility, and with the extra 2 players, Kenotrope, this would have to be a massive throw. Even on Lockers and CCTV, factoring in that Chibisu's so low on health and needs to be a bit of a frontman target. Gasbabe thrown out from DD, man. And Kwao, immediate drop down from main stairs. Easy kill onto Arcully, and it's falling apart. CAG have already called a tactical timeout. Wow, Kenotrope, that is such a statement round. They make it 3 straight on the attack, and you have to wonder, where did this come from? There has not been a defensive round win on Bank since the opening round.
Yeah, it's definitely opened up. And Kenotrope are bringing, I would say, even a more aggressive tempo comparatively to what we saw from CAG in the first half. And so that's concerning that CAG they've tried to match it. They're not peeling as quickly as maybe they would against other teams. They're wanting to try and take these battles, or even if they're not wanting to take them, they're getting caught out and not being allowed to retreat towards side and then play more of a util-focused game late. So credit goes to Kenotrope. They're enabling these entries. The entries have been absolutely snappy from them. That's it's 3 straight for Gator. Like, that is an impressive streak. And you know, critically, they've then been able to convert them. So I think for Sparky and the boys on CAG, it's a case of let's refocus. Let's try and formulate a plan to better withstand the pressure in the early round, and then let the late round come to us.
So out of the timeout, into the bans. The Ying taken off along with the Goyo. No Lockers CCTV again for CAG. They go staff and open area for the first time in the second half and hope that the new site choice will be one of success. It's been a testament to Kenotrope, though, because they looked a little down and out and a little sorry for themselves after a 5-1 half that ended on a flawless. I mean, CAG were just at the top of their game. But Gator has, I mean, he's been sensational. He's gotten all 4 of their opening kills. Yes, he had a lot of opening deaths in the first half as well, but I think it's a testament to someone who is just knowing his role. He needs to take the early battles, and he's been able to come out the other side now in this second half on top. He's had 7 opening engagements in 9 rounds. That is a huge amount. If you were to put that into a percentile, that's at the higher end, like 7 out of 9.
I hope this isn't what I think it is. I feel like maybe the server's died again, but no. Continuing on from that point, it really has been a massive difference maker, and not just the opening kills in isolation, but I think more so than the ability of Kenotrope to not allow the repunish from CAG, who naturally will then lean into aggressing or try to take that space back or finding another flank or a play opportunity else. So Kenotrope has said nope, and they've very definitively been able to win out all 3 of these rounds. The first one,
I'll tell you what Kenotrope don't want is if we are to have another delay, this is at the worst time for them because they're hot right now.
Yeah, no, for sure.
This is where you type in chat, who's got the potato PC?
Someone from CAG's throttled their
Someone's warming up
computer.
Someone's warming up the toaster. I think CAG more than happy to just kind of sit here and take a tiny little breather. We're back in underway. Out of the timeout. And honestly, this is where well, that's a solid 2.5, 3 minutes maybe for CAG after that previous round loss when you factor in the tactical timeout into the bans, into a small little delay, just enough time to have that rebreather, less pressure coming at you because Kenotrope have brought the pressure in these rounds.
10 seconds remaining.
And I think Anaton going on to the clash now is a huge change up in strategy for CAG. Didn't show it in the first 3 rounds, maybe in fear of it being banned away. I doubt it, considering if you had 3 rounds to probably win the map, you would have played it. I think this is more of an in response to what we've seen from Kenotrope. CAG probably didn't want to play the clash. They probably wanted to play aggressive. Now it's a factor of, okay, well, Kenotrope's hitting some good shots. A-Gate is getting free opening kills. Let's bring the clash. Let's try and shore up the defense. And they brought a lot of trap utility as well with the Denari and the Thorn. You got plenty of barbed wire everywhere. there's a lot of barbed wire in this round.
It's the anti-A-Gator strat. Let's make this look as difficult as possible. I mean, that said, he's already still in a pretty commanding position over towards blue, and then CAG may be forced to invest the clash into kind of dealing with that for now. Zero in play as well here for round 10. Pretty low pick rate, but 6 cams available, and so if he can manage that correctly, Bank is a really good example of a map where it's actually quite useful. There's also a bunch of util that he might be able to disrupt as well on top of the information, and you can see the whole suite of that as he flicks through.
I love this setup though from CAG, although Sharif is good enough to get 1. He's not going to get a second, but with Anaton's position bottom square, he denies A-Gator the ability to push up from first floor to second floor through square. That means that for the second floor hold, which is very extensive, CAG were only playing and still only playing one on the side. And Anaton's position, yes, he may be on the quote-unquote first floor, but what he's doing is denying the ability for Kenotrope to push up and pressure from square side. And so you only have to watch the hallway angle rather than worrying about is someone going to push up from first floor. He's really denying a lot of space here for Kenotrope.
Hold on. I have intel.
Now that's why A-Gate has now gone over towards main stairs. They do find the kill onto DD, man. He was the one inside. He was the only one in sight. And so Kenotrope have got another big advantage. And the power of the clash is just so much stronger when you have bodies around you. If you're playing it by yourself, you're a little bit more weaker. You're going to have to spend more time with the shield. Oh, Claire with a good angle fight onto Chibisu, who went hunting. Spots another one over towards Stock, and that's Arkali. And Kenotrope are on the verge of tying this map up.
Okay.
I mean, CAG just don't know what to do defensively at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, Kenotrope just have a full read on them. They're doing a really good job, even into that kind of setup, to just put A-Gator in a position where he's still able to pressure. He's not necessarily going to be the one netting big kill count in that round, but he's still doing enough. Questioning the castle setup there, the clash setup there in that round, and the big investment that was made from CAG, and it still doesn't work for them.
Attackers need to locate.
So it's a 5-5 scoreline in probably the most attack-decided bank I think I have literally ever casted, which is saying a lot. Basement, though, the tester, CAG, absolutely need to win this side. They're going aggressive. Rotations first floor, hatches open. Instead of going into the defensive and going into their shells, they're getting on even more on the front foot here. They want to try and kill A-Gator and contest him as early as possible. They're not taking any second chances on the site.
I mean, this is do or die now for CAG. Only a single defensive round is separating these two teams right now. Diddy, man, is really pushing it now, considering what we've seen from Kenotrope. Even just then, the way he just nonchalantly was pushing in towards bot blue stairs. And Jibisu watching over towards staff, though, to make sure no one pushes through electrical. Got Harada on the Nook. And Kenotrope, you've got to just say, have been so exceptional in this second half. Dominating in the opening kills. They've had multiple multi-kills from Ayagator, Gatorada, Akayu. They're getting early picks around the 2-minute mark quite often. But this time it goes the other way as Anaton fires the shot and shuts down the Blackbeard. They did get the opening kill in the previous round, but this one might have more effect. No Blackbeard, basement on Bank, and puts a lot of pressure now on Gatorada to probably get this kill. And an overpeak from Arkali. You have to beg the question of why. Why do you need to overpeak that?
Yeah, it makes things awkward. It means that the Reds now are going to be under immediate pressure. And Nintendo responds. There's a big onus and responsibility on Gatorada, again, in this round, having impact. His position, of course, is known. So he's lost that element of surprise.
You just don't have to feed him.
Yeah. It's a difficult position, and it prompts the rotate, understandably so. But the options here are now pretty limited for Kenotrope. Sharif also in archive, so keep that in mind. There's a rotate as well.
Well, surely this is a round that CAG can tuck away. 60 seconds left. Sharif, lovely. Just didn't overswing, didn't overplay his position. Waited for the opportune time until Koal would walk into his sightline and gets his reward. And the downside for Gatorada, he was so deep over in Garage that by the time he actually gets out of Garage, makes his way back into the building through lobby, there's only 40 seconds left in a 2v4 for all the good work of Kenotrope of bringing this game back. It is still going to end up in a map point scenario for CAG. Finally, it's taken them some time, but they secure overtime at minimum. And finally able to get their first defensive round in the half as Eclair cannot win out against Sharif as CAG return to the winning side of things for the first time since the 6th round, stopping a 4-round win streak of Kenotrope. 6-5 map point.
And puts to end a 9-round streak on the side of Attack Shed across both teams. It was quite remarkable just how strong and how well both teams were able to attack in quick succession, but as kind of expected, finally Basement sees success for the defense. Anaton with the opening kill and then conversion from the others. And Gatorada, unfortunately, was unable to have meaningful impact in that round outside of the singular kill Garage. Back to the top floor, and this will pose a challenge for the defense. It seems like the clash is going to once again be introduced, hidden over towards Elevator. CAG have tried to leverage that previously, and it was actually dealt with pretty well by Kenotrope, who you look across at the lineup are going to have a pretty big belt of utility, explosives, Con 6s potentially as well. So Anaton's going to have a lot to juggle in his regard, and I don't think they can necessarily fully rely on that clash being sort of a permanent fixture in the round in terms of that shield being available and actually being in a playable area. It's going to be a task to juggle. It's going to be a task to juggle that, and then you consider with the mirror band out that leaves Jan vulnerable. Yeah, this is going to be quite a tricky round for the defense, so we'll see how they try and lock it down.
And add in the pressure as well. And we're able to avoid the match point scenario for so long, Kenotrope. And 7 now for Gatorada's been their best. Ayagator's 9-7, including the opening round. What's interesting is after that 7 out of 9 streak for Ayagator in the opening engagements, it's the last 2 rounds that he hasn't been as involved, and most importantly in the previous round they lost. And now he goes on to the Blackbeard. For the first time we see shield play from Ayagator, and you just have to wonder, will that potentially limit his ability to have an impact early in the round? Oh, good angle from Akayu, gets really good damage into Anaton.
I think it destroyed the shield as well, right? So, again, that's what I was talking about before. Actually, retaining the shield is going to be such a challenge into that lineup, and Yeah, on cue, Kenotrope have done a good job dealing with that.
I was going to say, without the shield, he's probably still a big factor, but now low on health and only SMG, yeah, he's easily dealt with. And it is Gator that finds the opening kill. Well, that's a good omen for Kenotrope. Every single time Gator's got the opening pick in this half, they've gone on to win the round. And with DD Man down on the Solus, it's a 5v3 and becomes theirs to lose.
They have double nitro, but actually leveraging that is going to be very difficult. Kenotrope in such a good position.
Well, hang on a second. CAG haven't gone for the revive on the DD Man, but he is in a revivable position potentially towards long death, depending on the angles. Jibisu's trying to fight over towards Stock. Scatarada caught over towards Spiral. And Claire thought about the play inside of CEO. Chibisu catches Kowal. They've tried to make a lot of different entries in different positions. They're just feeding 1v1s. But Eclair wins that one. They do get the revive on a DD Man, which keeps the advantage with CAG 3v2 in the last 30 seconds. Eclair and Hikayu are split. They're just solo. Sharif watching towards the janitor doorway position. They still remain with 2 nitro cells available too. If Hikayu is to make his way in, they don't have any smokes. He's caught towards top square. And this might be map done despite what looked like a great start to the round for Kenotrope. It comes to a close with CAG taking their map pick. A strange old map of Bank. It was a 5-1 half to CAG. It seemed like it was going to be an easy ride. But like a roller coaster with ups and downs, it still ends with the same result. CAG get the win.
KPX 소속 무기맨 박진욱입니다. 팀 내에서는 주로 서포트 역할을 주로 합니다. 처음에는 배틀그라운드로 게임을 시작했고 근데 배틀그라운드 핵이 너무 많아가지고 친구들이랑 게임 좀 찾다가 레식 찾아가지고 그냥 넘어갔어요. 배틀그라운드가 마냥 총만 쏘는 게임은 아니었던 것 같아서 전략적으로 움직이는 걸 좋아했는데 그러다 보니까 레식도 좀 똑같은 부분으로 재밌었던 것 같아요. 확실히 재미는 둘 다 있는데 아무래도 좀 직업으로 하다 보니까 프로는 재미는 있는데 좀 압박감도 같이 있었어요. 저 4살 차이 형만 있어요. 형이랑은 형 별로 못해가지고 PC방을 제일 많이 갔던 것 같아요. 집보다는 거의 중학교 때부터 제일 많이 간 것 같고 네, 제일 많이 간 것 같아요. 노마드 나온 시즌이 한 횟수로는 한 4년 전인 것 같아요. 그냥 랭크 하다가 언제지? 그냥 스피어 테스트 때 일반 랭크랑 너무 달라가지고 긴장도 했고 처음 보는 사람들이랑 막 뭐 하려고 하니까 긴장 많이 하고 좀 많이 어려웠어요. 잘 몰랐는데 그 경쟁 씬에 긴장하는 게 아니고 살짝 그냥 좀 낯을 가려서 사람들이랑 좀 근데 긴장은 많이 안 됐고 압박감만 조금 있었던 것 같아요. 프로로서 첫 대회다 보니까 잘해야 된다 그런 느낌이 좀 있었어요. 7, 8등인가? 잘 기억이 안 나요.
揺れるステップ流されるままにはにかむ横顔に遠くで響く鼓動探すほど見失い溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね Let's go!寂しげな言葉をつぶやく唇を音色と混ぜ合わせて消えてく人の波預ける指先に儚く揺れる光溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね失われた声街に飲まれて霞んでいく笑顔遠くになる瞳曖昧な距離さえ甘くてほんの少しでもこの夜に酔わせて溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね溶けてく夜明けにこれが最後の願いね嘘でもいいからみんなないものねだりね
He gets in just in time! It is Impact Norman! They are the best that this region has got to offer!
Well, a turbulent bank, which led with a 5-1 half for CAG, ended up being a 7-5 result, guys. Good fight back from Kenotrope. They strung together 4 rounds straight to tie it up 5-5, but CAG come out the other side for the better. They get the result that they were searching for, which is taking away Kenotrope's map and putting themselves in the best position to qualify for the grand final, now on Lair to follow.
Yeah, I mean, it was volatile to say the least. It was an incredibly attacker-sided map across the board. That was true in both halves. CAG kickstarted quite nicely. They were able to kickstart some serious momentum after that big clutch from Aniton, and then able to kind of roll that forward. But then as we transitioned into the second half, Kenotrope were able to dip into some expertise of their own. They were very strong, particularly on the basement side, in keeping CAG honest off the objective and then being able to convert. But now eventually the dam wall did end up breaking, and CAG were good enough to just get the job done. It was certainly very, very close, but ultimately they were too good in the end. And in terms of setting up the series, well, that was the selection of Kenotrope. So for CAG, it's looking pretty rough from here.
We had the head-to-head earlier with Ayagata and Gatorada, even though they're on the same team. But I think that for these two, it was pretty clear cut, wasn't it, on Bank, that if they were going to get the job done, it was going to come from them. Ayagata with the opening kills and his ability to impact the game early on in rounds, and then probably Gatorada at times towards maybe the latter stages of the rounds. Ayagata ended up with 8 opening engagements across the 12 rounds played, which is still a significant margin. He went 5-3, so I mean that's a win, that's a good result. But it also meant that if he did get those opening deaths, which we saw quite more of in the first half, they were very susceptible without him, and they lost a lot of firepower. Gatorada got a 3K in the 8th round, which was on the top floor. He had a big involvement, but that was a flawless round. They both went 10-8, 0 opening engagements from Gatorada. So maybe wanted to see them actually split that workload a little bit more in the early portions of the round, but different roles. And certainly the way that Ayagata was playing, he took the full onus on himself to get into the building and in the second half find the early picks, and he did a really good job of that, picking up 4 opening kills in the second half for no opening deaths. So he went 4-0 in that second half on the attack at Bank. That was a big half from him. Not enough though, clearly, to get the job done, as Gatorada's just going over some notes of Flair.
Yeah, I think they're in a Discord screen share at the moment, so clearly they've got some ideas brewing here on the second map, and so fingers crossed it ends up being a decently competitive outfit. I struggle to envision a one in which it's near as attacker-sided as what we saw back on Bank. I think that would surely be a bit of a one-off, but who knows? I think we've come to expect the unexpected here in APL. But yeah, I think we'll be jumping in pretty soon, so excited.
Heading over to Lair, though, there's got to be concerns now for Kenotrope, considering what CAG did to Dplus last time. But if I did want to add a spin to it, the result that CAG got against Dplus KIA, as we spoke to Hal and spoke to PJ, was largely in result to counter-stratting. So it was more a case of what CAG did to not only stop what Dplus would like to do there, but also the best ways to play against how Dplus play, which does lead then to the conversation. Well, they're not playing Dplus today. They're playing Kenotrope. And Kenotrope's going to play Lair very differently to how Dplus played it. And so it might not be a case of, oh, well, CAG beat a very good team 7-1 on it, therefore it'll translate across to Kenotrope. It very well may not. The way that Kenotrope maybe want to enter the building, or the strategies that they bring to this map will very much differ, you would imagine, to what Dplus did. So I'm not going to completely just chalk this up as like guaranteed bang on CAG 100% going to win it. They're going to go in as favorites. It's their map pick. Clearly had a good result on it last time, but I'm curious to see what Kenotrope are going to do to offer a point of difference.
Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, I think there's a very strong chance that they try and really leverage Ayagata specifically on entry, put him on the likes of the Snake or the Deimos or some kind of info gatherer, Dockerby, etc., something in that realm, and have the pre-placed drones or droning live in front of him to try and facilitate that entry battle. It was clearly very successful back on Bank, and I don't see Lair being massively indifferent in that sense, that he'll be able to have that license and maybe try and isolate a couple of picks or whatever the case may be. So I think that's going to be a big, potential win condition for them. But equally, CAG now have probably clued into that a little bit more, and maybe on Lev, especially being their selection, they'll probably be a little bit more comfortable, I think, in actually countering that. Back on Bank, I think we did see them be a little bit half-hearted in some of the ways that they did try and counter it. Eventually it clicked, but yeah, I think the expectation will be that it's a little more refined here on the second map.
For the second map we go. Lair is calling as CAG 1 map away from booking their place in the grand final for Kickoff. Again, a reminder, when it comes to APAC North, there's only the 1 slot, and they have to win the grand final to book their place in Salt Lake City. Better news for APAC North as well is that their 1 slot, when we kind of talk about the slots, is that whoever the team that does go over to the major, best performing from the APAC regions, can potentially then get an extra slot for the next coming stage. So, CAG are in hot form. I think they're the kind of team that, again, they could either go dead last at the major or probably get a top 8 finish. So, I think APAC North would probably like to see CAG actually go over there to have the best chance of maybe getting a second slot in stage 1.
Yeah, certainly a possibility.
Well, I mean, unless you'd like to go yourself, though, of course. Goes without saying.
No doubt. The bans for the first half, it's the Bandit, Mirror, and a double shield. So the Monty and the Blitz taken out. Clearly, Kenotrope feeling and sensing that the pressure that Aniton was able to create, especially back on Bank, on the Blitz specifically, several clutch moments as well. They don't want to deal with that here on Laren. You think about some of the hallways, choke points, etc. that this map has to offer. I can't help but feel that the Blitz or the Monty would have been very, very strong selections. So Aniton will be forced to pivot, likely onto the likes of the Glaz. Maybe even be forced onto a bit of hard bridge, and that seems to be the case for this opening round.
And the fact that Kenotrope at least get to start defense is probably a good saving grace coming into CAG's map pick. But it means you still got to get the round wins, and if you do give up quite a few attacking rounds in this first half, then it's going to be a long way back. Well, surprise, surprise, or in this case, no surprises. Gator opening kill onto Sharif. He has been sensational. 5-0 technically in the last 5. So he started 1-3 in the first half on Bank, and then since then 5 straight to Gator in his opening battles, and what a perfect way to start here on Lair. You get rid of the Dockerby. Sharif's obviously a top player, and you can just go back, play site, fortify up, and CAG is just very unlikely to get much from this round now. Can change quickly, and they do still have, I guess, all of the pieces needed to probably take this site still up.
Yeah, it's not end of the world territory just yet for this round, but it is going to be a grind. They have the key pieces. They can still open the 2 primary hard breaches, try and activate the Glaz and cut off some lines of sight. Nomad for a bit of crowd control as well. Having the Dockerby is nice, but it's not essential on this particular site. I know it teases the plant there initially. Oh, and Chibisu finds a pick. Okay.
Well, Chibisu is the big one. If they're going to win this round, it's off of the back of him, and he does at least get a kill onto a Claire. Now, there is a Nitrocell available for Kenotrope, but they don't have the smoke. And so no gas babes. There's not really long-range denial towards Mask, and they don't have the clash. Defensively, Kenotrope are missing quite a few pieces here and denying the ability for CAG to just, layer smokes, get plant down in Mask, and allow Chibisu to then hold the angle. Chibisu's got to be very careful, though, here over towards Armory. He needs to stay alive. He's a big piece to the puzzle for CAG if they are to win this round. Ganorada keeping him at bay. There's only 40 seconds left as DD Man takes Mez control, slips down server, maybe sensing that there's a gap here in the defense, and boy, is there ever. Over towards Display. Oh, wow. He's able to clean out a lot of information, but Chibisu dies to the Nitrocell. Arkali is dead to Akayu. And DD Man, well, he got his job done in terms of infiltrating from behind. Aniton will go for the play inside of R6. This is certainly not the conventional way that you'll attack into this round more often than not. And Koa is able to shut down Aniton as Kenotrope will take top floor.
Yeah, I think CAG, if they had their time over, would have better formulated a plan to play around DD. And I'm sure it was being communicated. And to be fair, they were kind of in positions where it was a little tricky, given where the diffuser was, to actually pivot that quickly, play off him, maybe go for a late pivot to the R6 room position. So it was a little tough, and the round certainly played out in a fashion that was pretty unconventional. It's also top floor, so again, it's expected that defense will be very successful there, and it's a similar storyline that will translate towards basement as well. But for me, the key takeaway really was the beginning of that round. Gator, again, he's been absolutely stacking kills on entry at the moment and really setting his team up nicely.
There's a round, though, that CAG is probably not too fast about losing. It is Master and R6. We'll go basement. And last time out we saw CAG on Lair was last week, and it was a 5-1 defensive half that really set them up against Dplus KIA. And then 1-2-0 in the attacking half to close it out, 7-1. But technically, Kenotrope's already done better than Dplus did on the defense against CAG. Even if it did get a little bit messy. Result is all that matters. And considering the sledge and the ramp have been brought in this second round, you have to expect that for CAG. It's not going to be a direct hit. They will go for the top-down clear. And Chibisu will aid in that with the Dockerby calls.
Kenotrope posing some questions. Oh, with presence offside. And again, Gator seemingly just pounces out of nowhere, finds Arcully. And with that, it's advantage Kenotrope again.
I'll tell you what, if Kenotrope lose this series, Gator is going to be sitting back thinking, well, I've done everything I possibly can for these guys. I don't know what else you want me to do. He's 6-0 straight in terms of opening kill engagements from the second half of Bank to the start of Lair. Gatorado is pinched. That's a really good play for CAG, though, to catch him.
Drone ready to be deployed.
But Eclair able to shut down Sharif. It's been a series to forget for Sharif. He's a high-impact player on his best days, but as things stand, he's got the lowest percentage cost. He's got the worst entry differential. At least in terms of the KD department, now only 9-10, but it's been trending downwards.
Knock, knock.
Oh, again, he survives. That was an opportunity maybe presenting itself for CAG. They still have quite a bit of utility here. A full belt of flashes.
Oh,
DD does catch out Kowal. That was a big overpeak.
What an angle, though, to be fair. That was a very tight angle for DD to hit that shot. He has connected onto Kowal. Anderson taken low on the Blackbeard. Chibisu fighting over towards Labs. Got two different fights, though, going on at once. Claire was knocked. He is down at the moment. Nakayu cannot go for that res. He's getting aggressed upon it. Leaves it down at Gator. The man who starts it all now needs to finish it. As DD goes for the plant. Well, that impact... that's like when you're trying to throw a punch in your dreams. It just didn't go far at all. And Anderson knows he needs to just hold, create an angle, create space for DD man. Oh my goodness, Gator gets rid of Anderson with ease and creates the 1v1 against DD, who clutched up earlier on Bank in a said 1v1 and does it again.
Wow.
Well, it's the clutch master apparently versus the opening engaged king. But in that moment, it's on DD's battleground. He clutches up again. And CAG are on the board on Lair.
He's like, not bad for a coach. That's
He's not a coach anymore.
That's two really composed 1v1s. And I mean, Agate is clearly the most dangerous and the scariest man inside of the server at the moment. And despite being red pinged, he was able to hold his nerve and win out that fight. Decent recovery effort from CAG. They were able to, in the 3 versus 4, that was a very nasty shot, recover the round. And look, DD finished the round, but he also opened it up, the opportunity there by finding that kill, assisting on the flood. And while there was nothing he could do to, planted, nothing he could do to help Anderton. But yeah, on red ping, he wins that fight. Really well-timed swing. And so, well, Kenotrope, again, they're leveraging A-Gator really nicely. It can't turn into a situation where it's him or nothing. There needs to be a little more structure around him.
You look at the numbers here. So for CAG across, again, looking at both maps here, but like DD's actually the highest fragger with 11 kills. The lowest is Sharif with 9, but you've got 3 players that have got 9. And then obviously Anderton then with 10. So like you can clearly see that for CAG, this is just a full spread team effort. Then you go to Kenotrope, and A-Gator's got 14, Akai's got 7, and then you got so there's a gap. So it's not quite as even as CAG. It really is kind of A-Gator or bust at the moment. As Kali finds a very early opening kill and stops this streak for A-Gator. Even if A-Gator's not the one who died, he's also not the one who got the opening kill. And again, that puts the pressure though. It almost is like, oh, well, look at that. Someone else got into an early engagement. They die. A-Gator then probably senses that he has to do it. And the concern for me will be what happens is if he over-aggresses in that department, if CAG string together a couple of rounds, he may then put too much emphasis on having to be the one to get that opening kill and might put himself in actually disadvantaged positions.
So the
By the way,
sense...
he's the only one that's gotten an opening kill for Kenotrope.
Yeah. The sense in play for CAG this round, so probably going to mitigate the need to clear Vert, and instead can be a little bit more of a direct approach here. They've also alleviated some pressure by finding the first one to Wow, and they'll spend some time now being able to prepare themselves on green side. They have the exothermics as well to expose the objective, and it should be pretty straightforward with the Nomad to cut off the flanks. This should be a pretty scrim style round for CAG, where they're able to have the freedom to set up. They can shot call, synchronize, and just execute upon the play that they've probably done dozens of times at this point.
It's an
purely
80%
execution based from here.
80% plant rate as well for CAG in this series on their attacks. So that's something to be concerned about for Kenotrope. They're just finding it too easy to get the plants down, and that's a big kill. Perfectly timed. Now, DD Man has been doing a tremendous job in being able to grab kit, get it on the ground, getting into the right positions.
Well, they lost the sense.
Well, they've lost, yeah, not just the sense. They've lost DD Man. That's a big death. It's a 3v4, 40 seconds left. This is winnable for Kenotrope.
There is a lot of pressure up above, though, for the attack, so Chibisu should be able to find a good timing here and disrupt 30 seconds.
To see if he catches this at the right time. Doorway is being held, and they've just lost Arkali. Flash, is it effective? Indeed it is. Lands onto Eclair, helps him clear out storage. 15 seconds. Aegata's still up. He's been a little bit more quiet, and he's on this top floor. Wants to try and find the kit. He's got all of this information, but the most important one is found and secured. It is just down to Aegata, but he's on the Solus. The best operator in this position to deny the plant, and he should be able to from above. Aegata clutches for Kenotrope.
Wow, he has played that absolutely perfectly. CAG electing to alleviate the pressure up above, and that meant that the Solus was unchecked. Can't help but shake the feeling if they had their time again, Chibisu would have stayed above. He was in a position, even if just to disrupt, but instead he tries to pivot down green and maybe aid on a clearance on the side. I'm guessing is the theory there to have a bit more body on the objective, but if they knew that Solus was in play, I can only assume that they did. You have to, if you've got man advantage, stick someone above there. You don't necessarily have to find the kill, but you have to do just enough to prevent the plant denial. And so Aegata, of course, under the microscope in that moment, had to be composed and did exactly that. Yeah, right here. It's a 3 versus 2, 20 seconds, and Chibisu just beelines out of there over towards green stairs. Maybe more conscious of the horizontal flank. I don't know the exact theory behind that. Again, if you know the Solus up, the Solus is going to be above. So I think that was a combination of one, a bit of an oversight from CAG, but then, of course, really good conversion from Aegata, who, again, if Kenotrope go on to lose this game, I don't think he's the one to blame. He's had a very, very good day inside of the server.
Well, if you want to add in reasonings as to how he's been allowed in that position, I have to maybe ask the question if they actually straight up just didn't know he's up there, simply based on the fact Aegata actually was very quiet in that round and didn't really show anything until the last second. So there is a part of me that maybe thinks CAG's just lost track and lost sight of him towards the end. And then when you add in the time factor, they lost DD Man, who is usually their planter. I think then there's a lot of things happening. Even if it's a lot of little things, you can lose sight of something, and maybe just lost sight of the Solus Aegata up on the top floor and what he can do to deny late into the round. Because clearly, I mean, if they knew he was there, surely there's no world in which Chibisu goes back down green stairs. So I'm going to go with the assumption that they didn't actually know he was there. Whether they should know or shouldn't, all of the shoulds are different. Who cares about shoulds and woulds and whatnot? You're just dealing with the reality in that round. 2-1 lead for Kenotrope. As we head back to the top floor, Master and R6.
Yeah, return to the top floor. More chips are always getting caught. And elsewhere, Arkali does, so...
Oh, it's the first opening kill.
Yeah.
For someone not Gator for Kenotrope in the series.
Uncharted territory for Kenotrope, but honestly, one of the best ways possible. Showing that load a little bit. And again, it's the sense off the board, so they lose that key piece of execute util. Minute 30, DD strikes elsewhere.
Yeah, just need to see Sharif and Anderton probably wake up a little bit and get more involved on lair. Chibis is doing his best. DD Man's doing his best. Arkali's being active, and Sharif goes down again. It's been a rough series for Sharif. DD Man to cover does get the trade onto Gator, leaves it in a 3v3 heading into the last minute of this 4th round. And for a top floor side, I mean, this is actually not too bad for CAG.
No, it's definitely doable. They've lost the vert element though with the Deimos, and so it's a lot of horizontal now. Grim Util will be pretty critical on the clear over towards display. Akayu on ping. Push forward.
The rush. Oh, I don't know about that one. I mean, when Bailiff trying to maybe catch off Akayu through the gas babe, leaves Kawao now in a 1v2 to try and solidify this top floor. As Anderton will get the plant down over towards R6, Chibisu will cover. Kawao just trying to pre-fire check a couple of these corners. He's obviously not quite sure where these two are located. To the left of you, they're in R6, and he gets chunked down massively on his move over towards display. Wants to come around the other side. Anderton's watching. He had a teammate to watch the back anyway, so he could just turn around and watch both sides. 2-2, 2 attacking rounds for CAG. One of them on the top floor of Master and R6. 4 rounds through. The scoreline might be equal, but can't help but feel like CAG with that round win now slightly in the better position.
Yeah, no, definitely with not only reaching the 2-round benchmark, but factoring in top floor as well. That's a big win for CAG. DD doing a good job in that round to find that trade over his lobby, but this was sort of the key moment in the round. I didn't dislike that from DD, the rush forward. They had to have 3 bodies at that position in response to the utility that they outlined, and so it wasn't a case of he just ran in solo. The rest of the team was able to then capitalize and find the trade on that space. So that was actually pretty well formulated there by CAG. They win out the round, and they now find themselves in a pretty decent position here. It's entering a bit of an interesting phase here of lair. Kenotrope will be no doubt disappointed, but they can correct course here with a win down below.
Yeah, it's one of those positions now where if Kenotrope can just win the next 2 rounds, we would probably walk away and go into the second half. All things pretty much as expected. But it means that for CAG, the pressure's off a little bit. Yeah, you've got 2 rounds now to go for a free hit. See if you can extend your margin and take as many rounds as possible going into your defense in the second half and set yourselves up for what could be a grand final position. And Anderton was a big factor at the close of that round as well. Getting a couple of crucial kills. Interestingly enough, in terms of that opening kill discussion, 3 of the 4 rounds have not been converted now. Clearly not the be and all when it comes to lair. And Sharif almost catches the timing on Gator. It hasn't really been his day. Not that he did anything wrong there. In fact, he did a lot right. He just doesn't get the reward for it. When it's not your day, sometimes you can do a lot right and not get rewarded. And sometimes you can do a lot right and you still end up dying. You just you get flanked, or the timings, or whatever it may be. And that might just be the day that Sharif's having, but he can turn it around. Oh, Gatorade! I tell you what,
almost getting caught. He was very hungry for that drone. Now he's in a caught in a pinch because he has lost that opportunity now to escape cleanly.
Yeah, good timing from Anderton.
Yep.
That's just comms. That's just teamwork. That's about understanding how you can swing that bridge safely. And that's twice now that CAG around that sky bridge area have been able to win those sort of battles and get that pinch from both sides, catching someone from Kenotrope by themselves deep midway through the bridge and unable to kind of get back to safety. So that's happened twice now. So player advantage for CAG. on this basement site. You've still got quite a bit of a roam game employed here for Kenotrope as well, and it works out for Gator towards Medical, shuts down Chibitsu. And Eclair, though, goes down to the bailiff as Anaton has just suddenly woken up. Started 1-3. He's got 4 kills straight. And called for Anaton and Sharif to stand up, and one of them has.
Yeah, Anaton, I think maybe just a little uncomfortable with the double shield ban, but he's been able to find a little bit of form towards the tail end now of this attacking half. Advantage CAG. And this round, if they're able to double down on the primary and then secondary sites here, Kenotrope find themselves in such an awkward position. This is a really big moment for CAG as they drop.
And they go over the drop. They go straight towards the side. It's Anaton finds yet another kill. This one onto Gator, who's been the most lively for Kenotrope. He's got 4 he's on for the ace. He just has to find Akayu, who's over towards reception on the first floor. Now that they've located him, Anaton's probably going to get on the sprint, go and try and find him to get this ace secured. They'll be more worried about securing the round win, though, as they get the plant successfully down through DD Man. Anaton now on the first floor is hunting.
He's just patiently lurking and waiting for Akayu to rotate down the hatch.
He's coming. This is the ace. Oh, I mean, honestly, from Akayu, that's a decent job to just shoulder check that properly. Anaton's almost died of the barbed wire and the razor bloom. And honestly, it takes Anaton could have stayed there and tried to go for the ace, but he makes the team play just fall back. Now it's no time left. Now can he get the ace? Akayu probably doesn't want to drop. Gets the kill into DD Man. Yeah, I mean, I like that from Anaton. He doesn't really care about the ace. He's had plenty of those in his career. I'm guessing. It's been a long career. I'm sure he has.
Yeah, good from CAG. The last 2 rounds could end up being pretty definitive in the context of this series. To win out top and below, I think has taken the sting out of this defensive half for Kenotrope, securing at least an equal footing heading into the second half. Puts CAG in a very strong series winning position. Kenotrope will like to double down. Yeah, instead of re-attempting above, it's
they haven't won this at all.
Yeah.
So CAG get 3 attacking rounds. They'll get another opportunity to try and get a 4th, and they're very good on the defensive layer. They've set this upper bracket final up now to go their way. It's all about just how they close it out. You said it before, Gator or bust, and probably has been the case. He hasn't quite, in the last 3 rounds, he hasn't found an opening kill, and in the last 3 rounds, it's been 2-1 in favor of CAG. I think this will be a case of Gator will just set his Vulcan canisters and desperately search for the first pick of the round to give his team the best chance to win. It's actually, though, Akayu. And it's on to Sharif. This man cannot catch a break.
No. It's been pretty rough. What?
Oh, that's rough. What? Hang on. What?
That was... I've
did
never seen it.
Did it catch the gas pipe? Is that what?
Not that I'm aware of. Either way, that's one way to equalize the man count. GBC is just sending it through here over towards security. Yep, nice work on the Gatorado. So that's the part of the roam dealt with. In fact, that's both parts. Eclair falls as well. Akayu, Gator, 2v4.
Yeah, well, I was completely wrong about Gator maybe trying to just go for broke and finding an early pick. He's now midway through this final round of the half and needs to probably get at least the next 2 kills. He takes a little breather, adjusts the hair as he locks in. And credit to CAG, though, because they were getting challenged to start here on Lair. And Bank itself was a challenge too. I mean, Kenotrope have been very competitive, but CAG have just always had that one little step forward, that one little answer. Replays from Akayu. As Gator sees himself come back down to basement. As much as you want to find the positives of Kenotrope, you do have to ask the question why you've gone back to labs again.
Yeah, it could be a costly decision for them. Minute to go in the round. So much utility for CAG. There's just so many entry points that they now need to be aware of.
Well, this one's done, you'd think. Just swings into the double stack there of CAG, leaving A Gator in the 1v4 with a death mark floating around. It's a 4-2 half for CAG as they take an extensive lead heading into defense lair on their map pick. They're 3 rounds away from booking their place in the grand final. Well, the man on our screen really showed up towards the back end of that first half. As Anaton got going, so did CAG. And from there, 4-2 half, 3 rounds straight leads them to the defense on Lair. And only needing now 3 more rounds to book their place at the grand final, shaping up easily as the favorites to head to the major from the APAC North region. It can all change, though, even from here. Kenotrope have been competitive. And the one thing that's not lost on me, guys, is when we were sitting at the half from Bank at 5-1, thinking maybe that one was going to be over, and then Kenotrope put 4 rounds on the board. Who's to say what will happen here in the second half? We kind of have to keep our eyes peeled for things, because CAG, they do like to keep their fans guessing.
Yeah, that can certainly be the case, and I think we got a glimpse of that over back on Bank. I still have faith like CAG can consolidate this position. Replay package of round 6, and Sharif, it's just not been his day. I don't know how much of that is necessarily been his fault, just maybe a string of bad luck. But for that point onwards, CAG were very competent in dealing with the dual roam, and then able to collapse onto the objective pretty confidently. So into round 7, it's Monty, Ying, Mirror, and Smoke unavailable. Top floor site of choice. And so with the Smoke off the board, we'll see CAG get a little more creative. They'll persist with the Tachanka. They'll then look to play Azami on site to hold on to control as much as possible. And there's going to be an emphasis on those Nitro cells as well from CAG landing as a former Plantanar.
It was a 1-3 start for Anderson as well, so he's 8-0. He's 8-zip. He's just really locked in towards the back end of the half. No bigger round than, of course, the 4K in the 5th round. Got Plant down the round before that. So really, after the first 3 rounds, he just locked in and put together a really good display in the final 3 rounds of the half. And no surprise, funnily enough, CAG won all 3 of those rounds. He is always a big barometer for the team. If Addison's playing well, usually CAG do. What's really helped them, though, in this series as well is DD's been really, really good. Dplus continued his top form this stage. So even if, it's been one to forget, I think for Sharip's standards, he's still 10-13 across the series. It's not an awful game. But he's 2-5 in the entry, 44% cost. Yeah, to his standards, he's definitely a little bit below. But the power of CAG is they've just got so many weapons. And Ayagate is going to be entrusted on the Deimos to provide early opportunity for Kenotrope. He'll be on that first floor. Uncontested as well.
Yeah, starting to close on the midpoint then of this round. And Kenotrope just putting in the final pieces of groundwork. Anderson looking to be pretty aggressive here on the Bandit this round in denying pressure to sight. And Sharip with a big responsibility, Mez. He'll be looking to change his fortune for this map. As Anderson retreats from his position, and Sharip as well will also fall back. So CAG not afraid to forfeit some of this control of Kenotrope, forced to work for it. There's a Claire. Will die elsewhere. CAG advantage.
So Akayu goes searching at the doorway over towards Mez to just see if he can cut off an angle. They still have an opened up mask. That's the concern for me. If you're not going to have mask opened up, your ability to kind of get in through this Mez doorway is so difficult. Now, Akali has been pushed out from behind that Kiba barrier, courtesy of Akayu with the flame bolt from the Capital, and he has been taken low. But that's it. They haven't really been able to do much else with it. Now Gator then falls to Sharip. Akayu does slip in and then immediately gets shot. And again, it's like walking into the hornet's nest. So difficult if you don't open up mask. There's Gatorada try it with a super shorty. It's not going to work out. CAG make it 4 rounds straight. Perfect way to kickstart the second half as they go 5-2 up. 2 more rounds required to book their place in the grand final.
Yeah, very, very solid effort there in that round. Kenotrope failing to flush out that site efficiently. Hard breach posing some problems. And so it's very much a filter effect towards the tail end of that round, and CAG aren't going to screw that up. So good start for them. They tick off the top floor. And the beauty of their position after the first half is if they can tick off basement again, expected to, then they're only on serious point and they have that bubbles to then play around. So for Kenotrope, it's a tricky position. We'll see if they can continue to fight here into the 8th round. They'll be contending with the Scopos in this particular occasion. And so Sharip has been given the license to roam around a little bit now, able to flip his fortune with some picks in the last round. And I'll be intrigued to see actually how much how eager he is to stay off-site, or if it's going to be a case of peeling back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and just happy really for Sharip to finally have a round where it all just kind of came together for him. That's the kind of player he is. He can get those multi-kill rounds. He can go pop off, get 3-4Ks. Gets a 3K in that previous round, and suddenly the map of layer doesn't look so bad. You go from 1-5 to 4-5 just like that. And Kenotrope must now be thinking, though, they've got a lot of work to be done if they're going to get back into this series. But they were in a very similar position back on Bank. It was a 5-1 deficit. This is 5-2. They got it back to 5-5, just couldn't hold on, and eventually CAG got the map done. This is going to be a difficult and more difficult task considering they're attacking into lair against CAG. And you get it in towards lockers. Nice, good position early on here for basement by himself. Akali's over towards stock. They're going to go rather direct. They catch Akali on the drop, and Kenotrope, will they all funnel in behind these players and just go direct towards site?
Minute 30, and it's equalized with Kawau falling. Gator has been so patient. It's a half swing from Aniton and punished accordingly. Good advantage now for Kenotrope. Plant going down, DD man to fall, and this should be Kenotropes.
And 2v3 post plant should be Kenotropes 100%. Chibisu and the rest up above just susceptible to that slipping. They found the gap courtesy of Gator on the Solid Snake, really showing off the power of the radar. Sharif, big kill onto it. Claire. Well, is it Sharif time? If he can win this next battle, it might be more of a chance, but it's Gator that closes it out. 10 seconds quickly for Chibisu to either go for the kit, and it's not. He actually doesn't even have the time to really get there and get on it, and Gator already just says, yep, GG. He'll swing. There's no time. And Kenotrope will take this basement site. 4 in the round for Chibisu, but it won't matter. It's the round win that goes the way of Kenotrope. They make it 5-3, and they stop the CAG streak at 4 rounds straight, as they did have a 2-1 lead. They've now finally gotten their 3rd round. But I think a lot of that round actually is still off of Gator. He doesn't get the opening kill. That's Akayu. But the Solid Snake being able to slip in towards site, get deep position towards lockers, have a good cutoff of this hallway position, and facilitate the ability for the rest of the team to follow in, get plant down, and not even have to worry about that first floor. That is a big reason why Kenotrope win the round.
Well, they stay alive for a little while longer. Tertiary could provide an opportunity to close that gap even further. Over to Dorms for the 9th round. Again, they're doing a good job in leveraging Gator. I think Solid Snake is an operator that, yeah, particularly favors his play style and being able to lurk into positions, be patient.
10 seconds to go.
And it's obviously difficult to ascertain how much of the information he's gathering. Is that just for his sole purpose? Is that being relayed across to the rest of the team? It's probably an element of both. And so, as expected on this side, there's an emphasis on the top floor from defense with Vert. Kenotrope electing not to go the sense route though. And their lineup is probably actually without the Capital, without the sense, etc., suggesting it's going to be a proper flush out of above.
It just keeps this alive, doesn't it? I mean, 2 rounds is in touching distance for Kenotrope. Heavy reliance on Gator to continue to perform to the level that he has been, sure. But it seems like he's up for the task. The good news for CAG, though, is Sharip's come to the party and Aniton continues his strong form. Of course, wasn't much he could do against Gator. He was pre-lined up for about 40 seconds and didn't know it. All clear on the radar as Gator successfully through basement can now make his way up yellow.
Yeah, minute 40, they've gotten pretty good ground here with low risk and investment. But now comes the hard part of, especially with that Islami in play, there's going to be a lot of utility clearance required. And there's a lack of hard breach on offer here as well. That being said, some of the pills being forced as DD will fall back down to the side. Chibisu, Kali, Aniton, well, they were 2nd floor, but they too have also at least teased the retreat initially. Chibisu is in a position to play for life, that would appear, and Kali is in quite a high-risk position as well. Despite that, Chibisu lands the shot up to 13, drops down for a second, and CAG have been able to pounce big time in this round. It's flawless for CAG.
Wow, that was quick. And that whole time, I'm sitting and I'm actually watching Gator because he was playing Snake 1st floor security and using that radar constantly to try and get information to aid his team. But he wasn't able to really get involved. He wasn't going for a push to those in-site bunks briefing and try and take the fight with them while that 2nd floor push was happening. So he never really got a chance to be involved. And while what he was necessarily doing wasn't bad, is he the kind of player that you want sitting back doing nothing while all of this is going on? I'd rather see Ayagator be on the front line if that's how you're going to play it, rather than being the one only providing information. He's been your best gunner. He's gotten all your opening kills. He's the reason why you're winning rounds. And if he's sitting there playing that role, feeding information, and you can't play off of that, well, yeah, there's a reason why it's 6-3 and 3 match points and series points for CAG. But they played that really well. I mean, Chibisu backed himself in, played for life, got a sick headshot, dropped down, and they just had Kenotrope read like a book that whole round. Flawless from CAG. It's their second of the series. Kenotrope got one back on bank as well. As Chibisu goes 14-4, 21-13 across the two maps, 3-0 on the entry. He has statistically been the highest rated player in the server. And he's been the highest rated player for the stage, guys, averaging a 136 EPS.
Well, can CAG now put the cherry on top? It should be pretty straightforward from here, but time will tell. CAG, of course, have a pretty notable reputation of sometimes prolonging the closure of games. But I feel like maybe we're seeing the other side of that. At least if recent form is anything to go by, where they're doing a much better job in closing out strong, advantageous positions. And we'll see if this one is to be an exception or not. About 40 seconds into this round, and a bit of a lurk employed from Sharif elsewhere. The rest of the team focusing their efforts sacking the floor. And as for the attack of Kenotrope, it's purely on the exterior at the moment, gaining info on drones. Deimos and the Solid Snake combination for them this round will hopefully offer them a lot of information. IQ for the side of electronics as well. And they're now able to chip away at a little bit of ground. That flank, though, could be dangerous. If Sharif hits the right timing here, Kowal could find himself in a world of hurt.
1 for 1 at the very least, keeps things equal. But that's what you want if you're Kenotrope. You want Ayagator getting involved nice and early. They've won the majority of their rounds when he's gotten the opening picks and looked the best as well. And losing the Grim versus the Azami, I'd probably rather have the Azami, to be honest, but it's a bit however you feel like. The Grim can be decent, of course, heading into Master and R6 to get some information, clear out certain positions, but the Azami just as strong with the keeper barriers. 55 seconds remaining. Declare the patience. And it does pay off. Catches Sharif down below. And gives Kenotrope the extra number. Ayagator, he does go onto that front line now. He goes for a flank here last second. Wants to reevaluate where he wants to enter. Get more information off the radar. And wants to go through ops.
30 seconds. There's a lot of utility for Kenotrope. They just need to make sure they deploy it correctly here. Ayagator can hit the backstab and they should be in a good spot.
RED active. If it runs on batteries, I see it.
They are leaving themselves low on time, though. Okayu is going to have to get this plant down uncontested. As Eclair lost his battle against Chibisu. Ayagator, Nitrosol from DD-Man shuts him down. And that will be the end of the map and therefore the series, as CAG will book their place in the APAC North Kickoff Grand Final. It drops Kenotrope to the lower bracket. They will get reprieve. They will get a second chance. But who knows if it will be against CAG in the grand final. They've still got to get through either Scars or Dplus, which will be up next. But for CAG, one more best of 3 away from the major.
Yeah, CAG putting in another really strong result. Truly didn't expect a 2-0 in this series. I think we saw a good amount of fight from Kenotrope, but CAG overall a little more well-rounded in this team, obviously, with a world of experience behind them at this point. They got pushed, they got tested on a couple of occasions, whether it be back on map 1 or here on Lair. But ultimately, I think they just had a little more depth, and their strategy here on layer seems to be very, very difficult to take down, despite whatever counter work Kenotrope may have done heading into it. So, yeah, solid performance for them all round. And there on Cam at the end, he had a bit of a rough start there on layer. I think that the double shield ban certainly didn't help him in terms of feeling comfortable, but when he was able to get going, the rest of the team followed. And in terms of, I guess if there's another player to highlight as well, DD, he had 2 massive clutches over the course of this series, which were actually at pretty pivotal moments of both respective maps, and overall did a really, really good job. So I think CAG, the vibes are strong, and I think, yeah, as a very small preview to the grand final, they're probably going in as the favorite unless we see something super dramatic throughout this lower bracket.
We're going to go and have a chat with Sparky from CAG, fresh off of that win. Sparky, congratulations. A spot in the grand final, 1 away from the major. We had a couple of interviews earlier today, one with PJH, one with Hell from Dplus, and they were talking about CAG's counter-stratting of Dplus in that series last week. Coming into today, though, how much work was kind of put into Kenotrope and what they've been doing so far at this stage of Kickoff?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, so not as heavy as the Dplus game for sure. Not as heavy as the Dplus game. I think Kenotrope is is a hell of a team in terms of like their playstyle, which like I think it, like encompasses and sort of shows like what the APAC region is all about, pretty much. Especially like in the last few years. So yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say about they're just a weird team. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like they just do weird things. Like for example, on layer, we never played smoke, right? So it's not a counter ban, it's a comfort ban. But like, how is smoke a comfort ban? Like, some things just don't make sense to me. Like I cannot comprehend what they're doing. But some of the things they do actually do make sense, because they're nonsense, but it's the nonsense that works. Like that also the top teams do. Like those kind of unpredictable things. But some things I don't know. I don't know what to say.
On the topic of nonsense, actually, I want to go back to Bank briefly, because that was probably one of the most attacker-sided banks I think I've ever seen in my life. What the hell is going on there for both teams?
Yeah, no, Bank has to go. Like, Bank has to go. Like, it's everyone's got too figured out. Like, especially in the last stage, it's too attacker side. It's too static. It's just too figured out by the attack. It's like it has to go. Like it was a classic. Like last couple of years, it's a classic. Now it's become like too much of a classic. Like it's too figured out. What was going on? I have no idea. We didn't adapt properly to what they were doing. We didn't really counter-strat that heavy in this game, and it was my fault, because like they're a very heavy. They're a team you need to counter-strat like heavily, but at the same time I was like, this is a new team, so I wasn't really sure what they were gonna do, because like first game they played in the league, they played totally different from the second game, and so I didn't really know what they were gonna bring up. So I just sort of trained more to stay flexible, and it gradually worked out.
Sparky, before we let you go, I just want to ask one last question. You guys are in the grand final now. You've obviously a week until that gets played. Just talk us through sort of like what's the next week going to be like for you and the team.
Another day in the office. Another week in the office. Same old.
That's the best answer, Sparky. Congratulations again on making the grand final, and best of luck next week.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
So CAG in another grand final in APAC North as Kenotrope tried their best. 7-5, 7-3 the map results. Ayageta certainly did try his best, Gus.
Yeah, honestly, it was really interesting getting the thoughts of that matchup as a whole. It seems like CAG, and I mean Sparky more specifically, kind of walking away from that with mixed feelings. Kenotrope maybe catching them off in some parts, but then also being pretty predictable and easy to read in others. And so, yeah, ultimately they walk away with the win nonetheless. And yeah, in terms of looking at that summary as a whole, there was some big names firing inside of the server. So sets us up for an exciting grand final, but the ultimate question will be who joins them, and that lower bracket is still very much up in the air as to how that will develop.
Well, we're kind of on schedule today, despite the 2-0s that we had due to the earlier delays. But a short break, and on the other side, back to the lower bracket in a do-or-die match between Dplus KIA and Scars.
예전에 같이 했던 선수들이랑 같이 뛰게 되잖아요.
네.
거기에 대해서 어떤 느낌인지.
일단 코티드는 워낙 오래 해가지고 별 감흥은 없고, 린님은 확실히 오랜만에 해서 좀 확실히 반가웠어요. 인게임 외적으로도 막 티키타카 돼서 재밌고, 레피는 진짜 솔직히 총을 한국에서 제일, 한국 아니더라도 한 탑3 안에는 드는 것처럼 잘 쏘고, 진짜 불가능한 걸 좀 가능하게끔 하는 그런 선수인 것 같아요. 옛날에는 저도 그렇고 보이도 그렇고 완전 그냥 건어 쪽인 줄 알았는데, 워낙 보이는 총을 잘 쏘고 건어 쪽보다는 확실히 생각이 깊은 선수인 거를 깨달았어요. 린님이 적극적으로 뭘 했는지는 잘 모르겠는데, 일단 린님은 뭐라 해야 되지? 포텐 터지면 제 상대 잘 못 막는 그런 느낌? 그냥 삘 타면 진짜 엄청 잘해요. 그때 당시에는 1승, 워낙 해외애들이, 지금도 그렇지만 해외애들이 막 엄청 잘하는 이미지다 보니까 그때는 1승 하는 것도 상상도 못했고, 근데 거기서 NIP 이기고 하다 보니까 기분이 엄청 좋았어. 시즈도 대서버 있는 걸 그때 처음 알아가지고, 쓰는 방법도 좀 그때 당시엔 좀 어려웠고, 이것저것 세팅하는 그런 재미도 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 일단 엄청 기뻤고, SNS에도 막 저희 얘기 올라오고, 최강의 팀이라고 막 올라오는 거 보니까 저 실감이 안 났어요. 확실히 막 한국을 대표하고 그렇다 보니까 더 열심히 해야겠고 막 그런 감정이 계속 올라왔었어요. 매번 이제는 좀 성적 좀 내자 하면서 가는데 좀 쉽지는 않았어요.
모든 e스포츠를 통틀어서 이제 아이돌로 삼고 있는 사람이 있는지 레식이 아니어도 괜찮다고.
당연히 베이커. 일단 성적 자체도 워낙 넘사벽이시고 일단 그 프로게이머 하는 그 마인드랑 그런 걸 좀 많이 배우고 있어요. 저희 부모님 세대는 좀 게임을 싫어하셔서 프로게이머라는 직업을 잘 인정 못했던 것 같은데 이제 페이커님이 좀 성공 사례를 보여주고 있어서 이제 프로게이머라는 직업을 어느 정도 좀 인정해주는 것 같아요. 일단 게임을 좀 딥하게 하는 친구들 아니면은 이제 웬만하면 롤밖에 모르다 보니까 이제 LCK 팀들에 제가 있으니까 이제 뭐 롤 팀에 뭐 쇼메이커 만나봤냐 뭐 그러면서 좀 신기하고 막 사인 받아달라 그러더라고. 일단 그냥 기회를 뛸 수 있는 기회 주셔서 일단 감사하고 일단 이름값이 크다 보니까 더 열심히 하게 되는 것 같아요. 첫 국제 대회는 그냥 막연하게 막 큰 목표는 없이 그냥 막연하게 갔던 것 같고 근데 첫 대회 이제 두 번째 국제 대회에서 좀 성적이 나다 보니까 이제 목표도 생겼는데 근데 최근 이제 한 1-2년은 이제 성적이 좀 안 나오고 있다 보니까 일단 국제 대회 우승도 한 번도 못 해봤고 솔직히 좀 트렌디 못하고 아직 근데 제가 생각하는 레식 그 대회 좀 그 이기는 방법 그런 게 있는데 일단 에이펙은 그런 게 잘 없는 것 같아요. 좀 뭘 전략적으로도 많이 뒤처지고 네 뭔가 좀 많이 딱딱하고 한국은 제 생각엔 탑인 팀도 있는데 탑을 위해 경쟁 좀 해야 되는 팀도 있는 것 같아요. 저희 팀 빼고는 다 경쟁해야 되는 팀이지 않나. 막 저희 팀에 저 천재지변이 일어나는 거 아니면 저희가 다 먹지 않을까요? 국제대회 우승은 진짜 한번 해보고 뭐 은퇴를 하던가 하자 해서 계속 그냥 열심히 했던 것 같아요. 에펙 노스에선 저희 말고는 다 성공할 수 없을 것 같은데요. 일단 저희처럼 많은 경험이 있는 팀을 일단 못 찾은 퓨어엑스에 경험 많은 선수들이 일단 다 모였기 때문에 저희가 제일 잘할 것 같아요.
지금 APL에서 가장 기대되는 것이 어떤 건지 뭐 대회 성적이 퍼블리시 될 수도 있고 에이펙 파이널 랜 있을 수도 있고
일단 대회 자체가 바뀌어가지고 좀 그게 가장 기대되고 그 바뀐 대회에서 저희가 성적 낼 게 가장 기대돼요. 굳이 꼽자면 CAG 거기도 좀 그 개개인 그 포텐셜이 좀 그 고점이 높은 것 같아서 좀 터졌을 때 살짝 무서워. 아시아에서 게임하게 되는 그 선수들이 각자 지역에 안 있고 아시아의 좀 약체로 평가되는 아시아 지역에 오게 되는 데는 이유가 있는 것 같아요. 팬분들을 실망시켜 드리기 싫긴 한데 디플러스 기아가 저희한테 지는 건 거의 기정사실돼 있기 때문에 단순히 말하면 그냥 한국 했을 때 떠오르는 그런 선수였으면 좋겠고 좀 개인적인 바람은 전 세계에서 그냥 좀 서포팅이나 그런 거 최고가 누구냐 했을 때 뽑혔으면 좋겠어요.
They are the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, a slightly extended break there due to ongoing server issues, but hopefully we can get underway for our final series of the night. Scars and Dplus KIA, do or die elimination game in the lower bracket. Winner will play Kenotrope next week, guys, and what would be a big lower bracket final because Kenotrope have been looking very good. They did lose out, of course, to CAG in our previous matchup, but they were very competitive. For these two teams, Scars and Dplus, anything short of a major you'd think is a failure on the stage. Certainly for Dplus KIA, a team with big aspirations in the region.
Yeah, absolutely. They obviously got knocked down a peg after that devastating smacking against Cyclops, who have gone on to prove that, well, maybe they are the real deal and can dominate anyone in this region. But yeah, honing in on Dplus KIA, they had a good start to the day. Eased into it quite nicely with a pretty confident win over Help Us LFO. And heading into this game, I feel like I have a pretty decent read on Dplus KIA in terms of how they can play, what their potential is, and they can certainly go into this match and I think be very, very confident. But that's if they have a good read on their opposition in Scars, where truthfully, I haven't really seen enough of them this stage to have a great read on where they're at specifically right here, right now. So for Dplus KIA, I think it's more so about just internalizing, focusing on themselves, refining what they've got on offer, and activating some of the key players that they know have so much skill. And I think we actually saw a pretty good demonstration of that in the series earlier today, where Muzi in particular stood out as a player that really came alive. The replay package at the moment probably not supporting that, where he got off to a bit of a slow start on Chalet, but he was phenomenal over the course of that series. But it was more so a team-wide effort where they were all on the same page. They minimized mistakes. They didn't really hesitate a whole lot over the course of that series, and I think that's what really led to that dominant result.
Yeah, I think for Dplus KIA, it was probably a little case of back to the drawing board after their loss to CAG, and it's been spoken at length at how they kind of took them apart, but it seems like they learned pretty quickly from that. And for Scars, it was their loss against Kenotrope Gaming back in the upper bracket semi-final that sent them to the lower bracket. They then beat LFO No Name, but it again wasn't really all that easy for them. They got a 7-1, but then they lost 8-7 and then had to go to that third map on Fortress, which we felt at the time going into that third map, anything could happen, but they were just way too good on the defense in that map of Fortress. Ended up winning it 7-3. As we look at the Scars roster for this matchup, I can't help but get the feeling that they come into this as ever so slight underdogs, but if not that, pretty equal margin, I think, with where Dplus KIA are at the moment. They've still got some really talented players. Rack and Nino are clearly having a very good stage themselves. Certainly Nino when you look at the EPS numbers, but then couple that with his cost percentage, his +4 entries. They've got themselves a very solid roster, and it's always been a case of just trying to get it all to work together at the right time in what has many consider not really the strongest of the regions when it comes to even APAC, let alone in comparison to Asia, but a very competitive region when you consider the teams that we've got. You look at Kenotrope, CAG, Dplus, previously FearX, who were at the top of that list. Like Scars have just never been able to really kind of leapfrog a couple of those and put themselves in a major contention position.
No, they've definitely dropped off the radar a little bit, but I think that, you know, Kickoff offers an opportunity for somewhat of a resurgence from them. They still have a very skilled, experienced roster, and I think it's about finding confidence. I don't think the meta is really going to do them too many disfavors. I think they're actually in a pretty good position, and so far they've looked solid. 52% attacking win rate, 68% defensive win rate. The numbers they've been posting over the last few months have been quite positive, and it's actually been a pretty fair spread in terms of EPS as well for the team. Looking at some of the numbers, like Nina's leading the charge, 122, but Fishlag's at the bottom, 90. Like, he's actually stepped up a bit, quite a lot in that regard, offering quite a bit of value to the team. And so I'm hoping that this match really does offer some good back and forth from a strategic standpoint as well. We've seen too many games that have blown out and been one-sided, and I'm really hoping that this one does have a bit of back and forth about it.
Well, it's kind of funny you say that with Scars. Their last two series, both 2-1s for Dplus KIA, they've been in the blowout. So you've got one team that's been in these kind of close series, and then you've got the other one which has been either for them or against them a blowout. And I don't know, I guess, does that then favor Dplus KIA that they've probably got the capabilities of just blowing out other teams? I think that for me, if you come into it, it's like, well, Scars have kind of struggled. Even in their wins, they've kind of struggled. Their last time that they had a very easy time was against VRX 7-2-7-4 back on the opening play day. Again, new look VRX roster, trying some different things, a couple of new players, clearly a big shakeup. And so they were very vulnerable at this stage, hence why they just went loss. But outside of that, one result, then even against LFO No Name, the fact that goes 3 maps, but they had a 7-1. Scars are like an enigma. They're kind of like CIG light.
Yeah, sure. I think in some respects that's a pretty fair assessment. I think on a bad day, then sometimes it does bring Dplus KIA's mental resolution into question under the microscope a little bit. I think we saw them shut down very quickly in that one-sided CAG matchup. But then on the flip side, looking at it from a positive perspective, I think their momentum-based nature means if they come out of the gate super strong in a series and they're feeling themselves and they're playing well and they kind of find a flow state, it's very difficult for teams to wrangle back. So let's see where this series will take place. Of course, best of 3 map veto, and we'll see how it has transpired. I don't really have too many specific expectations for this series. It ends up being Club, Lair, and Cafe. Interestingly, Fortress was allowed through. Dplus KIA, I presume, would probably have the strategic depth to play it. But ultimately, Scars will sidestep, and Cafe ends up being the decider. So we see 3 maps that have seen a lot of playtime through APL so far.
And Dplus get their lair again. It means they will have played it every single series thus far up to this point, including this match now. Clubhouse comes in. It's kind of middle of the pack in the APAC North region for selection. Lair has, well, probably thanks to Dplus KIA, become the most played map this stage of Kickoff. Cafe is the least played. But if we do get there and it does get played in this series, it'll then therefore be tied as the least played with Nighthaven Labs. For whatever reason, Nighthaven Labs just not a big map in this particular sub-region, and certainly Lair, again courtesy of Dplus KIA, being the most played, just seems like a map where a lot of teams feel comfortable to go, because I guess from Scars' perspective, I mean, they picked Clubhouse, but they have allowed Lair by not banning it away. They wanted to get rid of Chalet and Bank more so than allowing Dplus the opportunity to play Lair again.
Yeah, I think the stage is then set pretty clearly, right? If Scars failed to win their map selection, I don't know what the path forward from there is, given just how formidable Dplus have looked on Lair, their ability to break it down, what they've been able to show so far, their response. I think it makes it very, very tricky, and I definitely do not take Dplus lightly on that first map of Clubhouse. They will know the structures in and out. And more importantly than that, the flow and the team play that they had on offer earlier today looked really, really strong. If you could transpose that over towards Club, where you already know kind of the basic structures, etc., it's just about implementing that on the day, then yeah, I think it's going to be a tough little matchup for Scars, and hopefully we see that fight back and forth. I want to see these two teams battle it out a little more strategically than maybe some of the other series that we've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse, I agree with you. I think will be the deciding factor in a series like this. So if Scars can win it, then this has the potential of going all 3 maps, and maybe then giving them the confidence booster going into Lair, which whenever you allow a map like that through, you do have to take the notable takeaways from Dplus's loss on that map to CAG, but it's very difficult to just sort of emulate what CAG did, and we saw that in the earlier series today, where of course Dplus beat out Helper Salafone. They beat them 7-0 on that map. So Clubhouse for me needs to be must win for Scars. If they lose this map, Dplus will go very confidently into their map pick of Lair. Puts the pressure on nice and early. It is a lower bracket elimination game. Lower bracket semi-final. Scars Dplus. Winner will take on Kenotrope next week in the lower bracket final. The loser is done.
Well, let's see if we finally get the close game that we have been, I suppose, begging for really at this point. Kick it off over towards Clubhouse, the pick of Scars, and as such, they will start out on attack. I want to say Dplus have the comfort of defense, but with the way that Clubhouse sometimes can play out, the way it can get broken down, it's part of that, of course, dependent on the bans. It may not necessarily translate to the most comfortable of positions for them. The bans as they have played out, it is the Monty Grimm combination, so 2 operators that are particularly strong on this map, especially when you think about strongholds such as Rafters. And then, as we typically see, teams want to alleviate pressure on the hard breach, and so the Kite and the Bandit will be benched as well.
Church and Arsenal, the site choice, no surprises there.
Attackers need to locate and
I'm excited for this one though. Again, I think outside, like for Dplus, they come into this with overall good form. They just had the one slip up against CAG, but outside of that, they've been very dominant against everyone else. And so I'm a little worried for Scars. If Scars bring some of the inconsistencies that we saw from their matches, including even in their wins, you can't help but then feel as if Dplus will be too strong for them and too aggressive. And certainly from a strategic level, the Brazilians are next level when it comes to that. When they get to start on defense, on your map pick, like they can get a pretty hefty lead. If it's 5-1 half territory, then it's sort of like, oh boy, this is nervous times. You know, we see it's going to start basement, but Levy's going to go onto the Scopos, and with a lot of activity on the second floor right now, I just wonder if Dplus want to kick things off with a nice aggressive early roam.
Yeah, certainly it looks that way.
Sensor on. Searching for electronics.
A lot of presence around the map here at the moment for Dplus KIA.
This could be a dirt rush. Just could.
It could be. Maybe. They're investigating. Fishlike might give the call here that it's clear.
Yeah, that delays. That just delays.
Yeah, Balls has already retreated back to the site just to prevent that from being an easy route 1 attack.
It's still the emphasis though.
Yeah. It's playing out very standard for a dirt tease. Oh, Levy though takes a big chunk of damage courtesy of Nino.
I say
he can
swap
retreat.
back.
Yep.
Look, I don't think this is well. This is now a win for Dplus KIA getting the opening kill. I was going to say probably not a win for either team, bit of a stalemate start. But the fact that Scars have put the double stack over towards Dirt with Rek and also Dino, I can't remember his name, sorry, but Midi gets another one onto Yukiz. And over towards Lounge, Midi has completed the trifecta. And it is now indeed just the double stack towards Dirt. That's all that's left. And this is the thing, is that for these two in Dirt, they've kind of just been sat here doing really not a whole lot.
Yeah, it's just good stall out. Might be able to sneak a plant. Nope. Okay, Nizzy will line them up, and Dplus KIA will confidently take round 1.
Yeah, apologies. Also, Dina is, of course, fish-like. They love their name changes sometimes, the APAC players. So, yeah, I mean, like, it's the kind of round where if Dplus aren't switched on, don't have the right utility, there is a chance that the dirt push could have been on for Scars. But as soon as that first Vulcan canister pops and you get the Scopos to shell transfer back, you've got to give up on that and just go for whatever is, you know, your plan B. But I wonder with that lineup, did they even really have a plan B? That's a disappointing start for Scars. I mean, I always say it when it comes to Basement Clubhouse, you don't need to win it, but you want to be competitive. And it certainly wasn't competitive. It's pretty comfortable in the end for Dplus KIA.
So over to catch CCTV. And Dplus, I think they typically do this, bring the castle for the vert hold down below through lounge, try to alleviate some of the pressure that can be generated by the attack either from directly verting or up the main stairs. And they'll also bring the clash as a second layer of defense. Of course, important to note that the Monty and Grim are banned out, and so Muzi and Garage should have a little bit better of a time defending over towards Rafters, but the Capital is still available, still a good chunk of utility that can be dumped into that position. Roterios as well can have impact, so it's not exactly a free place to contest. The hard breach though should be pretty free and pretty straightforward, and Ken's already opened up. And chipping away at some of the castle utility down below as well is Scars. Unfortunately, that first grenade didn't quite hit the mark. Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Scars look to break this one down, how they ultimately want to deal with the clash as well. That's going to be a tricky part of this defense to deal with. But they've given themselves lots of different routes. I think they've also done a good job investing in to deal with the castle down below as well. Maybe they're eager to activate the Deimos, try and get Rek in a playmaking position. Whether they know it or not as well, Midi in Garage could be quite exposed here. If they can open in through Secret, maybe get a bit of a foothold over towards front door, he could get caught in a crunch. But Washoy, he falls. Nice work there from Midi and untraded.
He needed some help there. He was kind of pinched on the right side at that and was a little bit trapped to the swing of Midi. What they needed to do is have someone on that left side of the opening so that if he did go for the swing, and again, it's the same thing has happened. What's Nina doing there? He's got to help out. Now he's trying to take a 1v1. Finally, they get the pinch pressure coming in from Secret, but Midi's already gotten 2 kills when he shouldn't have even gotten 1. They could have easily gotten some help over to Ashoy. He could have tucked in, get someone on the left side of that. If Midi swings, then you get the kill. And now you got to draw your attention back over towards Sight. And you still got to deal with this clash. Music just sits Rafters. He hasn't been cleared out. You also wasted one of your flame bolts as well in dealing with Midi. So he's going to... They're not going to be able to clear him here unless Music gives his life away.
And Muzi's done a very good job in valuing his life, but eventually does get caught by Fishlike. So 3-3, 30 seconds. Rek has cross. Scars don't find themselves in the worst position right now. Falls with double gas, baby. Is that enough to stall out this push?
Yeah, I mean, with 20 seconds it is. When you couple it with the clash, I think it is enough. And they haven't got any presence down below lounge up through red, so it's all going to be rather direct. Well, hang on. It's now a 1v2, but they're still got to get the kid onto the ground. Levy can play the time a little bit. Rek's been able to reacquire it. Nina is very, very low, trying to play off the pings unsuccessfully because it's planted towards default on the other side of the server rack. That's 1 down. And Nina is very low. This is so winnable for Levy, and he converts.
Wow.
Yeah, job done.
That's nice. I love the way that he has just immediately sprung into action, no hesitation, has a clear plan. And by doing that and by not messing around, both players who are low on HP get trapped in a position that's readable, that he doesn't allow someone to escape outside or someone to go deep rafters or jump out the vent window, for example. He crunches them into a position that's predictable and readable and able to mow them down. That's a really, really good clutch attempt and conversion. And Dplus KIA off to a flying start at the moment here on Defense Club.
I think Scars did a good job, though, of getting themselves into a winnable position in that round. You know, it was, what, 3v3, 20 seconds left. You mentioned the 2 gas babes. That should be enough usually to at least delay like a default plant. I mean, it depends on how safe you are in being able to throw those out. But Falls just kind of goes down a little too easy. Right there, Nina just pushes through, finds the kill. And they dealt with Nears on the clash pretty comfortably. The downside was that they had little time, and the players that were left alive were pretty low on health. So it gave Levy a really good opportunity in a 1v2 where he wasn't, you know, totally without a world's chance. It was probably a pretty even 1v2, all things considered. You know, in that situation, if you have one person outside, you know, repel kennels, it's very different because getting the crossover towards the bomb chassis is far more difficult, but they were double stacked together, so he had space to push into CCTV. 2-0 start for Dplus KIA, though. So far, so good, getting the job done on the defense. And it just means for Scars, got to be mindful of the fact that Clubhouse can certainly favor defense, but you need to get at least your 2 rounds. It's the one map where it's like, yeah, you probably have some good opportunities, especially Cash and CCTV, but you got to convert, and they didn't on that opportunity. Now Gym Bedroom for Dplus to go around the world, get a 3-0 start. It is up next.
Keeper strikes true. Barrier deployed.
So the mirror available, and it's going to be exploited this round by Dplus KIA. 1 orange QZ, and the second follow-up over towards Bathroom. That adds 2 layers of hard breach disruption against this attack. Who elected to just bring the sole primaries on Washoy, but there are secondaries, of course, a plethora of them available across both Breck and Fishlike. Falls tasked with holding this position, has some catch to assist. And so with 1 impact left, he'll be trying to ensure that that lands if additional hard breach is used on the wall, and then the rest of his catch elsewhere. Midi's looking for information over towards Logi and Nears as well, with a bit of a shoulder peek over towards Rafters. He'll forfeit that position, peel back towards the side as the Logic Bomb rains out. And so both teams will be pretty content at this point of the round. I think Dplus KIA, though, for the low risk that they've had to play this round, they've been able to absorb quite a bit of time. That being said, though, a minute's plenty to work with when the entire defense has squeezed back towards the side as opposed to maybe holding Logi or holding in towards Con. I say Logi, but Midi actually is there as well with Nitro. And maybe with the Azami on site, these anchor positions might not be actually that weak. Nina falls. And Dplus KIA got the first down.
You can get this res on Nina, but it's going to be a time investment. 40 seconds left in the round, so you haven't got a lot of it. He's dropped parking. Someone will go get the res. I mean, you would imagine someone will go get the res. It's just taking a while. And all they've got is cash. That's it. That's the only bit of control inside of the building right now for Scars. So they've been completely kept out away from the site. You've still got impacts, not yourself for Midi, holding towards logistics. This is going to have to be a red time rush from Scars as the Logic Bomb rings out from Ukis after they got Nina back up. It's Nears that gets the opening kill onto Washoy. Midi and Levy both fall at the same time, looking for that pressure over towards the balcony with a jump out attempt. Ukis goes down 2v2, 7 seconds. Wreck inside a gym, has to go for the plant behind Waits as Nears, good shot though onto Nina. Wreck then got off kit, no time left, and the round's done. You can just run at him, and Wreck will get off to save the KDs. Dplus go 3 straight.
Dplus looking red hot at the moment. And that's even despite Scars themselves actually looking pretty sharp. That's now back-to-back rounds where they've been able to fight themselves into a pretty winnable position. I think that their ability to snap there on the execute back in that 3rd round was actually pretty impressive. But yeah, the res absorbed quite a bit of time. And some of those anchor positions proved difficult to deal with as well. The Azami was offering a lot of value. It was definitely a tricky round to try and break down, and Dplus KIA, with a couple of big individual efforts mechanically, have done a good job here in establishing a good, clean first rotation. And as we enter round number 4, it's the Deimos and the Mirror that are being panned out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Look at the replays of the previous round. Again, just I think the Scars leaving themselves so little time on the clock, and this didn't help either. Having to go and get Nina back up, which just forced you to execute time down to the last 20 seconds. They did a decent job, though, to be fair, of actually getting quite a few kills. And at one point, technically it was a 2v4. That's a technicality. I think there's a down player or two. And then again, there was only like 10 seconds left in the round. You're scrambling at that point. And just Dplus KIA in good positions, set up very nicely. And we head back to basement. And this is going to be a big test now for Scars. You know, you're 3-0 down. They've gone around the world. You're going to get a second opportunity on each of these sites, most likely. And unless you maybe win here, they might repeat. But nevertheless, you've got to get your 2 rounds. You've got 3 opportunities to do so. And there hasn't been a whole lot to show so far right now as to why Clubhouse's and map pick was the right call. They're not breaking through this defense of Dplus. And last time out, it was the wasted time towards dirt. And this time around, Fishlike goes dirt immediately again. But they have dropped the glass for the Solid Snake.
Successfully deployed.
Yeah, we'll see if that in combination with the Lion Canadian with some intel gathering. They seem pretty eager, though, to again have Fishlike lurking on the blitz over towards dirt. Probably in an attempt to force some of that defense actually back to the site, which isn't inherently the worst idea ever. Still a big investment offsite here from Dplus KIA. Still Roma's cash kitchen stage. Nia's been in a pretty aggressive position over towards kitchen currently. I wonder if Scars can catch him. Okay, I don't know what he's doing. That is bamboozling to say the least, but they at least open up the opportunity for the trade, so it's not the end of the world.
I mean, if you're going to lose that early defender, certainly into his army, which is so strong on basement, you've got to get that trade. Admit he's done a good job. He's been so active in the server at the moment. And I love his position. A little late, though, to react. Nina just wide swings it, and Midi just lets him get quite a bit of a gap on the swing. A little late to fire. If you're going to play that aggressive, you know, in a 4v4 basement site Clubhouse, a minute left, you could opt to just go back down main stairs. You've got to really hit your shot. But again, another trade. Musi. And that's what Dplus can do a good job of, is if they lose a player, they'll double down and they'll try and get either the advantage back or to even it back up. 3v3, still the blitz up though for Fishlike. In towards Arsenal along with Washoy. They're the last 2 up now. Balls with a big pick, but he gets traded by the pistol. They've got more time on the clock. This is better. They've got 30 seconds. And that's a lovely shot from Washoy onto Musi, and it leaves Levy now on the 1v2. Coming in from blue. As Fishlike gets off the plant, repositions inside of Arsenal to a safer location away from this church angle of Levy, and the plant will be successful. And he'll immediately get that shield back up in his face. And certainly looks like now Scars should be able to find their first attacking round win, unless they absolutely butcher it from here. Trying to find the shoulder shot, which would get the down. Foot shot will do the job as well. Doesn't know where Washoy is, and walks a little too close to the sun as he's blinded by the shield of the blitz. Scars are on the board.
Yeah, good work from Scars. The final portion of the round there was, yeah, really impressive. Doing a good job to get the diffuser safely on the ground. Despite winning the round, Scars will actually take their tactical timeout. So, sensing that this is an opportunity probably for them to build a little bit of momentum, maybe try to hit the scoreboard a couple more times in the half, and then sort of make up for a bit of a slow start. They continue to leverage the blitz nicely. I've been enjoying that. I think Dplus KIA probably doing a poorer job that time around in dealing with that. We saw some oddities off the site with Nia's getting completely caught out over towards kitchen, and whilst that was traded, I think it did throw off their structure a little bit. And they were kind of playing on the back foot for the majority of that round, but probably one they can pretty easily chalk down to being some big mistakes that they can correct going forward. Cash and CCTV up next.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to go flawless if you're Dplus KIA, but you'll be a little bit annoyed and concerned that you did give up Church Arsenal, but you have to give the credit to Scars. But I also do question a little bit of the philosophy of Dplus in that round. Just a little too aggressive at times, and certainly some of the holds I think were overly aggressive and gave good opportunities for Scars to get picks on a basement site, where at times you'll see plenty of teams just opt for a 5-stack down below to give the attacking team absolutely no chance. The downside of that is you then give yourself pretty much no chance of finding an early pick, and usually a pretty high win rate if you can get a 5v4 advantage as the defense. So it has merit to why you would want to play that aggressive style. I just wonder if they overinvested a little bit. And the other factor in all of this is Scars' time management was far better. So you get the 1v2 situation, or in their case 2v1, you had 30 seconds. So you're not rushed, you're not rushing around. If it was like 8 seconds to go, well, that could have played out very differently. They just gave themselves some breathing room. And happy to see Scars get a little reward for effort, because yeah, it was a 3-0 start, but they've had good moments.
Yeah, they certainly have. And they find that magical second round though in the half, upping the sense for round number 5. And again, uncontested, pretty simple in terms of opening up these exterior hard breach positions. I'm interested to know what the thought behind the sense is here. Typically, it's used for util dump on con side hits, where you can then dash across and get the plant on the table, or in some kind of safer position inside of cache itself, I presume. We'll see something similar here as well. It's probably versatile enough that you can make it work over towards kennels as well, and well, we'll show he's currently cooking that up. You can block some of the lines of sight from red or from cache itself. Maybe you can go for a tuck plant. May mean they try and shortcut the garage clear as well, but I feel like that is very high risk, very aggressive. Also, midi down below, he'll need to be contested, otherwise that plant is not going down. Well, util's cooking up here, so Scars might be going.
Oh, again. Well, midi is down. They did lose Wreck. Midi's been pretty active on the defense so far in this half, largely to a lot of success. I don't think they're going to be able to get him back up, to be honest. Musi probably would want to just sit rafters and not have any risk. I think at this point, Midi's just going to be the live down drone to get some information below rafters for Musi, and that's his role for the next 10 seconds. The seconds that are pretty crucial for Scars right now. So 4v4, 45 seconds, and you still haven't cleared out rafters, and Nia still has a nitrocell over towards cache. You got a couple of flashes you can dump into the site along with the Sen's REU, so they can get a way in, but they're pushing in late again with time. Lovely clear though onto Musi. And now they've opened up rafters with the player advantage, and this becomes oh so winnable.
I'm nervous about that plant denial potential down below though. 15 seconds. Have Scars accounted for it?
Oh, how's that from Nears? Doesn't move a muscle. Just tap, finds the kill onto Fishlike. Traded to sight, and this is where it's a big moment from Levy. Outside, gets the kill through CC window, and nothing that Nina can do as the time expires. It's another round win for Dplus KIA as they go 4-1 up.
Yeah, another really good play in the late round. A couple of key positions. A hell really clean shot over towards rafters to disrupt the default plant. Scars, I think there's an element there of too much fluffing around when they had really good belt of utils still remaining. They could have made that count, at least consider the tuck plant. They had coverage down below in lounge, and they still never got in any kind of position to force the hand, force that plant denial out from Dplus KIA. That was a clean shot. The jump out was well timed. Falls did his job on the back line as well. It's a good half from Dplus KIA, and it quickly flips into a great half, provided they win this next round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the pivotal round now. It's not make or break. It never is. No game of Siege comes down to a single round, but the difference between a 5-1 and a 4-2 can go such a long way.
10 seconds left.
More map pick as well. So Jim Bedroom, final round of the half. Dplus has got their set mark of 4 rounds. Scars 1 away from their set mark of 2. It's been a good contest. I mean, for a 4-1 scoreline, again, the rounds have been pretty lively. They've been pretty close back and forth, certainly in a lot of the early round engagements. Midi started incredibly hot, but they've started to clue on to what he's doing now.
Time to ring some ears.
And Yukis is going to go wandering through the map with a strip side entrance.
Heads up, camera.
A really big fucking hole coming right up.
Yeah, the Solid Snake is an interesting addition for the 6th round. Yukis will be pretty eager to try and hit that scoreboard a little harder. Just the 1 pick for him so far, but he can lurk below and give information at the moment. Probably going to be more useful if and when he can transition up main, give info late round. I don't think he's really expecting to be able to deliver much at this portion of the round. And yeah, clearly the defense all staggered on the 2nd floor at the moment. And so unless there's a drop or a rotation, he's not going to find a lot of value from the radar. Early U2 belt, minute 40. Scars hit the go button.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the pace. It's been a slow pacing half, but it's going to work out for Dplus in their favor right now. Washui getting the plant down inside of Jim. Hello, up close.
Hello.
Musi gets the knife. He gets the knife kill onto Washui. Traded immediately by Yukis, but it disrupts the attack quite a lot. Yeah, Yukis getting that trade from below, so no one inside of the building with the kit over towards Jim. That's a big win for Dplus KIA. They'll be very happy that they've been able to offset that rush attempt by Scars. And for Scars, when you go for those kind of rushes, usually that's your plan A and your only plan. Your plan B now is to, I don't even know. You got no Candelas left. You've got no real utility. You're going to have to just drone and just hope that you can win your 1v1s. Try and force Dplus out of sight. Force them out of these tucked in positions.
Yeah. It's going to,
that's exactly what you need.
That's another badly calculated play from Niers, unfortunately, that we've captured. Overly aggressors and brings it back to a 3-3. 30 seconds on the clock, and Scars. It's still rough from here, but they could pluck it.
Oh, the patience. Oh my goodness, from Rek. He sat waiting at Jacuzzi, hoping they'd forget all about him, and they certainly did. Big play from Rex, steals the round for Scars. It should have been 5-1, but a massive play sees Scars get the 2nd round at the end of the half.
Honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me lies now, I always get mine. Don't play with me. Do you want it? Can you feel me?
Alrighty, well, 4-2 at the half in the end. Par for the course for both of these two teams. Scars getting a reprieve courtesy of a big play from Rack. He just sat outside balcony of Jacuzzi for, I think, a good 40 seconds. He just kind of kept himself and just waited and waited until someone came to fight at the hallway. Really nicely done from Scars to get that last round. Otherwise, they were staring down the barrel of a pretty big deficit. We get the bands Kaid, Mirror, Grim, and Thermite. We go basement to begin, and it feels like it's game on now. That was a big round needed for Scars, and just resets things a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly helps their cause. Dplus KIA just having a couple loose moments there, particularly in the last round. They'll be looking to tidy up. Certainly positive signs though for Scars and being able to punish those opportunities and capitalize. They're able to have their key hitters work inside of the server. Basement first up. Big investment in terms of Denari utility, interestingly, here from Scars, and so we'll see how impactful that ends up being. Hatches will remain closed. Despite that, it seems like there may be an investment offsite with utility with Rek over towards the second floor position. So we'll see if that's actually going to persist. I doubt it. It's always a little tricky sometimes to read the game plan of Scars and how much they want to actually commit offsite. As for Dplus KIA, they have the solid snake to deal with that. They can horizontal invert with the bark as well, and so I mean, Rek does have kennels reinforced, so if he commits to this position, it's a bit of an all-in play.
I don't think he'll fully commit, considering they got Washoy over towards Secret. He has the ability to go down red stairs, and yeah, it's pretty much already he's done that. Oh yeah, 5 stack down below for Scars. They'll keep it safe, they'll keep it comfortable, not trying to do anything too tricky, and certainly from Dplus's side, they're not going to go for any dirt shenanigans, so we should get a pretty streamlined default looking basement clubhouse. Midi on the bark will open up over towards bar and kitchen. Another one Nitrocell though for this bunker defense. 3 gas babes from Fishlike will be important later in the round. There are options for Dplus KIA as well. They can go hatch drop potential with the Candela's Blackbeard. They can get Nears to push either down main or even blue. So I really do like this lineup for Dplus KIA. The interesting thing for me will be, how does Musi play the solid snake in this round?
Yeah, currently maybe drops oil, lurks, could go secret as well. I think either would work. Radar will spot 1 blue, 1 dummies. That is a pretty easy relay, but also equally pretty predictable positions. You don't necessarily need the snake for that. And so 60 seconds on the clock, 4 Candelas left. Decent belt of util also as well with the grenades and the flashes from Nears and Mini respectively. And first pick to Musi. Will that open up the round enough here for Dplus KIA?
Yeah, it's always an interesting philosophy with the solid snake. You know they're going to be there, but you just get that guaranteed information. There is that drop down as well with the Blackbeard from the hatch. Nitrocell doesn't really do enough. Like, it does get Nears low, but he's still going to be in a plant position. Now you got to get up close and personal. Nice little swing though from Washoy to get the kill onto the Blackbeard. Can he get another one? He can. Headshot lands onto Mitty, and it almost got one more. Falls, wins that battle. But it does get taken low. 3v2. Levy's got the cross main stairs and then just caught Nino, who did not even pay attention to his lefts and his rights. He just ran across the hallway, threw his life away, and Dplus KIA on the attack. Take basement 5-2 now.
Snatching basement is always a big positive for any attacking team. Big effort. Able to seal the deal there, Dplus KIA. Not necessarily the sealer for the map just yet, but it puts them in prime position on this first rotation to maybe even get themselves in a position where they can get that map point and then really apply the blowtorch to Scars, who it feels like are being outmatched slightly at the moment. And as we painted the picture during the map veto, honestly, Lair is very, very scary. And I don't really see the fortune changing around dramatically on that second map. Certainly not impossible, but I really don't foresee Scars showing more fight on that second map compared here to Club. So we'll see if they can tidy things up now onto the tertiary, and then they can reattempt basement if required. They'll hide the clash this round. Try to get value from Fishlike, who's actually had a pretty good day today. And in terms of numbers overall, it's actually pretty consistent. Even a more consistent band compared to what we would typically see from them in terms of that spread.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
So let's see how it goes. On the side of Dplus KIA, they'll actually bring the Kali into play this round and the Maverick. So a couple of interesting pocket picks on this occasion with the Thermite band out. And they'll bring the Reteros as well on the Flores to help counter these army.
It just kind of undoes a little bit of the good work to close the first half as well for Scars. It's almost as if it was a 5-1 half. So they're back on the back foot now. And a confidence builder too for Dplus to get that first attacking round. I like Fishlike on the clash though. Very good shield player. You know, you got the one and only Nitrocell. Got to make the most of it and gets nothing from it. You have to miss early on in the round for Scars. And balls, like nothing's happened. Back to work with the blowtorch on the Maverick.
Sounds like Midi's been able to get pretty good value from the Flores this round. Last Rotero out and deployed. So hopefully, for his sake...
Oh, hello.
His army's been counted? Yeah. Hello, Clash on the side 3 con. Oh, did they try to bring the Kali in here as a counter combo? Go for the double punch. It could work. It's pretty volatile. It's not super consistent. I think they'll just try and keep the Clash at bay for now. It's a double stack outside the site as well in the meantime. And Midi may be in a position to probe up main.
Good swing from Nina.
Decent trade. Yep.
Gets rid of the Kali. His did find a kill onto Wreck, but I think getting rid of the Kali from that balcony is a good result for Scars. A little bit more of a safety blanket as well for Fishlike. Yuki is ready to swing. They know they're getting pressured up top main stairs. Midi down. That was a bit of a non-contest for Midi and didn't really have a lot of help either. Nears is more so concerned about Jim. And there's not much you can do though with the clash. And so far, Fishlike has been quite a nuisance for the attack of Dplus KIA. Midi's crawled his way all the way outside towards Jacuzzi. Nears will step back in towards top main stairs. Notice there's one in Logi. Levy losing his life to Nina means that for Scars, now they're in the best position to win this round.
So 20 seconds on the clock. Midi low, stranded, falls as well, buying his time outside. They were so reliant on that kill over towards Logi, but it doesn't quite land. And Scars, they've done a good job to hold out this round. Falls has made his way into the building, and he does find 2. But not going to get too excited as he's forced to go for the plant. Straight on cam. Scars lock it out. And a better defense there over towards bedroom.
Yeah, much better. Much better from Scars. And I think, again, it's been quite competitive. I mean, there's not too much separating these two teams. I think Dplus at times have shown certainly a couple of weaknesses where they're over-investing or they're getting caught from some aggression from Scars in sort of untimely situations where they're maybe not expecting it. Yeah, Musi on the balcony just gets completely caught unaware of a potential swing from the bedroom window. Dplus will know this is not going to be an easy half to close out, and they haven't really got anyone. Well, there's no one really inside of the server that's ultra dominating either. Yeah, the highest KD's 8 kills for Midi and 8 for Musi. But you know, Midi's 8 and 8, Musi's 8-5, and then there's also no one underfragging. Everyone's at a minimum 5 kills. Like it is an incredibly even game when you look at these metrics, but it's a 5-3 scoreline. So there's just been a couple of rounds where maybe Scars have not been able to close out, or Dplus have stolen one, and that's about it. There's not a lot of difference. So if you're Scars right now thinking, well, we're on defense here, we play this round out, make it 5-4, we take a ban away from them, maybe we get rid of the Blackbeard, force them onto maybe a more passive Monty, and we could really still take this map. They're in this game well and truly. But it's close enough. Dplus could just run away with it if they just switch on for 2 rounds and play to their very, very best.
Well, Shoy probing over towards Pigeon. This is pretty high risk for the smoke to be playing. He's also being droned out, and instead of backing away, he's going to double down.
Reload.
So we'll see if that pays off, but yeah, certainly a risk from him. Elsewhere again, Mav in play, and Nina with the lineup Nitro. We'll see if he's able to make this one count.
Yeah,
bang,
lovely.
Perfect. That's why we don't really see a whole lot of Mav play these days. He's quite vulnerable. Good jump out. Okay. I'm liking this from Scars at the moment, but Dplus KIA are fighting back. Midi has been so strong in the frag department today, outside of his leadership skill qualities as well, but he's been so impactful on the scoreboard. He's really taking charge. Play hard left. Nina in the tuck. Is it cleared by Dplus KIA? Yes. Maybe. No.
Oh, he's got to get that one. Completely caught Niers off guard. Got the guard break, but just couldn't connect the shots enough. Niers gets a little bit of a fright, but he gets away with his life intact. Nina, what a shot though onto Levy. Levy just went for the peak, but I don't think he was ever prepared to really shoot. The Scars now on the verge of picking up their 4th round. Good shot though from Niers. I don't think Rek was expecting him to just be holding the angle with the gun up. Maybe was expecting the Blackbeard with the shield up. Still a lot of time in this round. 50 seconds for a 2v2. And Anita just catches the side of Niers. The Blackbeard goes down. Midi knows where Yukiz is, but doesn't quite know where Nina is. Gets a bit of an idea, though, with that shot that just rings by. Trapped in the corner. Great headshot onto Yukiz. 30 seconds of the 1v1. But Nina repositions beautifully. 5-4 as Scars are bringing it back here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, good work there from Scars. Able to just hold on in what was a pretty decent clutch attempt. Now trailing by 1 round, 5-4 the scoreline. Additional bans now to come into play for what is shaped up to be a very close competitive Clubhouse so far. Dplus KIA unable to run away with it. It's the Bandit to accompany the Kaidas. Wall denial benched, and then the Ying also dealt with. Back down to basement, which Dplus KIA were surprisingly able to win out last attempt.
It just feels like they got the momentum now. 2 rounds in a row. And what's been working for them is they're happy to play the trade game. They're happy to play into the gun skill department against Dplus KIA, not overthink things. They're happy to swing, take gunfights. The Dplus just need to be a little bit more aware of that, a little bit more switched on when they're getting, close to the site. That Scars like to be active. They like to swing. They like to get in your face. They're not just going to sit back, play the default defensive positions. I say that, and last time on this side of basement, they very much did. They just kind of kept it 5 on site. I'm curious to see just how aggressive Rek will choose to get on the Scopos. Sometimes it really is a case of just, can you get a couple of drones and then transfer back? Don't have to overinvest. But the way he's shaping up towards Rafters right now is he'll at least deny a little bit of this map space. You've got Yuki's towards Lounge and then Nina's Cash. So, that's 3 players that are pretty invested in this area of the map. Again, very easy to rotate back down Secret and get to site and into position. So just because they're there now, it takes about 5 seconds and they're all back to site.
Well, they're not all back back to site. And we'll see if Nina's able to have impact over towards Logi. In a position where if he hits the timing, it can be impactful. And Levy on the snake with radars all the way down in basement. So Nina's position should be pretty unsighted and unheard. Outside of maybe the logic bomb from Nears, which will refresh in a moment. This attack is, though, enclosing over towards blue side. Midpoint of the round. Nears finds the first.
And Nina's still Logi. And that's a whoa, wow. Okay, well, Levy's very unfortunate to not win that battle. What a shot from Fishlike. Again, Nina's still Logi, and it's a 3v3. So they've done all of this without Nina. He'll get to go for a late flank, but he needs to make sure it's not too late because the plant is going down at the moment. And it looks like it will actually be a successful plant. And the cover was there as well to help out falls from kitchen. That was Musi with the shots from above. He caught Nina as well, who was rotating, so he was quick to flick around and catch him in the hallway. So Scars have given up basement again. That's been the determining factor here on Clubhouse. Is this basement site that Dplus KIA just continued to win and have now got 2 map points?
It's going to be a bitter pill to swallow for Scars if map 2 doesn't go their way, and the determining factor of the first map of Club is not being able to successfully defend that basement site. Again, it's never a given. Sites never are in Siege, but it's certainly going to be winning it on at least one occasion if you want to look competitive on a map. That is bitterly disappointing for them.
Attackers need to locate.
Now it's about a recovery effort on Bedroom, and then I suppose puts them in an awkward position if they are going to decide whether to reattempt that or not. Again, for context, over the last couple of weeks, Basement Clubhouse has been 51% in favor of attack. I mean, pretty much 50-50 across the board. So again, you've got to be taking one of those home. The fact that Dplus KIA have been able to break it down both times, and pretty convincingly on both occasions as well, mind you, is ought to be frustrating for Scars, and it could result in a bit of a boil over here.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to go.
Well, Scars have shown the ability to win 2 rounds in a row back in rounds 8 and 9. In Bedroom, Cash and CCTV. They'll have to replicate that now. And on arguably those 2 sites, I just don't see them going back to basement for the remainder of this half. And it's been a really entertaining match. As I said, it's been very competitive. Multiple clutches, a lot of 3Ks apiece. Both teams have been able to successfully get at least one plant down in their respective attacking halves. This has definitely been one factor, though, that Scars have been pretty good at with the Nitrocell usage. And the biggest concern is for Scars, the opening kill department. They've only picked up 2 opening kills this entire match.
Dplus also historically have a very high conversion rate when it comes to opening kills. I think it's at 92% the last info I got heading to this game for kickoff, so very rarely do they lose after finding that opening pick, and it's been a strength for them in some of these key rounds. Fishlike targeted on the Azami as Nina postures for a peek outside. All of this comes down to timing. He's being watched from kennels, though. Dplus KIA are trying their best to be patient. Levy, does he land the shot?
Can't be too patient for too long, though. There's a minute 15 left in the round. He's still got a bit of work to do over towards the side as well. I mean, Levy can sit here as long as the other 4 are active and you know, kind of getting to work, but yeah, 60 seconds left, and they're starting to rotate towards this jacuzzi position. Nina, I mean, Levy can pretty much sit here the whole time. He's going to expect at some point maybe for someone to rotate to that CC window, and he'll be ready for it. Rat gets the kill onto Midi. Levy is still holding Kennels. He's finally going on up, and he'll look to push in from that Kennels position. Oh, Musi wins the battle below against Nina. Anticipating potential Nitrocell up through the hatch. Big kill from Washoy, low on health inside a bedroom. Needed that kill for Scars heading into the last 30 seconds. Still time for Dplus. A 1-for-1 trade. Lovely vault in though from Musi. Leaves it down to Yukiz. And there's still time here for Musi and Falls to navigate the end of this round. If they want to go for the plant, they can. He's cut off towards construction. As Falls has navigated over towards Jim now, he'll have to start thinking about the plant Musi will cover. As the smoke dissipates, Yukiz at the doorway. Musi in a great tucked in position, catches him off guard up close, and Dplus KIA will steal the map pick of Scars. A hot and heavy battle on Clubhouse, but it's the Brazilians representing the Korean organization that will take the first map.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that will be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh, got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using his dim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Nesk, gotta go.
A few seconds, stick it, Nesk, stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major. the best that this region has got to offer.
Well, Dplus KIA are one map away from the lower bracket final next week against Kenotrope as they take the map pick of Scars on Clubhouse. And look, it was a hotly contested one, a little bit back and forth. The one dominating factor certainly was the opening kill department, 9-2 in favor of Dplus KIA. A lot of the rounds, though, were actually incredibly close. And you can make the argument that, yeah, maybe on a different day, Scars could have actually won this map had they just been maybe a little sharper and a little cleaner. It kind of just came down to maybe even the first 3 rounds. Dplus shot out of the gates. They got out to a 3-0 lead. From that moment on, it was back and forth, maybe even slightly edging in favor of Scars.
Yeah, sure. I think I largely agree with that. A big determining factor, though, ended up being that in that second half, back-to-back basement attacking round wins for Dplus KIA. And you never want to filter a win all the way down to just maybe a round or two or a specific side or whatever, but it really did feel like a big difference maker in this matchup where typically the standard is for defense to win at least one of those attempts with the falter on both occasions. And if my memory serves me correctly, they were both pretty convincing. Yeah, 3 players alive on both of those attacks. Ended up splitting hairs in the end, 7-4 victory. And the second map of Lair, we've pitched it as being very strong for Dplus KIA, and the path forward now for Scars, and their time here in Kickoff now looks like it may be expiring.
I mean, we'll see. Anything can happen going into this next map of Lair, but what we do know is it's a map the Dplus have got a lot of history on. Every single series so far at Kickoff, this map has featured for Dplus, and well, they've only lost it once, which was to CAG, who of course are sitting in the grand final for good reason. They're a quality outfit. They counter-stratted Dplus well and truly, but just because they did doesn't mean Scars have the ability to do the same as well. Big test now for Scars. They do get to begin on the defense of Lair, which may aid them. But for Can You Be My Enemy? Well, they gave up a 5-1 first half to Dplus when Dplus were on the attack. For Help Us LFO, it was a 6-0 on defense. So therefore not even being tested on Dplus's attack either. So, I mean, I think what we're going to look at in this is just, again, will we see the same competitiveness that we saw in Clubhouse? It was 7-4. It was close, a bit back and forth. I just need to see that from Scars. And if they can string together a couple of rounds, you've got to be winning your Master and R6s on defense. That should be at least 2 rounds in the bank. Win basement at least once. There's 3. Can you get to that 3 or 4 round mark in this first half? And you might have a shot.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So it's Kaid Bandit alongside Grim and Ying to be banned out. So similarly to Clubhouse, we're going to see the Hard Breach excel here, and then a lot of the late rounds going to come down to displacement, clearing utility, etc. Top floor especially. We're going to have to see how Dplus KIA's endgame is tested with both the smoke and the Tachanka up. Default plants are a rarity. They certainly come at a premium. You have to typically work very hard to kill at least one of the smoke or the Tachanka, and typically that's going to be very, very hard. So we'll see how they go about approaching this site. Now, the inclusion of the Zofia is quite intriguing, and I do wonder if that's for some kind of additional utility clearance in combination with the Ash. For the side of defense, for Scars, again, I'm somewhat concerned about their depth here on this map of Lair. Do they have what it takes to bite back in this series? And we've only seen them play this map once, and that's data dating all the way back to October last year. Just the one appearance. They haven't banned it themselves, though. Typically banned against them. So, we'll see. That last result, of course, was 3 weeks ago. A confident win over FearX. How much you want to put into that? Wait and see. It was a 7-2 victory. And they'll be looking to replicate something similar here today.
And it's all on the line as well for Scars now as they come into this map. Now, the pressure is going to be high. They're a really good organization, good team. This is the big test, though. They would maybe feel as if Kenotrope could be gettable. And there was a 2-1 series where they lost it last time, but it was a close series. So they would maybe feel as if we can just get past Dplus, that spot in the grand final, and we know we could catch CAG on one of their bad days. So far, proving to get past Dplus proves to be tricky.
Okay.
But Rek with the opening kill on to Nears.
I think that's the third. I don't want to negatively highlight too much, but Nears has had some very, very poor moments over the course of this series today. I don't know what's going on. Some strange moments where I play that typically actually is very, very good. Maybe just sensing that someone has to make a bit of a Hail Mary play. Somebody needs to try and find an opening. We don't really have enough going elsewhere, so he kind of steps up and says, all right, I'll take the...
I mean, he's 5-1 on entry. I wouldn't be too harsh
His
on
entry has been okay, but there's also been about 3-4 moments where he's just done some of the worst plays we've seen inside the 7 today. So I don't know what's going on there, but... Anyway.
Doesn't help in a shot like this, but Falls will make up for it by getting rid of Rek. And they're straight into Master now. They can actually push in. The Shamika launches to try and block off the push from Mezzanine. Would delay a little bit. But Falls can continue to push forward, and now the path is opened up, but the right side angle was still there for the defense. Falls gets another one. And he's only got Midi left for company, but Midi is a great player to have in terms of still being alive, and Yukiz will shut down the rampaging Falls. And Midi has 10 seconds to find 3. Lovely little pre-fire check swing from Nina, and Scars are on the board as they take Master and R6.
Yeah, better clear overall there. Kick-started by finding the opener and not allowing the sneak in through sight from the Zofia. Eventually, the pressure did begin to compound a little bit from the exterior breach, but again, they had enough util that they could play off. It was pretty straightforward. Able to hit the scoreboard, and they'll be pretty pleased with opening their account. But again, top floor defense, you want to be closing that round out naturally anyway, and that specific site. As we go down below for round number 2, Scopos, an intriguing addition here. So Yukiz is being given the license to probably lurk around on that first floor position, then can pivot back onto the second shell on site. And then in terms of that on-site hold, it's actually very trap/stall heavy. When you have the Denari and the Goyo combination, that can stall out and waste quite a bit of time and utility. You have Washoi as well, who may play the Yokais actively above to an extent, and then can have a couple positioned down below basement as well. And then in combination with the smoke as well, there's a lot of good stall on offer here from Scars. Dplus on the flip side, they'll be looking to exploit map clearance. They've got the Deimos and the Blitz to facilitate that. And then maybe late round they can try to cook up something unique here. The Rayora in play. We've seen limited Rayora today. Probably anticipated a little bit more. But I think teams are going to have to probably have a bit more time with her to, yeah, really exploit her new state.
I mean, I really do like this lineup for Scars, so they can just bank on the fact that Dplus will take a little too long on their clear above. Get down to basement with maybe 30-40 seconds for the execute, but then you got to deal with Gas Babes, the Yokais. Have you cleared all the Vulcan canisters, tripwire connectors? And this is actually really smart from Rek. He's kept 2 of them in pocket because he knows it's going to take a while for the clear. Don't want to give them up freely and then place them late in the round that they're still going to be active. And certainly place them in the right positions as to where Dplus are going to be attacking from. Comes with that the risk, of course. If he dies, well, they don't get used, but you're not really ever going to be in a position where if you're pretty much sitting basement here on lair to die. 90 seconds in the round, and I think so far Scars will be very happy with the way this round's playing out. This would be going to their plan.
Well, Rek draws first blood, Midi falls. That's back-to-back opening kills for Scars. Successful conversion last round. They'll be looking to find the same here. Yukiz is still above in the second floor flank position. See if he's able to make this count. Could find a timing.
Oh, he's going to get one here for... Oh, it's being watched.
4.
Well, Levy just kind of hesitated on that swing a little bit. If he had just fully committed, I think he gets that kill onto Yukiz. Yukiz can transfer if he wants, but I think he may actually just enjoy the fact that he can actually push him from behind. 30 seconds left and the push coming through down from Dplus KIA. 4v4. Yukiz still on that first floor. Levy as well over towards Armory. Music can't quite hit the headshot onto Nina. Yukiz does go down to Levy, so he wins the battle towards Armory. As the plant going down from Falls. They lose Musi. Plant will be successful.
Down.
The Yokai a little bit delayed. Falls has been down close by to the kit. Niers and Levy versus Nina and Washoi. Washoi trying to find some information with the Yokai. Nina watching above. Of course, that's where both Niers and Levy are located on that first floor. You've got to go for the retake and do so quickly.
No, they can't.
And they haven't really done
hesitated.
that.
They've taken way too long trying to find information, so they'll play the low percentage of sticking down below and covering. Not going to work.
Levy will win his battle against Nina and then get the second onto Washoi as Dplus KIA are on the board. Yeah, I mean, a really solid attack from Dplus KIA, but you have to kind of beg the question that the Yokai burst too late. And if that denies plant, we saw that Falls went down pretty quickly thereafter. It would have been a whole different round. And then the hesitation in the post plant by not going for the retake up above.
Yeah, I think the order of
small
prioritization that round, again, yeah, it was small margins, but it was a little bit off. You heard the end of that Yokai as we picked up, falls down on the ground, and then Nina was low, so he's hesitating, and Washoi's made the call or find info. If they had their time again, I think you just send them up above. Nina plays bait, Washoi can try and trade it back to a 1v1, and then you take the coin flip at that point, but that wasn't the case, not meant to be. Dplus KIA able to grind their way through round number 2. And now it's time for the tertiary over towards Dorms, which can sometimes be a defining factor as to how this match, or how this map rather, can play out.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb. 10 seconds left before
I think Yuki has played that well on the Scopots, and it's a very fun operator in terms of the decision making that you have as a team, and certainly as the operator. But you know, it's kind of like, well, he didn't get cleared. He's left up above, so he can play the pinch. But then if they do try to clear him, it wastes time, and they don't get the kill. He can then transfer back down below. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If played right, you know, if you're not unable to get the kill, or if you're unable to watch the flank. But they ended up watching the flank. That was the difference. And that's kind of what halted him from having impact in that round. And then Levy wins the 1v1. Big Nitro from Rek. That's 3 straight opening kills from Rek, by the way. All 3 of his kills have been opening. And then nothing thereafter. And it's on to Musi. Musi's been shut down here to begin on Lair. We know how good he's been as a player since joining this roster. He's not been able to get going.
Nitro Cell. Oh, that's unfortunate for Levy. That one has had quite the range on it there. And so this attack is fallen apart entirely for Dplus KIA, which is a big boost for Scars on this site, unless there's a fight back on offer. Midi does isolate Washoi. Still though, 3-1 split, control above for the defense. Dplus KIA with his util belt can't go direct. The vert will shred them. And they need to clear second floor. And so they will commit. Need to leverage the Blackbeard here. Okay.
Ooh, clean shot.
Good trade. 2-2.
And getting rid of the Race of Limb Shell too as well. Not bad in that little moment. Still a minute. So if Midi and Falls want, they can kind of dictate the last 60 seconds. Try and find some information. Force Nina and Fish like down below. I think if you possibly can you get the 2-on-1 pinch on one of these 2 defenders now? That's going to be the goal, whether it be first floor site, whether that be second. Interesting, Nina's gone back up, so they're going to try and play the denial, where Dplus are actually going to try and see if they can get the plant down. Now, the win con here for Dplus is really, if you can just successfully get that plant down, keep 2 players up, you probably go on and win this round, because it forces Scars then have to play into the drop. And so far, Nina, and what I was going to say, I thought they gave them maybe the plant, but it just got denied at the last second. Mini will capture it. He's got 20 seconds. We'll go for a rotate away, and Fishlike's going to hope he can deny from above.
Mini trying to play mind games. One fake. Can Fishlike find the
should
angle?
be easy. Mini gets off it again. Flash does nothing into the ward and glasses, which have been activated. It does just kind of maybe disorientate him in terms of where Midi is planting in terms of sound cue, but Fishlike does not get disorientated. Plays that perfectly. And there was so little time remaining. I think, I'm going to be honest, Midi's probably overcooked that ever so slightly. You can tell what he's trying to do, and he's doing a great job. But just ever, that's one of the earlier points you got to commit. Left it too late.
Yeah, I think his end goal was there to try and force the drop, at least on the first few attempts. But Fishlike remained composed, didn't fall into that trap. And so Scars, sure, it came down to a 1 versus 1. But a lot of the groundwork there on the tertiary side was actually pretty clean in dealing with the early portion of that push. Muzi fell first, Levy followed on Rappel. They leveraged the Blackbeard pretty well at this point of the round, minute 20 remaining. And then Midi trying his absolute hardest to force Fishlike down, and well, Fishlike eventually did take the bait. But he was able to quite easily get that final kill and win the round for Scars. That's the first rotation complete. Tachenka banned out alongside Damer, so that opens up the default site now a little more for the attack. And we'll see if Dplus KIA can find success this time around.
Well, either way, it's been a good start for Scars compared to the opening 3 rounds in Clubhouse, where they gave up the first 3 rounds to Dplus KIA, but they were attacking in that first half on Club, and now they're defending here on Lair, so it's hard to really use it as a full-blown comparison point. But so I think starting defense here on Lair was always going to be really big for them, just to get off to a good start, get some rounds on the board, force Dplus to have to really think their way through this first half. Now, Dplus probably only need the 2 attacking rounds, if we're being honest, but you know, so far, again, the competitiveness of Scars that we saw in Clubhouse has certainly translated into Lair as well. They've been very good. 3 from 3 in terms of opening kills as well, all from Wreck. There he is on picture.
So ops control now for Dplus KIA. Again, expectation being probably and default with the Tachenka ban. That's the most logical game plan. In the meantime, Muzi has got a foothold main stairs as well. Somewhat conscious of the flank, but as we can see, it's all second floor for Scars. Patience at the moment. You can see the plan here from Dplus KIA, maybe trying to bait the flank attempt in from the defense, but Scars not biting just yet. Nina did drop below security, so keep that in mind. If he can make his move at the right time, it could be devastating, but if Dplus KIA are disciplined on flank watch, then it's difficult to foresee him having much of an impact. Time ticking though, and I think for Scars, that's probably their best win condition at this point, but there's Rek, he does get caught.
That's 4 from 4 in the opening engagements, but the bad news is this time it was an opening death. Core opens up now. Mez control is there for Dplus KIA. They can start to kind of keep Scars towards the back of the site. Oh, what is Washui doing? And funnily enough, it's Nears that gets the freebie. It's those kind of moments that Nears has had at times. This time he's on the right side of it. And now into Mars, they can get the plant down. Force the gas babes out nice and early. Reposition from Falls. Yukis does get one onto Midi, but the plant will be successful, so it's irrelevant. Now you're in a 3v4 post-plant retake. The gas babe a little too late from Fishlake. It's already down. And the timer goes yellow. And it does have a Nitrocell over towards blue stairs now through Armory, but the time is ticking. Scars are going to get on the move.
Time is ticking. Big disadvantage, and Levy cuts off Yukis. There's no way The Scars come out to win this round. Flames on the diffuser. Prone position for Nears.
Big round from Nears. Holy.
And yeah, he really turns it on. I think it may have been Falls that I called out previously. I definitely was actually talking about Nears in terms of some of the weird moments that he's had over the course of this series. But that's a big, positive.
No, you definitely said Nears.
Okay, there you go. All right, so I definitely didn't mistake it earlier. But I was right. He's had some strange moments today. But that one's strange for all the right reasons.
Yeah, I think a couple of strange moments here or there, but largely has been very, very good outside of those strange moments. And we saw that back on Clubhouse with 5-1 on the entries. And I think that's just kind of where his game has been. Is like on the line, where it's like it can be great when it's great, and when it's bad, it looks quite bad. But I think sometimes you want that on the team, and just because you can get rounds like that from Niz. Huge round. And especially on that top floor, like just getting that pick onto Rec, gets rid of the Azami, and who's playing that more forward space. It's one of the most important roles on that site. You're just kind of blocking off that Mez doorway position. You get a little bit of vision over towards Mask. And as soon as you get that pick, everyone else on the defense is just so far back and can't really then deny the plant from going down. Well, there's the 2 rounds for Dplus KIA on the attack of Flair already acquired. Big helping hand from Nears with the 4 kills. And now they get kind of 2 free punches here at Scars.
Yeah, certainly so. I think Dplus KIA will feel like they're in a good position at the moment, but they'll want to convert this. Moves with a low entry over towards weapons side. Quickly try and get control and open up hatches with second card breach, and he'll do just that. As for the defense, it's a 4-1 split. The Scopos left to his own devices. That's Yuki's top floor storage hall. And the rest of that defense down towards basement.
And the more and more that Dplus can put scoreboard pressure on Scars, the more likely they'll eventually just kind of fold with so much on the line. Interesting Rotera just to force Fish like a little bit back up the stairs, but his gas pad was still active. And Washoe will be the one to watch in the Echo this time. Yeah, last time out, just wasn't able to get the Yokai burst, used in time, and the plant was successful, but they did still win the round. Dplus won the round because of that. And it's Midi that gets the opening kill. Falls, battling very nicely against Fishlake. That's not an easy fight to win when you're going up against a Smoke who's playing the close angle with the shotgun. Even if you are on the blitz, you got to make sure you hit that flash perfectly, pull the pistol out, time it all. It's a wonderful kill from Falls, who's been very good this series. 60 seconds, 2-player advantage for Dplus, but Rec gets involved. He's been their best so far on Lair. And just then, okay, back to a winnable position still for Scars. Needed that one before they eventually would have got flooded and outnumbered.
Yeah, 45 falls with Kit. Filtration side here. Bit of vert now being established by Dplus. Flush layering as well. Falls will likely just go for the turtle plant immediately in the doorway. Impact awaiting for Rec. This is a big moment if he can land this.
He can't see anything though. Just desperately throws out an impact and hope and pray. Again, no success from the Echo. Plant will be successful. Big kill though onto Musi to clear out his position. Yuki's up close, hollow. It's the blitz, but it's a bit of help from Washoe. That's some lovely cover, and Scars need to get the next 2 kills quickly, and we're back in this position again with Yukis and Washoe not going up above. Washoe this time though actually figured it out. We have to clear above. Yukis has stayed below. He gets caught in the hallway, and that's going to be it. They didn't learn from last time, Guz.
Nah.
Oh no.
Like it's always tough. I actually think that regardless that they probably lose that, Dplus KIA had really strong angles and positions there up above in anticipation. Like they're ready and waiting. They're like, guys, where are you? You're not gonna win it down below. You're gonna come up and fight us. And ultimately there's a bit of half-cooked effort there from Scars. And so Dplus KIA again. They win out down below on basement. They've ticked off the 1 of 2 attempts on master. Like, this has been a strong attacking half from them at the moment. Even from some of these challenging positions, they're still finding win cons, and they're still finding plants as well, which I think they should be commended for. And ever since Rex come off that heater in terms of the opening kill metric, of course, first 3 rounds went his way. Maybe that's just disrupting this Scar's structure a little bit, and the scoreboard's beginning to reflect that. If there's a world in which Dplus KIA can top this off with a top 4 win, they are in such a commanding position.
Oh, I mean, I think they're really in a good position. You win this round, go 4-2 in the second half, switching to defense. Yeah, commanding position, well and truly. This is the must-win round now for Scars. It backs up against the wall, cannot allow Dplus KIA to get a 2-round advantage heading into their own defensive half, where they've been very, very good on this map. And what's interesting as well is Dplus KIA are winning this half, and Musi still hasn't found a kill. He's gotten a couple of assists, he's been active, but you know, he's been one of their best players since joining this roster and hasn't found a kill yet. They're still beating out Scars, who are getting quite a bit from Rek, and everyone is performing at a pretty similar level. Fishlake's had some good moments. And Scars were 2-1 up, and Dplus have now just gone back-to-back round wins. As Nears will just kind of look at Fishlake for a little bit.
And so Fishlake will retreat. Pretty calculated decision. If he hangs around too much longer, he's susceptible to quite a lot of utility from the attack, and he's better served having the shield available late round. Levy, in the meantime, he's got control bathroom. In the face of the clash, though, it's tricky for him to make progress without assistance elsewhere. So he'll just posture for now. Flank watch established. I'm intrigued in Niz's choice of position here on the Glaz. He could lay a utility and actually try and unlock this position by pushing forward through the smokes. Could even hold the cross a little more passively in terms of plant denial here. It doesn't feel like Dplus KIA are too far away from tempting plan, or at least drawing out utility. Still 3 gas babes up and a nitro, so it shouldn't be a straightforward plan.
So final minute of the half. Fishlake doing his best, dancing around on the clash. Rek gets the opening kill, and he gets a second as well to double down the advantage. He's probably been their best and certainly most impactful in this half for Scars. They do lose Nina. Dplus KIA still need to get past this clash, but Levy allowed to swing in and get the kill onto Rek. Not much that Fishlake could do to really help. He needed to keep the shield up. And Falls steps in towards Mask, gives it a little bit of a look, but he gets downed. They can get this revived. Oh, huge nitro though from Wishui. And that should solidify the round. Musi yet to find a kill this half. Can he get at least one on the board? Slips in towards Mask, expecting that Fishlake will maybe peek it, but Fishlake is composed. He doesn't need to go past that shield. Scars will tie it up at the half. It will be 3-3. But is that going to be enough for them heading into the second half? Musi desperately searching for his first. He won't find it. All tied at the half. 3-3. Dplus will go defense after the role swap timeout. Comes the calm before the storm, as Scars were at the very least able to close the half out on a winning note, but it's going to be difficult times ahead. Dplus go defense. They're 4 rounds away from progressing to the lower bracket final. As the bands come through, it's Monty, Grim, Kaid, and Bandit. And Bunk's briefing first up.
I was wondering where you were going with that, and then I spotted the objective. Yeah, I mean, not the most absurd selection ever. And Dplus KIA maybe trying to just catch Scars off kilter a little bit without having the opportunity elsewhere in the sort of the free punch. Maybe that top floor can deliver sometimes for the attack to sort of just get into a little bit of the swing of things. You kind of get thrown into the deep end where you need to deliver here first attack straight off the rip. We'll see how Scars look to approach it, what kind of operators they want to bring. The bands, of course, to note Monty, Grim, Kaid, Bandit, so leaves up the Capital, which is initially selected. We probably might see some sense play here from Scars. It's really just dependent on what kind of approach they want to go for themselves. They've definitely got some good drones, one in particular actually inside of briefing, so they have that read, and they've changed their ops as a result. The sense in play, Gridlock as well for a bit of flank watch up above in combination with the Nomad as well.
A real statement for Scars would be probably winning top floor. So maybe there's a sense of let's not give them that opportunity to get off to a good start. 1-for-1 trade, and most importantly though, it's the it's the hard breach for the clash. I'd say you'd probably want the clash a little bit more, and his has certainly been impactful, but yeah, loses his life early on in this round. Fish, like himself, has also been very prominent for Scars, so that's a big loss for them. So we'll play out the rest of this round 4v4.
Yeah, we'll see how many issues they encounter without that hard breach. I don't think it's the end of the world. Dealing with the clash is probably going to be more of a relief for Scars. Midi down below giving some really good info as to Nina's position currently on that rappel and some of the util that's being deployed up above. Meanwhile on site, Levy will lock that down, and Midi's rotated down below barrels as we saw him previously. It leaves just the two above of Muzi Falls. Have a pretty key role in contesting up above and forcing the more direct hit here from the attack. As Levy, that sole player on site, has been able to net the advantage for Dplus KIA.
And just as much as it would have been big if Scars could have come in first round on the attack, win out top floor, well, it's pretty big if Dplus can go and straight up win Bunk's briefing to start the half, and then you probably go top floor after this, and you could be staring down 5-3, and that's a long way back then for Scars. And Levy takes a bit of contact towards Bunks. He's going to get flamed out by Nina, who's got no flame bolts left. Incendiary's gone, but he does still have the smokes. Frag grenades for Ukiz, flashes for Bashoy. They still have an air jab. Track stingers, but 30 seconds. A lot of this utility now isn't going to help them except for the smokes from Nina. Probably just banking on the fact, layer the smokes, dump a couple of flashes, go for the plant. Layers the smokes, doesn't go for the plant. And he hits the headshot onto Midi.
Goes above. Interesting change of action here.
Well, he probably doesn't feel like he probably didn't feel like he could get the plant.
No, not with the water enough.
The thing is, now you have to. Oh, Levy not expecting the double and triple drop. Wow, Scars will take Bunk's briefing. That was a strange old round. I mean, credit to Scars, though, because if he had to just run in towards site, and if they didn't put pressure on that top floor, they probably don't get that plant down. So they know that they have to go clear above. Even though he's got kit, he still wants to add extra bodies to that. And then you can always just drop, go plant last second. That's a really well-worked round from Scars.
Yeah, it looks a bit goofy, but it was actually pretty well thought out. Going for plant directly there and having maybe a low % chance of winning the fights above leaves you very vulnerable to the Warden. And so by flooding above, then going for the triple drop down below, Sure, it looked a little weird, but yeah, actually worked really, really well. So
it also helps, though, I guess, in the positioning sense of Levy at the end. If he's actually in a position where he can maybe get that first kill, tuck in high, there's only 7-8 seconds left. Maybe it could have played out a little differently, but because technically he was out in the open from where the hatch was, a lot easier for them to just, get that triple drop to work. Dunk's briefing goes the way of Scars. They take the lead here on Lair. An attacking round to kickstart the second half. Top floor will be a different beast altogether. But you could see from just their cameras alone how much it meant to them. We saw Wreck pumped up. So they do get that opening attack round to just get themselves a good confidence booster.
It was the tertiary side of choice, though, so I'm there's an asterisk over that round, but yeah, clearly the overall strategy for Dplus KIA in terms of selecting that site hasn't quite paid off.
I do wonder if Dplus could go on tilt if they lose this round. This one right here. 5-3 down, things aren't working out. They'll probably call timeout. So, while they're not on the ropes, I do think they're on the ropes of potentially being tilted, and that could affect them going forward. You could see in the camera reactions in the previous round, a couple of players with, kind of threw their head back a little bit. It's like, oh my God, like, how did they get that one? And there's been a couple of rounds like that from Scars too.
Yeah, I think I may have mentioned that in the earlier portion of the day, maybe, that I do get the impression, at least from what we see body language-wise, etc., that Dplus KIA are pretty momentum-based, and that goes strongly both ways. When they're up and about, they're playing well. They're very happy, and that confidence serves them well, but equally, when things start to get a little frustrating, sometimes it looks like they do go a bit quiet inside of the server. And that's something we saw in the Cyclops game. And they'll be hoping that they don't fall victim to that here in this matchup, as Falls finds the first. He's going for a cross-country journey outside as Levy finds one in the meantime, and unfortunately for Scars, this round has essentially already fallen apart in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the one site, though, where you can probably say it's acceptable for it to fall apart, and you don't, and you probably don't get a lot of success. Not that they'll give up on the round. Still, if you can find the next 2 kills, it's back on. They'll have to do so quickly. Do still have some decent utility. There's a couple of smokes. You got the incendiary. You got the death mark frag grenade. If you kids can maybe do something here from the first floor, this will be another death mark going out onto the mirror of Musi, who, by the way, is yet to find a kill. Gaspave thrown out from Mini. They do still have the Nitro from Falls. So far, one to forget for Musi. Oh, that's the opportunity. Nias just goes wide peeking. I don't know why he just walks into the middle of the room and swings that. You can just hold, wait for them to flood in. And Musi is on the board. Critical kill onto Yukiz as, well, Fishlake was forced back by the Gaspave of Midi, and then falls, and the round is done. Musi gets a second at the end of it as well. Dplus KIA tie it up 4-4 comfortably in the end, able to defend the top floor.
Yeah, but to lock it down pretty concisely in the end. Some big plays early in the round. Ultimately working out nicely there for Dplus KIA. And so the scoreline now sits 4 apiece as we enter the 9th round. Basement will be the site of choice. And again, this is a match that's so tricky at the moment to call either way. This first rotation thrown off a little bit by the initial site selection. Dplus KIA over towards Storms. That didn't pay off, but they've been able to respond nicely. Top floor and basement, another opportunity for them to reclaim the lead.
So a tight one here, 4-4. Scars fighting to stay alive in kickoff. Dplus just want to get this one done. Book their place into next week's finals, I guess. Lower bracket against Kenotrope awaits, and then the grand final against CAG. Levy's been magnificent so far on Lair, 12-4. It's been a very even spread performance across the two maps from both teams. The highest kill leader is at 16 kills, which is Rack and Nears. 7-2 on the entry for Nears as well. I mean, I know Nears has certainly had some goofy moments, even actually won in the previous round with the wide swing on site. But he has statistically been the best player in the server. Wreck with the basement lurkers. Logic bomb available now for UKIS if they want to get some information. Need to be mindful of the EDDs placed by Nears as Midi takes a big chunk of damage. I think that was from Washoi or maybe UKIS. Bit of aggression in this lineup though for Scars. The Doggerby, the Ash, the Snake, the Blackbeard to help. A lot of trap utility in this round as well for Dplus is kind of the perfect counter. Emphasis on a lot.
It looks like they'll shape up for a horizontal creep. And then he'll stay above for now. A couple of targets still potentially await him on this first floor. Scars will drone forward further, deeper in towards the objective. Nina still yet to use his radar here to confirm the positions of anyone above, but the logic bomb might give him a sound cue to play off. Here's them to the right. Can he land the shot? Oh, he's being watched. Oh, Nears. Oh, and he shoots the body for good measure.
I think he's putting your face on the body there. Being critical of some of his sloppy moments. He's been really...
Hey, like you said, and I agree. He's also had some very good moments, so it's one or the other.
40 seconds of the round, by the way, as the time has just completely dwindled away from Scars, and then they've lost Nina. Now it's just going to have to be a flood into sight through basement direct. Rek's going to lead the charge. He's just kind of also been forced back because Dplus are playing the hiding game. They've got 3 on this first floor. So if Scars do go fully direct here, getting this plant down is not going to be easy. And they're coming in very late, and you've still got to do with Falls and Musi playing the site directly. Heading into red time. This is very, very late for Scars. Rek is just sitting and hoping he can catch some of these defenders that will be looking to come in horizontally. Plant going down. It looks like it will be successful from Fishlake. It will be a post plant, and they got the kill onto Midi. Big battle hit. Levy wins it against UKIS. Will get the quick revival onto Nears. Now, of course, they've already got players on this first floor, so you've got a little bit of the vert control, but you do need to get some bodies in the site itself. This now becomes very winnable for Scars. Rek more worried about the vert. Falls able to swing, and now they get the next shot as well. 1v2 against the Blackbeard of Fishlake, and it's Musi from a distance. The man who couldn't buy a kill in the first half clutches up in the 9th round as Dplus KIA make it 2 straight and go take the lead 5-4.
Well, that was an impressive retake. What a string of shots landing there for Dplus KIA. Most of them at medium long range. Didn't really miss a beat there. A little chaotic, especially with the lurk over towards first floor lobby that was being employed there by Scars, but they were able to find the kill, hit the res, transition that in towards site. Some really good comms, especially with like the drop/swing combination that we saw from Falls, a good example of that, and then swiftly dealt with the Blackbeard. If that first initial shot doesn't land, there may have been a world in which Scars could actually play for time there in the post with the Blackbeard, even in the 1v2. So, a nice little run of form for Dplus KIA. 5-4 the scoreline.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
As they get one step closer towards knocking out Scars.
Two more rounds needed for Dplus KIA. And again, one of the strengths of Dplus KIA have been the opening kills for them. You brought up the statistic earlier. It was the first 3 rounds. You recall back, it was Rek that was able to get the first 3 opening kills, and Scars went 2-1 off that. And then Rec got a fourth one later on to close the first half, which they converted on that. So they only failed to convert on one opening kill round for Scars, but they just haven't got enough of them. That's kind of been the issue. They're not really getting these early advantages now. It's been 5 out of the last 6 rounds, Dplus have gotten these early advantages. So lo and behold, in the 5 out of the last 6 rounds, they've won, well, the vast majority of the rounds and now take the lead. Do or die now for Scars. Every round from here must win. Super critical. We started Bunk's briefing to kickstart this second half, which was a strange decision by Dplus. Didn't pay off. They lost it to Scars, and Scars will now get a second go at it. See if they can win it again and tie this up 5-5. If they don't, top floor unlocks after this round.
Activating Selma.
2 minutes on the clock, and Scars need to step it up here. Top 4 clear first on the agenda, trying to flush out those up above defense. It's a 2-2-1 split, so 2 top floor currently for Dplus KIA. Muzi and Nier's first floor midi will lurk at barrels, at seemingly a position that he likes. We've seen that previously from him. Combination being able to relay information and then being in a position of flank late as well. Also in a very progressive position over towards Skybridge as well. As Duke contests onto Levy and now kind of caught in an awkward spot. Regardless, those Scars will take this control, seemingly undeterred. 70 seconds now remain. Rec watching the flank over towards lobby. Again, they need to be mindful of Skybridge. Falls is still in that position. I think Dplus KIA are probably going to pay for the collapse back onto the second floor, if time permits. And for Scars, they're trying their best to flush out the objective and set up this plan.
Oh, Mini does deny the plant. He gets traded immediately, but the job done. And now it's forcing Wishui into action. Picks it up inside of the smoke, which will begin to dissipate shortly. But they're winning battles elsewhere, courtesy of Fishlike. It's a knife kill, though, from Niers. And that means that for Scars, they're going to go down and get this kit 20 seconds. At least one has to drop. Maybe even both have to go down to take on Niers and Muzi, especially with the clash still up. 10 seconds. This is do or die right now for Scars. You've got to be quick in your decision making. At this point, you've got to go for the kills. There's only 6 seconds left. They'll look for a last second drop pinch. 3 seconds, literally on the last second. And Muzi shuts Rec down. There's no time. It's now match and series point to Dplus KIA.
Wow, they've done a really good job in sustaining a lot of pressure in that round. They looked in control. And for Scars, that time really coming back to bite them. And now their backs are well and truly up against the wall. It's going to be tough. Tactical timeout called by Scars in a last-ditched attempt to stay alive here in Kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, they've had opportunities. It's been competitive. At the very least, I think I said pre-match. I know we had a couple of delays. I can't even remember at what point we actually had pre-match discussions, but it needs to be competitive. You can't just get absolutely smashed here by Dplus. If you lose it, it's got to be close. And at the very least for them, you know, the takeaway is it has been close. It has been competitive. Dplus have had to fight for this. And that's good signs moving forward for the rest of the year for this Scars roster. The bad news is, though, you're now facing elimination from Kickoff. It's going to be, essentially a 4th place finish, which means you're behind Kenotrope, which is maybe not ideal. But it's just a reality of the bracket and the way things shaped up. I mean, Scars had their chance. They could have beaten Kenotrope in that upper bracket semi-final. They won the first map in that all the way back then. So they had an opportunity to have maybe at least minimum secured top 3, still being alive, but 2 rounds straight needed to try and force overtime, to then try and force Cafe out of the timeout, but into the top floor. That's now the concern for Scars. They've not been able to win top floor. They've only had the one crack at it, but it was a pretty clean defense for Dplus KIA. They had the 4 players alive. Falls got the opening kill into Wishoy, and from there, everything just fell apart for the attack of Scars. But outside of that site, outside of this site, 2 alive in their win on Bunk's briefing, 2 alive in the other 2 losses, Basement and Bunk's briefing. Again, the competitiveness has been there for Scars. They need the first kill or they probably lose this site. Taking into account the statistics for Dplus, but also this site.
Oh, is there another gear to be found here for Scars? Or are they going to peter out? Dplus KIA have looked the better of the 2 so far today, but Scars have showed some pretty good resilience here on there so far. They've got the right tools to deal with the lineup here from the defense, which is very util heavy. The Malusi, the Azami, and the Castle. Yukis has to prioritize that utility correctly. Only so much he can do, and there's a bit of a lack of explosives elsewhere as well. A couple of gone 6s, but still it's going to be a net negative for the attack in terms of what they can and can't actually clear. And so that utility could certainly come into play later. There's also a plethora of barbed wire, so no shortage of util that will stall out this push late round. Midpoint, and Scar's still peppering around. Fishlike with control over towards Skybridge, and Nina in ops. That's about it at the moment.
The concern for me, though, is the timing. I mean, Master and R6 will play slow naturally, but the one round that they've won in this half was the opening kill at the 2.5 minute mark. Now, it was against them, but it just meant that the action kind of flowed a little earlier. Since then, it's just been all a minute and below. Oh, Nina, he's desperately searching, desperately trying to find that kill there onto Midi. The barbed wire just keeps him at bay as Midi can hold the close angle at the corner. Levy with a drive-by shot. Wishoy now very, very low. Still has 4 Candelas down to the last 50 seconds of the round.
Here are the flashes. Can Wishoy find value? The Azami continues to stall him out. Now just over 30 seconds remain. Can Dplus KIA hold on and lock out the series?
We've got the 2 smokes as well from Wishoy that are going to have to be thrown out along with these Candelas to help facilitate for Wreck. They need to try and combine together, get that Glaz into a power position. Wishoy's just going to send it. Forget about the smokes. He just goes shotgun mode and picks up the pace. And with a bit of help as well from Fishlike, they got the first 2 kills in the round. But the response is swift from Dplus KIA. And low on time, you need the kills because now Nina needs to get the kit down. He's by himself. It's a 1v1. But as the time expires, Musi will get the freest of kills surely, but he's slow to react. He'll get off the plant. He might get a chance. It's over. Musi clutches it up. Nina had 1 chance, 1 shot, and he couldn't land it. Dplus KIA will move forward to the lower bracket final next week on their quest for the major spot. It's still alive. For Scars, their time in Kickoff comes to an end.
Really impressive stuff from Dplus KIA throughout the course of the day. They licked their wounds after that loss against Cyclops in the upper bracket semi to respond. Firstly against Hapasala Foe, and then backing it up against Scars with another comprehensive performance. And I still can't help but shake the feeling that they might be the team. There is that possibility that they can make this run count in the lower bracket.
And it's another team, Guz, that we've had throughout kickoffs where they've had to play the 2 best of 3s in a given day, and they've won both of them. It's the warm-up versus fatigue factor that, again, the warm-up seems to be the one side that comes out on top. You got to take into account it's Dplus KIA. They're a strong team and certainly would have come in as favorites regardless having played that earlier series. But it's still a very, very long day for these guys. We're talking about an 8-hour long day, and you can see what it meant to them after that win against Scars. They'll take on Kenotrope Gaming next week in the lower bracket final, and they'll have to do back-to-back best of 3s again to win that one and then win the grand final too. But they'd rather be in that position than be in Scar's position, who have been knocked out. Formidable from Scars, and certainly, as I've kind of reiterated a few times, competitive. And that's what you wanted from Scars. You didn't want this to be a one-sided affair, and at least for their case, they went down fighting.
Yeah, for sure. I think naturally they're going to be very disappointed. I think they probably viewed Kickoff as a real opportunity to, you know, start reclaiming a little bit of form, and unfortunately it didn't quite go their way, right? Losing to Kenotrope set themselves up for this lower bracket position where it looked very likely that Dplus was an eventual opponent after that CAG result, and so they probably looked at this match as a real opportunity to take down what is arguably one of the top 2 teams, I suppose, currently in APN, and yeah, they fall short of the mark. So for Scars, it's about picking themselves back up for stage 1.
Yeah, I think for Dplus KIA, though, they know for a while they should be making the grand final. Kenotrope should be just a team that's in their way. They'll respect them, they'll put the work in, and they'll know that Kenotrope have had a good kickoff stage so far. But really, it's at the very least for the likes of, I think, just 2 teams in this APAC North region in CAG and Dplus KIA, it's grand final minimum, because only one of them can actually go to the grand final, right? So at least grand final minimum has to be for both of those 2. We'll go to our MVP for the day, which ends up being Musy. Now, the way this works is kind of just based on the 3 series matchups that we had. You pick an MVP across the 3 of those, and his performance earlier today against Helpless LFO, maybe not so much the series that we just had, but in that series, he walks away as the MVP.
Yeah, he was pretty solid across the board. He was only narrowly edged out by Falls in terms of raw APS in that matchup, but he certainly probably had some higher impact moments. 18-9 KD, 1-1 entry, and across the board was just really clean and consistent, which is kind of what you want. This play right here, for me, was probably one of the better of the day, where he was able to withstand the pressure of the black beard. And this was quite early in the series, where Dplus KIA were then able to go on and sort of establish a little bit of dominance in that regard. So, yeah, credit to him. Good outing. Chalet wasn't too indifferent either. And yeah, again, it was kind of one of those series where there were a couple of players in contention for MVP, for instance, right? Like Falls wasn't far behind. He actually had 2 clutches, a plan to disable in that series as well. So yeah, you could kind of roll the dice a little bit between a couple of members there from Dplus KIA, but a good highlight of a player and a team by extension that kickstarted momentum, established dominance in that series, and then they were kind of the benefactors of having the 2 best of 3s in the day, where they were confident, they were sharp, they were ready to go, and then that translated across to the Scars match as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think that his addition to this roster has been a solid one. Lost a Bullet, who I think is a really good player as well. Doesn't help, but you're bringing in someone with a lot of experience and certainly a lot of quality. Maybe wasn't at his very, very best against Scars, certainly on Lair, where I think he started 0-6, but once he got going, well, no surprise, Dplus KIA were able to close it out and book their place in the lower bracket final, guys. What a day, though, for APL Kickoff, APAC North here on the Friday. And all it does is kick off the weekend ahead as well. So I'm looking forward to more action to come. If it's anything like today, once you get down to the tail end of a tournament, you get some really fun games with a lot on the line. We saw that. And again, unfortunate for Scars, but Dplus just a little bit better. We'll go to the bracket as we shape up where we sit now, going into what will be next week's last week, our last day for Kickoff APAC North. CAG, they sit in the grand final spot after beating Kenotrope earlier today. Dplus KIA continue their run in the lower bracket, defeating Helpless LFO and then defeating Scars. Now they book their place in the lower final against Kenotrope next weekend.
Yeah, it very much feels to me like the most likely outcome is a Dplus KIA victory over Kenotrope, and then we see a rematch of that upper semi-final. Yeah, actually, I almost lost it for a second, the upper semi-final. And the hope will be that if that is the case, Dplus KIA play better to their potential, probably respect the prep work, maybe that CAG are going to do a little bit more heading into that matchup, and then going well prepared, and we see a 3-map belter for the major qual. And that's not to disrespect Kenotrope by any stretch. They showed some positive signs today, but I just think when the pressure really mounts and the margins close, Dplus KIA, for me, have shown enough to probably win that series. Have they shown enough to actually take down CAG? I would hesitate to say yes. I think it's still pretty marginal, and CAG are still favorites to take that slot at the major. But again, and we had this discussion at the start of the day, it still doesn't quite feel as clear cut as maybe Asia and O's do at the moment, for instance.
We've got Falls in for an interview fresh off of the win. Hello, Falls. Thank you so much for coming in and having a chat with us pretty much straight after the game. I did want to ask you one question here, which is maybe a bit tongue-in-cheek, but do you think that's the last time you're going to get to play Lair for the rest of this kickoff stage?
I don't know. I think it depends on the other teams, to be honest. Thank you for the welcoming. To be honest, I think I miss you guys. I miss you giving interviews and all of it. But yeah, it's gonna depend on the other teams.
I mean, on other teams, let's jump straight into it, right? You have a big run ahead of you if you are to make it to the major. Give us your thoughts on your path to the major. How confident are you guys can make it, I guess, to the grand final first and foremost? And then CAG, unfortunately, you guys had a very rough game against them last time. If we do see that rematch, how do you adjust your game plan and your style to try and take them down on that second attempt?
Yeah, I feel that we are pretty confident. We are still in the process, like we put Musi on the lineup, so we're still like learning a lot, like adapting how we play with him in the core. So to be honest, like this tournament is like a learning thing for us. It's the first tournament together, and against AG, like of course we're gonna do some adjustments, but like when you wake up and it's not your day, you know, you're not on your day, there's not much you can do. So I think we just need to be like more prepared for a matchup with them, and I think it will be fine.
Falls, you guys have now been in the APAC region for quite a bit of time now. Where do you kind of view it going into 2026 quality-wise? Do you feel like it's improving, about the same as last year? How do you kind of view the APAC North region?
Like I'm liking like the same way I like last year. I think we did a lot of improvement, like as a team, you know, like last year we are the new team on the block, and now the teams already kind of know us, know what we are capable of. And I truly believe that we have like some improvements on APL North teams also, especially CAC, for example. I think they're better than last year. So well, yeah, I'm pretty hyped, and I think it's good to have a challenge, you know.
The last one before I let you go, obviously when it comes to the slots for majors, etc., the team that performs the best at those international events can then help their own region get an extra slot. Does that give you motivation to see the APAC North region improve, so you go from, say, 1 slot to 2 for potential future majors?
Yeah, definitely. But first of all, we need to make it to the major. Is our first step. But yeah, like have the opportunity to do this for APAC North is pretty cool. If you have the chance, I will be really honored.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Falls, for having a chat, and best of luck next week for what is going to be your run to the major, hopefully, for your sake.
Hopefully. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. See ya.
Big thank you to Falls for coming on. We got the schedule ahead for the action on the mainstream. EML will be starting in a good couple of hours' time, and big matches there, guys, especially in that lower bracket. For the 4 teams that remain, 2, of course, will make it to the major, 2 will not.
Yeah, 2 big games in the lower bracket semi-final as that charge continues across as well towards the major. So yeah, very exciting for EML, which has produced some interesting results, some big roster changes over there as well. So if you are from APL and for whatever reason you're awake in 3.5 hours, which to be fair we probably all will be, then go check it out.
Alrighty, well, we're going to close up for today's action here for APAC North. It's been an absolute pleasure. We return, though, of course, tomorrow for Asia. Guys, I'm looking forward to that one. We'll see if Weibo can continue on their juggernaut run. Again, 3.5 hours time. EML, go have a break, come back. More Siege in a few hours.